Dragging.
Counselor, do we have quorum, but we don't have everybody,
Ultimately, there's a lights out here.
right?
Well, that's fine. We have forum. We can start and they should be joining
Yep.
in. I think
We are all-
Sally coming in.
Sally's the only one missing? Yes. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order.
Don't see Sally yet.
Welcome to the May 2024 edition of the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Edition. Councilors, thank you. So I'm going to calling the meeting to order at 9 o'clock. Confirm that we have a quorum. We are at the moment missing Councillor Kent, but fully expect her to attend via Zoom. The rest are here in person. We do not have the CAO here today yet, or are we having him? No. Director of Development Services and other senior staff are here. We advised that we got public input on the agenda and we invited it through the township email and the website. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in the opening meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. I will acknowledge that subsequent to the publication of the agenda last Friday, we've had supplementary agendas added, and that is Ms. Ledger will be speaking on item 11A. Don and Janie Graham will be speaking on 13A, which is the short-term rentals. And there was a letter from Elaine Nevison, and that can be seen on the agenda, on the online, on the agenda, or on the website. I asked, do any of our members have pecuniary interest on any of the topics we have today? I see one. And what item is that?
Thank you. And through you, I will be recusing for item 13A, the discussion on short-term rentals, as I have an indirect pecuniary interest.
Thank you. Any other pecuniary interests? Seeing none, and we'll move on. Very well. Right. So our first item today is a presentation from Rebecca Willison, the District of Muskoka, and we're going to talk about the Lake System Health Water Quality Monitoring Program with your annual report. Welcome to our committee.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. That's better. As some of you may know, if you've been on council for more than one term, I try to come annually and provide the results of our water quality monitoring program. It has been a few years since I've done this, and I think with the new council, relatively new council now, it's a good time to do it again. So if you don't know, my name is Rebecca Willison. I'm a watershed planning technician with the District of Muskoka, and one of my jobs is to coordinate the Lake System Health Water Quality Monitoring Program. And as part of that program, so if you're not familiar, the District of Muskoka has monitored recreational water quality for about, well, over 40 years now. We started in 1980, 1981. So we've been doing this for quite a while, which means we also have quite a bit of data that we've collected over the years. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the data that we do collect, the reason we carry out the program is to basically to measure how well our water quality policies are doing in maintaining the excellent water quality that we do have here in Muskoka. We collect the data to give us an overview of what the water quality health is right across the district. As you can imagine, we have a lot of lakes. We have over 680 lakes that are over 8 hectares in size. So our program doesn't monitor that many, but we do monitor selection. And the purpose is to establish a long-term record of water quality changes over time. And then that information is used to support policies in the district official plan, which then also support policies in your own official plan. The data is also used by a number of organizations. For instance, the Muskoka Watershed Council uses some of the data to report on the health of the watershed through their watershed report card. Researchers approach us all the time to ask for data that they can then use in their research programs. And of course, lake associations also use a lot of the data to report to their members on the health of their particular lake. Please, thank you. The different components of the program, the one that's most known would be our water quality monitoring. So the recreational water quality monitoring program that focuses primarily on phosphorus, but I'll talk more about that in a moment. We also have a biological monitoring program where we work with lake associations to collect benthic macroinvertebrate data. So essentially the bugs in the mud to get an idea of the biological community health in our waterways. We do shoreline land use surveys and produce maps and get an idea of how healthy the land use around certain lakes is. Occasionally, we are able to carry out an invasive species program if we're able to get funding for that particular program. We also conduct a Love Your Lake program. Well, we support the Watershed Council, who's the local delivery agent for the Love Your Lake program in Muskoka, as well as for the Natural Edge program, which is a shoreline renaturalization program. And then we also do a number of community outreach. So that might include presentations to community organizations, lake associations, attendance at events, holding workshops. We kind of do a little bit of everything. So in terms of our recreational water quality monitoring program, I mentioned we have a lot of lakes in Muskoka, and we sample approximately 1/3 of those lakes through this program. The lakes in dark blue are the lakes that we monitor, 164, either on a 1, 2, or 3 year rotation, depending on a number of factors that go into that selection of sampling schedule. It's hard to see here, but there are red dots, and those are the actual sample locations. Our larger lakes will have multiple sample locations. Smaller lakes, usually it's just a deep point in the center. We hire a couple of students each year. We hire 2 water quality technicians, and they're the ones that you see driving around with the truck and the canoe on top and a boat on it. Emily was one of ours a couple of years ago. So you see them, they're pretty visible out in the community, and they sample approximately, usually ranges around 90 to 95 sites during spring turnover. And then we also hire another student to work with our lake associations and do the Bugs in the Mud program. Thank you. In terms of the water quality program, so I mentioned phosphorus is kind of the nutrient of concern. That's what most people are familiar with. But we actually, when we collect our water samples and they get sent to the Dorset lab for analysis, we receive data on about 45 different parameters. So we do have, over time, as you can imagine, over 40 years of time, we do have quite a bit of data on some of these lakes. We also take water clarity readings. We do that twice a year, in May and again in August. And then we also take temperature and dissolved oxygen profiles in May and August. Specifically for 2023, we sampled 87 sites on 68 lakes, and that includes 31 sites within the township of Muskoka Lakes. For our trends first. We do take a look at our data, our phosphorus data, to look at trends. So what we do is we take the data that we collected in 2023 and we compare it to the data that was collected for that particular lake previously, and also for the 10-year average. And what we are starting to see is we are starting to see our phosphorus rise a little bit. And on a number of our lakes. So 64% of our lakes had a higher phosphorus reading than the previous reading for that lake. Keep in mind that reading could be last year, it could be 2 years ago, it could be 3 years ago, right? It varies for each lake. And then when we also compare it to the 10-year average for that particular lake, we're seeing a 74% increase. So we are starting to see a little bit of phosphorus creeping up, but it is still much lower than it was sort of 30 years ago. But it is something we want to keep an eye on. We're finding it's starting to be more variable. Like back when we started the program in the 80s, our phosphorus readings were quite, like, 1 year it'd be really high, then really low, really high. Like, it was very variable from year to year. And then as collection methods improved and analytical tools improved, you started to see it kind of even out a little bit and have less variance from year to year. And now we're starting to see a bit more of that variance again. And I think it's more related to the weird weather we seem to be getting every spring. You know, 1 year it's really cold and we have ice in May, and the next year it's, you know, the ice is gone in February. So we're starting to see more variability in our weather. And I think that's starting to reflect in our sampling as well. You did have, there was one lake that has an increasing phosphorus a significantly increasing phosphorus concentration, and that's Webster Lake. And then we did have 2 sample locations last year who had a phosphorus reading over 20 micrograms per liter, and that includes the main basin of 3 Mile Lake and Muskoka Lakes. Not unusual, but we were seeing lower concentrations in that lake over the last few years. So having it jump back up again is not what we'd like to see. But as I said, we are seeing sort of increases like that in a number of our lakes across the whole watershed. So for our biological monitoring program, this one's a really cool program because it's great for people of all ages, and it's really hands-on and interesting and engaging. So we pull it out a lot at school events and community events and stuff. Here's Maggie, our biotech from last year, and she's returned for this year at in Huntsville at the Huntsville Eco Fest. And so we work with lake associations, we work with school groups, a whole range of people to collect. Basically, we just look at the bugs in the mud. And that gives us an idea of what the water quality is like, or what trends we're seeing in terms of water quality. So she was very busy last year. She did 85 sites, which is quite a number of sites, attended a number of events and gave workshops and worked with children, over 1,000. So it's a nice program to get out into the community. Specifically, 11 water bodies in the township, Muskoka Lakes, were sampled through the program last year. And we also conduct shoreline land use surveys. We don't do them every year, but as we have time, we do them. Last year, we completed the mapping for Peninsula Lake in the township of Huntsville and Lake of Bays. That was started in 2022. So we were happy to finally get that one done. What we do when we do a shoreline land use survey is we look at all the structures. We make note of what kind of structures they are on the shoreline. We look at what's happening right where the water meets the land. You know, is it altered? Is it natural? Is it a beach? Is it road? And then we also look at sort of the 30-meter back area. So we get an idea of how much of a shoreline of a given lake is natural versus altered, how much of that back lot, again, is natural versus altered, and then what kind of structures we're seeing on the lakes. Lakes, we've been doing this program for about 20 years now. And we do on occasion go back and resurvey lakes that have been done previously to see what kind of changes we're seeing over time. Peninsula Lake was a new lake, so we don't have any historical data to compare it to. But when we do a resurvey, we do tend to find that our shoreline areas are staying pretty healthy. You know, usually it's about 80 to 90% natural. Our backlot areas tend to be a little bit more altered, which I think is of no surprise to anybody. And then, of course, the structures, if you look from one year to another, you tend to find more structures on the shoreline. But sometimes the structures you're seeing are changing from, you know, crib docks to more environmentally friendly docks like pipe docks or floating docks. Anyway, we do have all these maps are available on the Muskoka Water website as well. I mentioned we do on occasion have an invasive species intern, and we usually, if we're fortunate to get Canada Summer Jobs funding through the Invading Species Awareness Program, we're able to hire an intern. So we had Jamie last year for 8 weeks. And during that 8 weeks, she monitored the effectiveness of our own Engineering Public Works Department treatments of invasive species along roadsides. So they have a treatment program probably very similar to what your municipality does. And so Jamie went to sites that had been treated in the past to see if there's regrowth, to see how effective that treatment was, so that we know if we have to go back and do more treatment or not. So she did that at 312 sites. She attended a number of events. We usually try to hit farmers markets. And we usually try to hit them at different various locations across the district. And she also gave a number of presentations and developed some resources. So to me, invasive species is a pretty underrepresented issue here in Muskoka, because it does have quite a severe impact on so many of our natural features. So being able to have someone who can go out and really bang the drum about invasive species and raise awareness about it is something that I really like to see. We also conduct a Love Your Lake program. It's a shoreline assessment and stewardship program. Last year, we worked with the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association and assessed 969 properties on 6 Mile Lake, which is quite an undertaking. We're usually able to hire students to do that, and they work with Lake Association volunteers to carry out that program. Essentially, we document the condition of all the shorelines on a given lake. That information is input into a database, and then a personalized property report is developed for each property that is available to that property owner. And it gives them an idea of what they're doing well in their property and small ways that they could improve, all with the goal of increasing wildlife habitat and protecting water quality. In addition to the personalized property reports, lakes also receive what we call the lake-wide summary. And that's usually follows the spring after the assessment. So Bass Lake and Muskoka Lakes was assessed in 2022. So last year, the lake-wide report was available for that association as well. And then our next program is the Natural Edge Shoreline Renaturalization Program. And this one is a program that's designed to give property owners who are interested in renaturalizing their shoreline all the tools they need to get started. It can be a pretty daunting task if you're looking at like lawn right down to the water. Where do you start? Where do you get your plants? What do you plant? How do you plant? You know, it can be a daunting task. So this program is designed to sort of give people the tools that they need to get started on their project. We conduct free site visits for property owners. During those site visits, if the property needs it, we can develop a planting plan for them. And then if they do decide they want to actually get a start on their program, they have the option of purchasing what we call a shoreline renaturalization starter kit, which includes plants, planting materials, and planting guides. So last year we did 20 site visits, developed 16 planting plans, distributed 8 starter kits, distributed about just under 1,000 native plants, including 167 that went into the Pine Street Pollinator Garden in Bracebridge, which was an initiative done by the District of Muskoka through the Climate Initiatives Program. And then, of course, I also mentioned the presentations and events. In addition to our biotech student who goes out and works with a lot of school groups, district staff and students also go out and do a lot of presentations. We do a lot of AGM presentations on a variety of topics, and then holding workshops, try to encourage good stewardship practices on a variety of topics. So we do that as well. And then in terms of access to the data, for our sampling program, we do create a lake data sheet for every site that we sample. The example here is Skelton Lake. And you can kind of see what I mean, where it was kind of crazy in the early, 80s and 90s, and then it sort of evened out for the data. And then we're starting to see a little bit more variance in the that's the blue line at the bottom, the red line, a little more variance in the data we're seeing more recently. So these are all available online publicly. We also have I mentioned the land use survey maps and the aquatic data sheets are all available on the Muskoka Waterweb. What's new this year that we're pretty excited about is there's a website called the Great Lakes Data Stream, and it's a website that includes data from really anyone who wants to submit it, and it makes it accessible to the public. So we are in the process of getting the last 20, all of our chemical data from the last 20 years uploaded to that site. So in the very near future, it'll be available to the public. You won't have to ask me for whatever data you're interested in. It'll all be there. And there's a lot of it. I think we have probably over 100,000 data points that'll be uploaded. So we're pretty excited about that. And then in terms of our program this year, we started about 3 weeks ago. So our students are out and about doing their sampling. We are planning on doing 93 sites across the district, including 25 sites in Muskoka Lakes. They're planning to be out on Rosso today. So hopefully they I believe we have 6 sites on Rosso that we sample. We're continuing our benthic monitoring program. And then in addition to all of the other programs that we're doing, I believe we're doing Henshaw Lake actually for the Love Your Lake program, which is in your neck of the woods. So And then in addition to all the other stuff that we're doing, we are also doing a review of our water quality program. So we do this periodically. Well, it's been a while since we've done it, which is why we're doing it now. And as part of the IWM program, we're doing a review of, what data are we collecting? Is it still relevant? Should we be collecting other data or other parameters that we should be looking for? So we'll be reviewing that information this year in order to make changes for the program for 2025. And then the next slide is just, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Rebecca, thank you very much. I could make some comments about drinking from a fire hose or drowning in data, but I will refrain. It was excellent information and really interesting information for us. Thank you. Councillors, committee members. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you. I have a couple of questions, if I may.
Yes, of course.
The first is to do with the slide on shoreline land use. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what the discussion there. You said that there's a lot more development happening in the back lots. And did you say that that was connecting with what's happening in the like the change in the water, or was that just an observation that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, we don't have any direct correlation to, essentially there's no direct correlation between development and water quality. And we don't look at the maps in that regard. It's more just for, it's more just awareness, right? Like how much of a lake is, I shouldn't say we're biased on what lakes we sample. Right, we're not going out. We're not doing a shoreline land use survey on a lake that has no development whatsoever. We've always sort of targeted lakes that, if you're familiar with district policy in the past, it was called maybe at capacity or over threshold, or now there are Schedule E2 lakes. We typically, because we want as much data as we can on those water bodies, so we typically are biased and survey those lakes. So we couldn't really look at all the lakes we've done to date and be like, there's a connection between development, because all the lakes we've been doing have had quite a bit of development on it. And we don't look at the data for that. But what we do is we just try to look at the changes over time, and we haven't correlated that to water quality changes over time, just strictly change around the lake over time.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a second?
Yes, of course.
Okay. This is perhaps, and I'm not sure, it may be directed towards staff and you directly. I do recall last term council, it was a couple of years ago, we did have that one application that we had put into the planning request that they work with the Love Your Lake program, or the Natural Edge program. We had another application recently where that thought came up, and I'm just curious from staff. We have people who know what they're talking about on those applications where we're talking about site plan. Is there a way to just formalize a partnership? Not for every application, but for the ones where we think that this could be an interesting approach. So I don't know exactly who to direct this question to. I recognize it's a resource issue. I do recognize it's a resource issue, but I also think this is a goal of ours. And when we have infrastructure that's in place and the people in place and the subject matter experts, it becomes a compelling story on certain applications. So.
Mr. Sharp.
So go ahead.
Director Pink, why don't you start?
So through the chair, Mr. Sharp and Ms. Wilson might have certainly add further, but I'd say, many applications or site plan applications are quite site specific and require specific expertise, and environmental consultants are retained to really prepare a plan that's very site specific for that property. And probably most applications warrant that level of review, but certainly, we can work with the district and advise applicants of this resource. And when there are questions, when people are just looking to enhance their property and it's probably a more straightforward situation, we can certainly get them in touch. And I look to staff, I think we've been trying to do that. I'm not sure how many have been passed along, but I'm seeing some heads nodding. So again, Mr. Sharp and Mrs. Wilson might wish to add further.
Mr. Sharp, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Committee, and thank you, Ms. Willison, for your presentation. I would just note that staff did meet with the Love Your Lake program, and that was a great opportunity for us to learn more about it. And since then, we have, as part of continuous improvement with respect to our communications, we have included some details with respect to the Love Your Lake program in our pre-consultation form. So when someone pre-consults with us, typically what we do is we respond with a form detailing what was discussed with respect to an application and what staff would request as part of a complete application. And the details with respect to the Love Your Lake program are included on that form, which I think has been helpful for people in an attempt to understand the best way to go about revegetating their property. And the other thing we've done as well, we've started distributing a list of native to Muskoka vegetation species, and we've been applying that list when completing our site plan applications that involve revegetation works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Mayor Kelly, I think you had a question.
I did. Thank you. And through you, great job, Rebecca. Nice work. Two quick questions, or one question, two parts to it. You mentioned the Dorset Lab and the work that they do to support the water quality testing. I keep hearing rumors that the Dorset Lab may be on a short timeline. It may be subject to being closed. So two questions. Is there an alternative, a ready alternative, to the extent that that lab disappears? And number two, you said there's 40 years of data presumably stored somewhere. And I'm curious to know, is it stored on their premises, or do we keep and maintain our own data? Because is that at risk as well as if they disappear?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Excellent questions. I think there's always the risk of a facility, a government facility like the Dorset Lab being shut down. If that were to happen, we'd obviously strongly advocate for it not to happen. If it were to happen, I don't entirely know what would our samples then go to a different, there are a couple, the province does operate a couple labs. They have one down in Toronto as well. And in fact, our metals data actually comes from the Toronto lab. The rest of it gets analyzed here in Dorset. It would have to be pretty major for that to shut down, because the Dorset Lab does analyze all the lake partner data. They analyze all the Lake Simcoe data. They analyze a whole bunch of the Great Lakes data. But it's always a concern. We just that's why we try to promote them whenever we can, right? Because they are a world-class lab. There are very few labs that will actually analyze for low-level phosphorus. As I'm sure you've heard from the MLA, they're always looking for, what lab to use, because they don't have access to a lab like we do. And most of the labs do not do the low-level phosphorus. So it would be a concern if that were to happen. So, and in terms of data, they have our data in their database, but we also have our data. So they send it to us every year. We maintain it. I hate to say it, it's just a simple spreadsheet right now. So we have our data in a spreadsheet, and it does go back 40 years for some lakes, and some parameters. Obviously, we haven't done the 45 parameters for 40 years. We've done that for 20 years. But yes, we won't lose our data if something did happen to the government lab.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you, and welcome. It's we were mentioning we've been working together for over 20 years, and I started water testing with Passionate in the 70s type of thing. But I have a couple of points that I want to make, Chair, here. And there's a difference between the lake partner and mine's my shoreline. I'm sure it's growing well that I did, and the natural edge process. There's two different things where I think it's more the natural edge that we'd really, I don't know, you can comment on that. But going back to Councillor Mazin asking the question, because that was one of mine, that we did have that, and we did encourage staff to reach out. And I'm just thinking maybe I suggest that we take it a bit farther, and maybe could ask Rebecca to develop a package that when staff go out and they do these environmental assessments that are good, but also could show, give a package from your group that says, here's the possible, rather than, and get, our staff would just be communicators to reach out to you. As to you, David, as a suggestion that we have a package, since these are the experts. And so on that, and the second point I have is that I know we talked about it a few years ago. You know, as you know better than anyone, how many people are testing water testing. We have the Ontario government have their sites. We have the lake partners. We have the citizen scientists that are all doing this, and we have the MLA that are doing the testing. And we talked about this a few years ago about bringing them all together to just in a forum where they could share information and feed off each other. Is that have we ever attempted to do that, or I guess it's time just hasn't allowed it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We haven't done that. As you know, because I know you've attended in the past, we used to have like a stewardship workshop.
Yeah.
You know, one morning each year that we'd bring lake associations together, and that sort of evolved into more of a day-long stewardship. And then, of course, we haven't had one since the pandemic. So and that's usually done by Watershed Council. So we're slowly sort of getting back into events and stuff. It's certainly something that's a potential. We do speak with other organizations all the time. You know, we try to work together to make sure, you know, are we collecting data a similar way? Like I know we being the district always try to match our collection methodology and analysis methodology to what Lake Partner's doing, because they're the province, they have a lot of scientists backing up their program. And then I know like MLA will then try to match to what we're doing, right? So we're all, you know, hopefully we're all filtering samples, we're all wearing gloves when we're collecting samples,
Yeah.
We're all, you know, doing things as close as possible. But at this point, no, we don't have any plans to bring everyone together and talk things out. But it's certainly something that's always kind of in the back of our mind. That'd be nice to get. We want to do that on a number of different fronts, right? Like there's so much that we do want to do. So, and then just to make a comment on your first comment, I think you're very fortunate because your planning department is very sort of up to speed on natural shorelines, right? I've talked to them. I gave, you know, we met privately as a group and talked, and I provided them with a lot of resources and you know, as they've mentioned, they do have a package that they've put together and probably with information that I might have provided them. So I think they're doing a great job, you know, already and just encouraging what they're already doing and supporting what they're doing. And as always, I'm always happy to help, right? Like if they need more information or have questions or want me to review something they've put together, I'm happy to do that as well.
Councillor Zavitz and Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you. I guess one question, two parts. So Rebecca, thank you for today. I guess I would ask the question, all the information as it relates to the district and water. I think we had Glenn here a few months ago. Do you push your information that you gather on an ongoing basis? Do you push that out to the municipalities, or is it incumbent on us to come to you and the other folks at the district and ask questions? And I guess that's the first part. And the second part would be to staff, would our contact be for information of this nature as a counselor? Instead of me going to the district, is there an ability to interface with a staff member?
Yes, Wilson.
Through you, Mr. Chair. To answer your first question, so when the report, we produce an annual report. It's now up to almost 200 pages, believe it or not. So we produce an annual report that goes to our Community and Planning Services Committee at District. Once it's been accepted there, then we send a copy to all area municipalities with a little, I'd say a little note, but I think it's like 5 pages of like an overview of the program and basically what I talked about today, a lot of what I talked about today. So that we do that and ask that it be shared with councillors. We also try to do a presentation like this annually, and the purpose of that is to it's never going to be overly comprehensive, but it's basically to let you know, like to put a face with the program. So if you do have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask myself or Glenn. So we do that, and also it's a chance to ask questions and just kind of understand what the different programs are, just so that you know, and you can then talk to your constituents if they have if they come forward with a question about water quality. We do try to post a lot of information on the water web. So if you're ever kind of thinking, oh, what's the water quality in this particular lake, that's usually where I start. I get calls all the time from people looking to buy a cottage, and they're wondering what the water quality is like on the lake. So I open up the water web, I pull up that lake data sheet, and I look at what the information's telling me there, and then I just translate that back to them. So that's a good starting point, is the water web. But we're always happy to answer questions if you have any. Or and then again, I know your planning department. I know Mr. Pink does a phenomenal job with a lot of different environmental issues, and he's been working with the water quality component of it for quite a while. And Emily was our summer student one year, so she's very familiar with the program as well. So you do have a lot of internal resources, but we at the district are always happy to support that as well.
Thank you very much. Do you want to comment, Director Pink?
Thank you. I think just very quickly on the second part, as I think councillors know, my door is always open if you wish to come and meet with us about water quality issues, and certainly our peers and colleagues at the district. Our Fona and Christy and Rebecca is a great team, and we can get in touch and let councillors know that they have questions to make those connections in the future. Just very quickly too on Councillor Roberts' earlier question on a package. I know we've been working with the district. They produced the Muskoka Watershed Council Living in Cottage Country Handbook, which is an excellent resource. It is not just shoreline renaturalization, talks about everything in cottage country, from septic systems to shorelines. We'd love to get a digital copy of that and start disseminating that for every building permit applicant, every minor variance applicant, to really start spreading that word a bit more. So that's an ongoing project and discussions we've been having.
Councillor Nishikawa, then Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. Sorry, through you to Rebecca. It sounds like your department is huge. The reason why I'm going there, because honestly, is there only a couple of you? So I just wanted to bring that out, that in fact, there's not this big department there. And in reality, for the number of years I sat on Watershed and different things, it's the volunteer base that's out there. And so our friends of the Watershed, like all of that stuff needs to be, it is a volunteer thing. It's not, sorry, I thought Bren was but I really wanted to emphasize that it sort of sounds like you have this great presentation and all these great things, but there is a very small amount of staff component to this particular issue and project. And that's why, quite frankly, the Watershed Committee, it consists of a councillor from each township and their involvement. And Alan's been on it, I've been on it, like others, and it's really about passing the word on that. But I just didn't want you to leave here with the impression that there's this big department back there. And, that's just not the case at all. So it is really that volunteer effort that makes the big difference in this whole discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, it's interesting to follow on that, because that was going to be my question to Director Pink. If we have this excellent resource and it's available online, what is the barrier for us? Like, it sounds to me like you're trying to get something. What is the barrier?
Director Pink.
I think right now the barriers is not available online. I think it's in paper only, and there's a small fee for that. And we're trying to see if we can obtain a copy of that to disseminate.
Good.
Quick supplement.
Yes, of course.
So is this a resource issue, which is where I was saying it's kind of a natural next question.
Director Pink.
In essence, yes.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Well, I guess somewhat of a follow-up to that, and to you, I think it could be a request from this committee to the district. So I understand where staff are asking these questions, but in fact, if we want it as a committee, maybe we could do a formal request to the district from council as opposed to
From staff.
staff. Yeah.
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The Living in Cottage Country Handbook is actually a Watershed Council product. So any request to have it digital, and I know I've heard this a few times, would go to Watershed Council. And really, there's not a huge barrier to making it digital. The only concern is it's the only product that Watershed Council actually charges for. So, and what we use that money for is to print new copies when we run out, and also, you know, provide updates to it over time. It's not, I do think it's possible, but you would have to put that request in. Perhaps there could be like a flat fee to give you access to the digital copy, and then you can distribute it as you wanted. Probably likely be an EPUB, so that we can maintain a little bit of control over it getting distributed broadly. But it is certainly that's really just been the holdup. It is the only product that Watershed Council does actually charge for. So we are concerned about getting a digital copy out there that can just be sent everywhere. That being said, we do want to encourage people to take care of our watershed. So it certainly is something that I think Watershed Council would consider. So you can, you know, send a letter or a request to Watershed Council with what your idea might be, and then they can discuss it.
Councillor Nishikawa.
I just wanted to follow up. So in my recollection, which is almost as old as Rebecca's, but we used to provide an annual donation to Watershed for lots of that literature. There was tons of literature that was available and things like that. And I actually haven't seen that we've actually stepped up, and David could probably talk on this, but we're not donating any longer, like where some of our taxpayers are doing their own thing and becoming members and that sort of thing. But we as a council used to actually request that, you know, more of what we're asking you today, but we also gave a donation to the Watershed Council. And so I'm just wanting to find out if that's still a need, I guess, is the bigger question.
Ms. Willison?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Money is always a need. You know, as you mentioned, it's a nonprofit organization predominantly run by volunteers. So anything we do, we try to make it at least cost neutral, because we don't have money to actually spend on things. You were right. We used to come forward to each area municipality with a request. You know, it was $1,000 or $2,000 to help support the production of, we had a best practices series. So we produced brochures on septic systems and healthy shorelines, and or we had a request to help produce the report card. So it's just a nominal amount that we would request as we had sort of a project that we wanted to undertake. That did stop a number of years ago because it was getting to be quite a lot. If you can imagine, we have 9 watershed municipalities that participate in Watershed Council. So requesting that, when you had to start filling out forms and providing, you know, financial statements and all of that, it started to get a little bit more difficult. So that's when the District of Muskoka kind of stepped up and said, we'll support them. And for the last number of years, we've gotten a $6,000 grant through the Water Strategy Program at the District of Muskoka. And that has helped us fund some of the things that we need to do. For more specific programs like IWM that Watershed Council wants to take, we did send out a larger request. Sorry, I am speaking right now with my Watershed Council hat on and not my district hat. We did send out a larger request, and some municipalities approved that, some didn't. And that is money that is going towards us trying to bring together all the different watershed municipalities. Because there's 13 of those, 13 lower tier, 2 upper tier, And I think probably most of you attended the IWM conference that we had for municipalities in February. So continuing on to that work, we've requested some funds for that. The handbook, and I don't quite know where to go with that, because we don't want to come hat in hand all the time, you know, like it makes it difficult. And then we get some municipalities who contribute, some who don't. But to be honest, our resources are equally available to anyone who wants them. And as I said, the handbook's the only thing that we actually charge for of anything that, of all our resources that we produce, the handbook's the only thing and that's because it does cost us money to print. So I do think there is an opportunity if the municipality wanted to get a digital copy of that to distribute with planning applications or something, I'm sure we can probably work something out. On the other hand, if there's just specific chapters that you're interested in, I have distributed specific chapters. Like if I get someone who has a concern about erosion on their property, I will send them just the chapter on erosion. So they don't have the whole handbook, but they have like the relevant piece. Now, as Mr. Pig said, it is a good resource. It's a good overall resource for living here in Muskoka. So I can understand why you'd want to make the whole thing available as opposed to just a piecemeal. And I do think that's something that we can discuss.
Director Pink, is it all right if we leave this with you to continue your work with this idea in mind with the district?
Yes, through you, we can certainly continue to discuss, and I'm confident we'll find a way to make this happen.
Okay. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much through the chair. Excellent presentation as usual.
Thank you.
And that. The free waterfront visits, are they just in the summer, like from, and that what date to when it finish? And how much is the handbook? Do you know?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The handbook is $20. We do offer bulk discounts. We do have some associations, lake associations, who will buy a number of them and then distribute them to their membership, but a one-off, it's $20. And in terms of site visits, usually they're, I would say, June to October. It's kind of, I'm the one who does them, so it's when I can get all my other programs up and running that I can then switch over and focus more on site visits. So it does vary, but usually June to October.
Thank you very much.
Committee, are there any more questions? Seeing none. Ms. Willison, thank you very much. Clearly you've caught the attention of all of us here, and this is a very important discussion for us to have in our township. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me today.
Committee, we are next going to be talking about zoning bylaw amendments. As you know, we are constantly working on improving our processes and thoughts about what we do in the township. So I've got two items that I'm going to introduce today before we have those ones. I think we've already talked about some of them. The first one is that the Planning Act allows for any owner to make an application. And sometimes we have questioned the need for the application. And, you know, that is frankly just not, you know, they have the right. We don't have the right to ask whether they actually need something or not. So I would ask committee to, you know, consider not making those questions, because I don't think they are actually, they need to be answered. And under the Planning Act, we shouldn't actually be asking them. The second one is occasionally we imply that our applicants are going to change something after they've made their application. You know, in my thinking, this is a little bit like playing judge and jury on an offense that hasn't been committed yet. And I think there are possibly other ways to explore that topic, because there is a reality out there. But I'd like us to constrain from using things that actually challenge the integrity of the applicant. So as I said, it's not a topic that we should avoid necessarily, but we need to find a different way to approach it. So I would just ask you to have those two considerations as process improvements. So that said, let's move on to our zoning bylaw amendment. And Ms. Crowder is our presenter today. And the first one is zoning bylaw 12/24. And please go ahead, Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bosemuth. It looks like I have been booted from the Zoom, so just give me one moment.
Been zoomed out.
Okay, so my colleague's been generous enough to let me use their laptop, so hopefully we won't get that one kicked out. But
Well, we all have the reports on at our disposal.
great, okay. All
Not
right.
critical.
Oh, it's going well, okay. All right, sorry about that. So thank you, Chair Bosemuth, and good morning, members of committee. The first application to be heard this morning is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1224 in the name of Bastone. The subject lands are known municipally as 1029 Village 4 Road. The submitted zoning sketch can be found on page 36 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1224 is to recognize a change of use of an existing sleeping cabin to a dwelling, to recognize an as-built dwelling addition, and to construct a new sun deck addition. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 17 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating no objection to the application itself, but stating that the as-built works have been conducted without the benefit of building permits. Comments were received from Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, stating that the calculated fire response time is 11 minutes and 41 seconds, based on the average shoot time of the fire department in the last 36 months, and a travel distance of 1.5 kilometers from the fire station. As construction will be occurring on the property, we encourage pre-planning with the fire department concerning fire risks during this vulnerable phase of development. The Fire Smart Homeowners Manual should be consulted to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the township's manager of operational services, stating that reduction in setbacks from the road allowance can present future maintenance issues and increased costs associated with tree maintenance. Operational services would prefer that the setback from the road allowance be achieved, but understand that this is in addition to an existing structure. Operational services would recommend that no portion of the new construction be permitted any closer than the pre-existing front yard setback. The proposed access is via a non-maintained road. These roads are not constructed or maintained in accordance with township road standards. Operational Services does not review this type of access, and road access for emergency services may be limited and or unavailable via the proposed access. Comments were received from Cassie Ems, planner for the district municipality of Muskoka, stating that district staff would recommend that a decision on the above noted application be deferred until such time that a study is completed which demonstrates that there will be no negative impacts as a result of the proximity of the proposed development to the non-operating, non-municipal waste disposal site. 13 letters of support were received. All of these letters, except for 2, were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Those 2 comments were received after the circulation of comments to committee. All of these letters express general support for the application. To proceed with the proposed development, a number of exemptions are required from the zoning bylaw, including exemptions to, first, recognize as-built development and permit additional development on a property which does not meet the minimum lot frontage requirements on a street maintained year-round by a public authority. The requirement is 200 feet of frontage on a year-round maintained public roadway. The property has 87 feet of frontage on a non-maintained public roadway. Second, to recognize a change of use of a sleeping cabin to a dwelling, which is not a permitted use on this property. Third, to recognize a change of use of a sleeping cabin to a dwelling on a property which does not meet the minimum lot frontage and area requirements of the general restricted zone, being 200 feet of frontage and 1 acre. The property has 87 feet of frontage and 0.5 acres in area. Fourth and fifth, to recognize an as-built dwelling addition to be 25.5 feet from the front lot line, where 50 feet is required, and to permit an as-built sun deck addition to be 32 feet from the front lot line, where 50 feet is required. And lastly, to permit a sun deck addition to be 15 feet from the southeasterly side lot line, where 30 feet is required. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that exemptions A, D, E, and F be approved to recognize an as-built addition to a sleeping cabin and a new sun deck addition subject to any necessary revisions, and that third reading of such bylaw be withheld until such time as a D4 assessment is prepared by a qualified professional to the satisfaction of the township, and any cooking facilities are removed from the subject building to the satisfaction of the township. And further, staff recommend that exemptions B and C to recognize a dwelling as a permitted use on an undersized lot in a general restricted GR zone be denied. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. Do we have Mr. Simpson? Is he here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
No.
Oh, well, thank you. Mr. Green, if you'd like to come up, we've got 5 minutes. Are you the applicant or the owner? No, you're not the owner. If you could state your name and address and off you go. I think you have to turn the mic on.
Is that working? Yep.
Yep.
My name is Robert Green. I'm a land use planner with Telek Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1W9. I'm coming into this a bit late in the game. I did provide some brief scope of planning policy that I submitted last week. I'm not sure if committees had opportunity to review that or not. I also submitted yesterday some comments on the viability or necessity of a D4 assessment. I will discuss that a little bit further. But since I'm coming into this late in the game, I just wanted to address some of the concerns raised in the staff report to the denial of the sleeping cabin being allowed to use as a dwelling. My client purchased this property and there was a kitchen existing in it at the time. He was under the assumption that it was a legal dwelling. He's come here now through me to help rectify this situation. The concept that the lot is undersized. The lot is it's a lot of record on a plan of survey from 1968 described as part 4 on RD 658. And as per the zoning bylaw 341, it would be deemed to conform to the bylaw. So it shouldn't be considered an undersized lot or frontage because it is a legal lot, a lot of record. The year-round maintained road, though the subject property falls just outside of the 150 meters of waterfront area. The rural property does not have a rural zoning because it does not function as a rural property. The part of the village's community that falls outside of the waterfront area is more of a rural waterfront interface. The subject property is part of a waterfront community that was established in the 1960s, and the subject lands function more like a waterfront backlot. The subject property has a structure that is permitted in a waterfront zone. Road access is acquired by traveling through the waterfront area. My client pays an annual fee for the maintenance of community dock, boat launch, and beach. So he has access to the water through that. Given that it's a seasonal community, a seasonal road access is appropriate. The kitchen, as I stated, was added by a previous owner. He is now here attempting to rectify the situation through the proper process. It is a natural evolution of the property with no primary use that it would evolve to have a primary use. Preventing the legal cooking inside of a structure forces the occupants to cook outside, which is hardly an ideal situation for the neighbors. Cooking over a fire increases risks of accidental fires from drifting embers or those who get too close to it. Breathing in too much smoke can be hazardous and irritate the lungs or irritate the neighbors. Road access, as pointed out in the official plan, section L6.6, requires that lot creation and development shall be accessed by a publicly owned year-round maintained road. But I see that as implying it for new development and new lot creation. As this is a legal non-complying use, the existing road is adequate. The subject property is for seasonal use, and as the district is already collecting garbage at the property with a GFL truck, there is no need for additional garbage service. If the road can accommodate a GFL garbage truck, it can also accommodate any emergency vehicles. The appropriateness of the infrastructure pointed that out, and the health and safety concerns as highlighted in the CPP. I'll address that later for the D4. Concerns of the ripple effect and approval.
Mr. Green, I was just, you got about half a minute left or so.
Okay. Essentially, I can't see an intensity of use as a dwelling as a minimum of 250 square feet. This is within the range of an acceptable dwelling size. The intensity of use, I can't see that growing as the topography of this site restricts much more growth. It's a rocky hill that comes up, and the developed site is already developed. So the idea that it's going to be a much larger house, I don't see that happening. In terms of a D4 assessment, the topography, I've actually talked to the MECP on this, and the house and the site, they're in separate watersheds. The water's flowing, surface water in different directions away from it. Also, the topography, it's about 65 feet higher from where the actual site is. It's one of the highest points in the area of this property. So I think if it's assessed, I don't know that it needs a full D4 assessment. I think that any qualified professional looking at the topography of this site would recognize that the potential for leaching towards my client's property is minimal, if not none.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you. Are there any people who would like to speak in favor of this application? You can sit down. We may have questions for you. Thank you. Anybody speaking in favor of this application? Do we have anybody speaking against this application? All right, committee. Questions to Ms. Crowder or the applicant's agent? Councilor Nishikawa, please.
Thank you. through you to Mr. Pink, I think. I just wanted, I guess, a little update in, for me, with the D4 situation. I had thought maybe 2 terms back, but that the district was more involved with getting these sites cleaned up or noted and that type of thing. Or was it just left to us?
Director Pink?
Thank you, through you. When the D4 issue arose, I think it was about 2 terms ago, it was maybe 5-10 years ago now. When the township transferred ownership of former waste disposal sites to the district of Muskoka and became aware of those locations, the Ministry of the Environment became more active in requiring or advising us of the D4 assessment requirement in the review of planning applications across the district of Muskoka. What our council did, I recall, we did pass a resolution and a recommendation to the district of Muskoka that they investigate the influence area or the material left on landfill sites under municipal ownership or district ownership. And the district did undertake a comprehensive program of several years. They investigated their sites, but I believe in this situation, this is a private landfill where we would not have the authority to enter on and do those investigations in order to reduce the influence area. So maybe to put it in a little more plain English, there's that 500-meter distance around former landfills. Once you go in, it's called an influence area where development needs to be reviewed within that area on publicly owned landfills, which is, I believe, the majority. That influence area has been scoped down to just the subject property, so it no longer impacts the surrounding neighbors. But there are a number of privately owned former landfills still in our municipality, and those influence areas still extend onto neighboring property owners, and I believe that's the situation here.
Follow on?
So just for my own education, I guess, who does this property owner reach out to then? They're like, do we look to this property owner to reach out to another engineering firm or something like, do they, where does that direction go?
Director Pink?
Thank you. It would be the same as any other technical requirement, whether it's an EIS and a qualified environmental professional or an engineer for stormwater. This would be, qualified professional, typically engineering firms. There are a few local firms that are qualified. They would have to investigate the subject property and ensure that there would be no potential impacts from the former landfill, whether it's gas migration, methane, leachate, other matters, and provide us that assessment.
Thank you. Committee, any further questions on this? No, that's fine. Councillor Nishikawa?
My preamble is that I love small homes, so I'm a little challenged, or I'm not quite clear. I read through the report and it's a good report, but I actually didn't put all of the mapping together, the ABCs and that. My basic question is, what's wrong with putting a kitchen in this? And why would we not deem this as a dwelling? Because I thought that we passed a bylaw that sort of wiped out the minimum square footage. Last term, I think we did that.
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you, through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Nishikawa. In essence, this property and a lot of the properties surrounding it are zoned general restricted for 2 reasons. One being they're typically quite undersized in frontage and area, but second being that they don't have frontage on a year-round maintained road. And that causes significant concerns when it comes to health and safety, emergency medical services getting to the properties. So these properties with the general restricted zone are somewhat frozen in the sense that whatever use existed on the lot when that zone was put in place was permitted to continue, but changing the use of the lot, and in this case, increasing the intensity of use from a sleeping cabin to a dwelling, would in essence exacerbate a concern that the property doesn't have proper road access. It's not maintained at any point throughout the year. It's a township-owned, non-maintained road. So putting a kitchen in would permit this change of use, which is a higher intensity of use, and our policies don't support that.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Again, I'm very confused in that I'm just going to talk about Ward A and a number of locations that I visit on a regular winter basis where people are living. And in fact, in even smaller waterfront lots, I'm not quite clear is a good portion of our roads are not maintained year round. And yet we do have people that live on them. And I understand the general restriction part of it, but I also believe that for this particular case, it's part of there's a housing opportunity here. And I don't want to, but I'm also concerned that our policies don't really line up to what is happening out there in general. And so that's, I don't quite understand this, because again, I would say a great many of year-round residents actually live off of seasonally maintained roads, and actually not maintained roads at all by the township.
Thank you. I see is that Mr. Bastone on?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Crowder, if you'd like to comment on that. I thought that was more a comment. We can read that.
Yeah, through you, Chair Bosemuth, Councilor Nishikawa. It's a great question, and we recognize that in the township we are looking for housing opportunities. I think that in this area, quite a few of these properties are zone general restricted, and a significant number of them are vacant, so they're not developed at all right now. And approval of something such as this, which these properties typically don't support changing the use, could set a precedent moving forward that a significant more proposals will come forward to develop these lots that aren't of a size and frontage to accommodate concerns regarding septic. They're not serviced properties. The frontage concern, which we've noted. And usually when we're looking at some of these undersized lots, a lot of them will have water frontage. So that will be the second point of access. A lot of our roads in the township that are private or non-maintained will also have that water access component and the navigability on a waterway. So that provides a form of access for emergency and medical services. And those properties, generally speaking, are usually used seasonally when the waterway is open, but hopefully that provides a little bit more explanation, but I'm happy to elaborate further. And I saw that Mr. Sharp did jump on too, so I don't know if he had anything to add, but I'm here.
Mr. Sharp, do you want to comment or not? Don't have to. We've had an excellent explanation from Ms. Walker. If you have anything you'd like to add, please do so.
Yeah, nothing to add. I just wanted to touch on the precedent piece, and it appears that Ms. Crowder read my mind, so nothing to add, but if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Baston, I would not normally do this. We'd already start with people supporting it, but I'll give you a couple of minutes if you'd like.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'll do my best to word this as efficiently as I can, but just to point on Emily's points, this property already has a septic system. It's a legal septic system. This property already has a well. This property already has a building that is fully legal, right? This property already has a bathroom. It already has a bed that you can sleep in. So to imply that it's going to be more intensively used is inaccurate, because the property still is a fully functioning home. The only thing it doesn't have legally right this minute is a cooking surface. It still has sinks, it still has running water, and you can still cook outside. So I can still be there every single day and live there and use it intensively, daily, every single moment of the day and month and year if I wanted to. So the intensive use, it doesn't increase. It doesn't become more dangerous. We don't have an increased risk for health and safety, right? If I'm there sleeping and I need emergency services, I still need emergency services, whether or not I have a pot of pasta water boiling, right? It makes zero difference. This building is still there legally. We're just adding a cooking surface. With or without that cooking surface, the building still exists and I can still use it as intended. So everything she's saying, it's very inaccurate. And I understand that she has, systems and processes that you guys have to follow. But this property is already at that point. It just has a cooktop.
Thank you very much. Director Pink, I wonder if you could add some comments.
Sure, thank you. Through you, I can certainly add some comments. It's not very often, I think the planning staff recognize actually provincial policy statement or PPS concerns with applications. Most of our applications are quite site specific and don't raise provincial type issues. And we, recognize that there are a number of cottages on our waterfront that are also not on roads, but as Ms. Crowder pointed out, those can be accessed by waterways. But the regime set up by the province, those are meant to be recreational uses. And that's why the province permits us to have those in those locations. Those are on a seasonal basis. And again, I appreciate some are lived in year round and we really can't do anything about that. But the provincial policy statement really aims to avoid any potential public health and safety concerns. And this is a road not maintained year round, and also looks not to force or development to force what could be uneconomical or added infrastructure. Because eventually, if we continue to allow buildings or residences to be built on unmaintained roads, there will be a push to maintain those roads, to provide busing, to provide garbage services, to provide paramedics to those. There's no shortage in the township of year-round maintained roads for our development to exist on. I think it's a very precedent slippery slope to start permitting year-round residential development on non-maintained roads. I do appreciate the applicant's points that the building exists, but I think it's important to note that if that lot was vacant, there would be no development permitted on it today. Yes, they do have a building, but we would not allow that today. They're, I'm not going to say lucky, but that's grandfather. That is a legal non-conforming use. I wouldn't suggest to you that two wrongs make a right and that we should take what's meant to be a bunkie legally and add potential more intensive use by a kitchen. Yes, they can sleep there. They can stay there as much as they indicate. But I would suggest to you that without a kitchen, it's a little hard to live there 365 days a year without being able to cook food. So as nuanced as that is and minor as it may seem to the applicant, that's a significant distinction in the eyes of our policies and our zoning bylaw. And again, our not just the PPS, but district plan, our plan makes it very clear that year-round residential development is to occur on year-round maintained public roads. So I hope that helps.
Mr. Snyder, I see you've come on. Did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address some of the comments made by the applicant. Yes, and build on some of Mr. Pink's comments as well. Yes, there is an existing building on the property. It does or is afforded legal non-complying rights as a sleeping cabin. Yes, a building permit or a septic permit was issued, despite the fact that the property is not afforded as of rights for a dwelling. That does not allow me or afford me the ability to refuse an application for a sewage permit on any property. And finally, the comments regarding the washroom within the building. It's my understanding that the washroom was added without benefit of a building permit. And I think the applicant is aiming to recognize that, to allow for that development, to allow a building permit to be submitted subsequently if this process is favorable.
I hope that adds a little bit of added clarity to the situation for all, but certainly I'm willing to or ready to answer further questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. So the Township Muskoka Lakes did not issue a septic permit on this property?
Is that what we heard, Mr. Snyder?
No, a septic permit was issued on this property.
Right. So I wonder why. I mean, I wonder, is this something that goes back 12 years or, again, two wrongs don't make a right, but was that an oops or?
Director Pink.
I'll let Mr. Snyder expand or confirm, but again, there's nothing prohibiting the chief building official is obligated to issue a septic servicing permit. They have a lawful structure on the property. It can be serviced. As the applicant pointed out, it could have a sink, could have services. What we can control and do control is you are not able to expand or enlarge said structure, and you're not able to change its use. And it's gone from an accessory sleeping cabin use to what's proposed as a residence at a larger size. And again, I think staff has considerable concerns with changing the use to a residence. We're not particularly enamored with enlarging the size either, but I think we're able to somewhat hold our nose, to be honest with you, and allow a modest expansion of the building, but because it's still quite a bit less than the typical bunkie size that you would see in the waterfront. But we would suggest to you that allowing a kitchen would be a dangerous precedent.
Councillor Kent, I see you have your hand up, but if I may read the resolution first and because then that'll open up and you can have questions and opinions. So if that's all right with you.
Pardon me, Chair.
Is that Mr. Bastone?
No, Mr. Snyder.
Oh, Mr. Snyder, sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
And as David mentioned, just to build on that, and I apologize if my explanation earlier wasn't clear, that we do have, or I do have, a statutory obligation to issue a permit if it is compliant with zoning bylaw. A septic system does not need to comply with the zoning bylaw or has limited regulations. So I don't have the tool to deny a permit for a septic application. And that was the reason that a permit was issued. And as David or Mr. Pink mentioned, the applicant is afforded the ability to add improvements within the building, provided they are compliant with the zoning bylaw, i.e. services that didn't previously exist, and to provide that sewage system to service the building subsequently.
Thank you. Let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that exemptions A, D, E, and F of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 12/24 be approved to recognize an as-built addition to a sleeping cabin and a new sun deck addition subject to any necessary revisions, and that third reading of such bylaw be withheld until such a time as a D4 assessment is prepared by a qualified professional to the satisfactory of the township, and any cooking facilities are moved from the subject building to the satisfaction of the township. And further, that exemptions B and C be to recognize a dwelling as a permitted use on an undersized lot in a general restricted zone be denied. Councillor Kent, your question and comments.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. I guess it's a question and a comment. It's a very fine line we're walking here when you say cooking facilities. Is it my understanding that the applicant here would be allowed to have an air fryer, which is electrical, a microwave, which is electrical? So basically you can outfit the entire trappings of a kitchen without a cooktop. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand that it seems like a very fine line to say no kitchen if these other items are actually allowed. But I may be mistaken. I'm not sure. So maybe
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Kent, my understanding is that anything that you could use to cook with would not be permitted. So, an air fryer you could use to cook food. So I think that that would not be permitted.
Any further questions or comments?
The same with a microwave and any other cooking. So you're really saying no cooking extensions apart from running water is allowed.
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, Councillor Kent, cooking facilities itself, I'm seeing isn't defined in our zoning bylaw, but you know, you're permitted a sink, which is something that you would use to wash things with, which isn't cooking. But I would say any appliance that's used to cook food would be counted toward as a cooking facility and therefore would not be permitted.
And so with refrigerators. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I understand that we're asking him to become a complete outdoor cooker if they use the facility, which is what which is what you would have in a bunkie effectively, which is
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, Councillor Kent, I believe a fridge is permitted. Because a fridge does not cook. So that I'm hanging my hat on the cooking here. So I would say anything that you could use to cook food, not permitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Pink. If I'm not mistaken, we usually say a stove has to be removed. Is that not right over the years? And that, as far as taking a microwave or a deep fryer route, I've never seen that, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
Director Pink?
Thank you. Through you. The zoning bylaw defines kitchen, and it specifically refers to, again, prepared or an area, room where food is prepared or cooked and which has cooking appliances. Obviously, 99% of the time that is a stove, oven. That's the typical situation. I wouldn't say, we're actively out there enforcing, and I can't recall, a court situation or a legal situation over a cooktop or a microwave. But I think a strict reading would be anything that any cooking appliance, so it could include those items. As you can appreciate, that's challenging to enforce. I don't think municipality has the resources to see if everyone can plug in a microwave, but a stove or an oven has different wiring, a higher gauge voltage. So that's more, I guess, easier to enforce, or at least clear
Okay,
that it
thank
would be
you
a
for the,
contravention.
and that, because I was a little confused. Thank you.
Councillor McIntyre?
Thank you. And through you. This is raising an issue that I think is a big issue, and it's an issue that maybe the township should be considering. As we've seen all over the world, there are tiny homes springing up everywhere, and our bylaw doesn't allow that. But perhaps in this kind of an environment, it is something we could consider, particularly when we consider the extreme housing shortage within the township and other purposes that small houses are put to for housing special needs people. And maybe we could at some point consider looking at that issue as a council or as a township.
Director Pink?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify on that point. The zoning bylaw not too long ago did not permit what you would call a tiny home. We did have a 750 square foot minimum size. We did update that, I believe it was in 2017. We do allow down to the bare minimum of the Ontario Building Code, like 100, 200 odd square feet. So we do allow tiny homes. There's not an issue with this proposal with respect to its size. At issue is that it's proposed on a road that's not maintained by the municipality. Just want to make that clear.
Committee, do we have any comments or questions? Otherwise, I've read the resolution. I'm going to call it. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And then
No, that's it for that one.
oh, that's right. Okay. Me, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we will be back at 11:15. All right, committee, we're back in the meeting. The next application is zoning bylaw application 13/24. Again, the privilege of Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1324 in the name of Baldassarro. The subject lands are known, the subject lands do not have a municipally assigned address. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 58 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1324 is to recognize an existing lot as a building lot. Upon an intended closure and conveyance of part of an original road allowance identified as Part 1 on the applicant's submitted survey, lot will have an undersized frontage on Porteroy Road. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 6 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Tim Sopko, the township's manager of public works, and the district municipality of Muskoka's planning department, all stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, stating that the calculated fire response time is 10 minutes and 28 seconds, based on the average shoot time of the fire department in the last 36 months, and a travel distance of 1.8 kilometers from the fire station. The Fire Smart Homeowners Manual should be consulted to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. A septic report was provided by Matt Irving, the township septic inspector, stating that there is reasonable area on the vacant lot to accommodate a private on-site sewage system. However, a location-specific review will be required if or when an application to construct such a system is submitted. A letter of support was submitted with the application from Rolf Harrow Coors, stating that they are the abutting property owner and that they do not have an objection to the owner constructing a house on the property. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the application be approved, subject to third reading being withheld until such time as the land in original road allowance application ORA 0623 amended is conveyed to the satisfaction of the township. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Believe the applicant agent. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could start with your name and address, and you've got 5 minutes.
Sure, thank you. My name is Jasmine Last. I'm a planning technician for Plan Muskoka Inc. Our mailing address is PO Box 5384, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2K7. Our office was retained to review the proposed amendment and provide planning justification, which was included in today's agenda package. The principal planner unfortunately had a conflict with a council meeting in Georgian Bay this morning, so he wasn't able to attend. But we did review the staff report and concur with the recommendation. Just a final note, the applicant is in the process of finalizing that road allowance purchase from the township. So once that's completed, they will have frontage on a year-round maintained road, and the exemption is the only exemption I should say is required to recognize that road frontage. But their intent is to otherwise build a dwelling that complies with the standards of the zoning bylaw in terms of lot coverage and setbacks. And it seems to reflect the type of development that's envisioned for these local community areas in the official plan. Other than that, I think it's a fairly straightforward application, but I am happy to try to answer any questions that committee may have.
Thank you very much. Well under 5 minutes. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Nope.
Sure. My name is David. My name is Dave McDonald. I own the property that was recently Jamie Mortimer's on Corduroy Road. So I own on either side of where they're proposing to enter onto the property. And there was another fella beside that map that approached us and tried to get out onto Corduroy Road. So we couldn't come upon, he tried to sell me his property, and then it was an exponential amount of money. And then he tried to buy it right away across our property to get to it. So a few of our concerns with the neighborhood, one is as we come up the stairs, as you would stand and hold the door open for a lady. Typically, if I was to come into a community and be a neighbor, I would approach the neighbors and, talk to them, and just, that's my opinion, which doesn't matter here. But my question is that if you give approval to this lot, there's another one behind our triangle of property that would they also be coming out the same entrance? Are you essentially landlocking the other person, or it's a bit of a messy situation? Because when we purchased the property, we were under the understanding that there was only 3 lots on that road. So that was what was appealing to us, is that it's a fairly private road. But now if this is approved, are you then going to approve the next neighbor and have them coming out in between our property? Is that my understanding?
Ms. Crowder, would you have a comment on that?
Yeah, through you, Chair Bosenworth. I guess my first question would be if maybe I'll pull up the map so we can just confirm we're talking about the right properties here. But I think I know what you're asking, so I'll just share that first and then we can go from there. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can highlight the property. No, I can't, but I think, oh, you can all see my mouse. So is this the property that you're referring to, asking if it will have access?
Yes.
Okay, so the way that the original road allowance application was submitted, and I'm just pulling this up here, is that this is the road allowance right here. Highlighted in yellow is the portion that the subject property we're talking about is in the process of purchasing. The reason that it's only half here is so to provide potential opportunity for the abutting property to the north to do the same. So if that property to the north went through an application to the Crishell, the land use closure, sorry, they could potentially see about purchasing this portion, but then again, they'd have to come to committee because that lot is going to have undersized frontage on Corduroy Road as well. So future development would need to come before this committee prior to happening. But the reason that the clerk's department was supportive of this is to not landlock that lot up north that already exists, which is why only half of this portion here was they were okay with selling, is my understanding. But again, maybe we'd look to clerks if.
So if I can just summarize that, I think what you said, that it is being structured so that that lot could potentially, if it had committee and council's approval, it could get road access.
So sorry to interrupt, but the highlighted lot in that section is the lot that we're speaking of, the highlighted lot in that section. So according to survey, I own on either side of that. So if you move your mouse to the left a little bit, that triangle, and then if you go down with your mouse, there's another triangle right there. So they're essentially trying to come out in the middle of that. Is that correct?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, my understanding is that the portion of the road, I see what you're saying, you'd have to traverse your land potentially.
Myself, yeah.
I don't know. I think I would defer that question to our land use coordinator. So I'm not totally sure if that portion of the road allowance is only accessible by traversing your lands, then that's a different situation, right? So if the closure of the road allowance permitted direct frontage on Corduroy Road, that would be one situation, which is essentially what we're looking at today. But if you're traversing lands, then you aren't actually having direct frontage on the year-round maintained road. So, but I think, you know, to get full clarity on it, I would defer to our in-house experts on it, which would be Chriselle Story, who's the land use coordinator.
Okay. All right. Does that satisfy your, that doesn't give you a firm answer, but it gives you a direction where you can go and get a firm answer.
Yeah, so then that closed section, then why would they not propose to enter onto Walker's Point Road instead of Corduroy Road? Because essentially, you know, what happens is that someone's just gonna eventually, and I mean, that's why I was surprised that someone wouldn't approach us, because I'm not one to hold someone's feet in the fire. I'd rather support a neighbor, and if I could help a neighbor, then I would love to. But if they're going to come out through the middle and then they're going to, you know how it goes, they start off using it, and then next thing you know, there's applying for a garage or what we all know how it all goes. But why would they not enter onto Walker's Point Road instead of Corduroy? If they're purchasing that strip of road allowance, then would they not just enter onto Walker's Point Road is the question that I would have.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth. So are you referring to the subject property we're here talking about today, right now?
Well, both essentially. So every neighbor that I've spoken to, and unfortunately, I've been the one that was massaged into coming here. Yeah, so both properties then would access Walker's Point Road as opposed to, and then they're not sharing the same road. They've got their own, because then they can buy that section of road allowance from the township and then not affect anybody on Corduroy Road, not have more traffic or that sort of thing. You know?
So I guess my first question is, this road here is, I think, the road you're referring to, and this is Barlocken Road. So is that the road you're referring to?
Barlocken starts after that. That's the bizarre part. So that is Walker's Point Road.
Okay.
And Barlocken makes a turn at Walker's Point and Barlocken at the next intersection.
Okay, so Walker's Point essentially.
That is a
This.
Walker's Point
Okay.
Road. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So purchasing the road allowance in front of these two properties would give you direct access on Corduroy Road, which is a year-round maintained road, which is essentially what you would need to satisfy the appropriate access to the property. Neither of these properties have direct frontage on this Walker's Point Road that you're referring to.
Oh.
So if they purchase this down here, essentially you'd be traversing this ORA to get to the year-round maintained road. You wouldn't have direct frontage on a year-round maintained road. So you'd essentially have to enter into a license agreement, and that's because this property doesn't have water frontage. That wouldn't be something that would be supported by our policy.
So then and sorry if I'm interrupting or.
Well, Ms. McDonald, I think this perhaps is, if you need further understanding, I think you could probably spend it with staff rather than having that discussion here.
Yeah, I appreciate your time.
You know, Ms. Walker Ms. Crowder will certainly, I'm sure, be willing to have that discussion. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I have some questions for Mr. McDonald, if I could. Come on back. Sorry.
Right, a couple of questions, if they're directly related to the application in front of us.
I was going to ask him how his business was doing, but otherwise, no, I was talking about the application.
Very well.
I'm very concerned about what I'm voting on today, quite frankly. And in fact, this particular property owner has a lot of the answers that I would need. Like one of them would be, I've always been confused about Corduroy Road, honestly, because there's been lots of different things that have happened on that road over the years and things. And in fact, is it your understanding that it is maintained by the municipality? Like a portion of the road is maintained?
It is maintained by the township, correct?
because what I wasn't clear on our mapping and things that was given was is honestly how we can sell a portion of the road allowance and still have the correct traversing of the road.
I think in your support, Ruth, if you could put the map back up, I think with the application, they're showing that it's a clear route out to Corduroy Road, which is incorrect. So the top map that we looked at and you highlighted with your mouse, that is correct. And then I'm not sure if you go down, if it's just not your highlighted section there. So I don't know where that small triangle on the lower side of the page would be in relation to that highlighted yellow area.
Ms. Crowder, and perhaps we could have Crystal come up and might be able to address this issue if you could arrange. Yeah, because Crystal knows.
Through you.
Yes, Ms. Crowder.
So in relation to this diagram that's on the screen right now, the triangles, so this right here where my mouse is the actual road. This is the actual Corduroy Road. So the triangles aren't shown on this drawing here because this is a close-up of the subject property right here and the portion of road allowance that's directly in front of it. So the road allowance is typically 66 feet in width and goes on to outside of the actual road itself to allow for maintenance and potential expansion and whatnot. So that's the portion that they're seeking about purchasing. The Corduroy Road is right here. So if we were looking at the triangles, okay, they would actually be down here. The one would be down here somewhere and the other one would be up here somewhere.
So Emily, what is the distance between, if you scroll up, what is the distance between the two triangles that they're proposing to come out in between? That's the question. Like that is the 47 feet. Is that correct?
Well, the portion that's right here to be purchased, which yeah, theoretically is in between the two triangles. This portion here is 47 feet.
Okay. So that's just missing the lower triangle essentially on the map.
Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't have the triangles on the map because they're not the portion of properties that we're dealing with here.
Page 62 has a better diagram, I think, doesn't it?
62. Okay.
You had it up before.
Oh. Does this one work or?
In one map, it shows the triangle to the top of the page. And on that map, it doesn't show the triangle to the bottom side of the page. I'm just not sure if it's missing or is it in part of part one? That's where it does not seem to be transparent through that application. Like that one is, you can see the upper elongated triangle and then the lower one by the corner of the road. So I'm assuming that in between is what you've highlighted.
So I'm not totally sure I'm understanding what the triangles, what those portions of land, what the relevance is.
Well, if they're coming out in between them, like if I own both, if they're coming out between, what's the?
So the land in between the triangles though is owned by the township.
Yes.
And that's the portion that the ORA application is subject to.
Yeah.
It appears that the application has been conditionally approved for the purchase of that portion.
Yeah.
And is detailed in the report that's highlighted within this report that was prepared by clerks.
Yeah.
So I can't tell you the distance between those triangles, but I can tell you that the portion of ORA that is proposed to be added to this lot is 47 feet in frontage, which would provide that frontage on Corduroy Road.
Well, if that's but it has to be relevant to the two pieces of property that are directly related. So to get to the road, that is my question, is how much of that, because I don't know the distance between the two, we haven't surveyed them. that, to me, that looks, to their application, it looks in benefit to them. But as you can see between the two triangles, they're essentially coming out through the middle of both pieces of property that we purchased. So that's my question is, at the end of the day, you're going to give them approval, and then am I going to have someone park in their trailer, or, you know what I mean? Are they going to start misusing the property?
Through you, Chair
Yep,
Bozeman.
yes, Ms. Crowder.
Yes, so this portion of land is my understanding is what's being purchased. And that application has been conditionally approved by the General Finance Committee. It would provide them access between your two triangles of land. They could use that land however which they want, provided, you know, you're complying with bylaws and laws to traverse it. So parking of vehicles within there, I would think they probably can.
So then the next question is if you approve that lot to come through there, then are you going to approve the next lot that is landlocked as well?
Well,
that's my intention, is that this lot that we bought that we thought no one could ever build on, and it was very private. Are you now accommodating for the next, are you essentially landlocking the neighboring property to the north, or it would be to the north? Are you landlocking them, or are you approving for them to come through? You can't have both.
through you, Chair Bosenworth, the property today is landlocked. The property today doesn't have frontage. So this application would not landlock the property to the north. As far as would this committee approve that application? No such application has been made. So I don't think that I would speak to that today. If an application were made, that would be considered by committee. Not just this committee, but General Finance Committee, for the potential purpose of closing up that portion of the road allowance. So I don't necessarily want to get into the what ifs, but I think that those applications at that time would be evaluated. I do think there's benefit in potentially leaving the option of frontage open, because this lot does exist today and it doesn't have frontage and it's zoned for development. So we would, you know, for the purposes of public health and safety, having the possibility of frontage on a road is a benefit.
So what I'm saying to you is that it's just like the previous thing that was discussing a kitchen. So this person got so far along and they think that they can go on a seasonal road and then have a kitchen and all these sorts of things. So if you approve this one, essentially you can't deny the other. So I'm not trying to speak to it.
Mr. McDonald, we are now discussing about a potential application and what ifs, and I know that's important for your understanding. What we have before us is something that I think is fairly clear, and I think from the discussions that we've allowed you to have with Ms. Crowder, you've got an indication that there is a possibility, but it will depend on what the application looks like and the terms and conditions, and what committee and ultimately council will think of at that time. So I think if that's satisfactory at this point, we will go on.
Could I answer your question, Ruth?
Answer.
Sorry.
Councillor Nishikawa's question, and then we'll go to Councillor Mazin. What was your question, Councillor Nishikawa?
Honestly, Chair Bosmer, I am still very concerned about this particular what we've been delivered today, and my views on site and things, and again about I don't fully understand, and I'm not expecting you to have the answer. I need to go to the Director of Public Works or something like that. But I really am concerned about us sort of selling off the shore road allowance and having people traverse in a different manner. So as we mentioned, like, so for instance, people would be trespassing on other property owners. And ultimately it's because I gave approval is mostly my concern. So I'm just not there yet with the information that I have right now.
Fair enough. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, and in fact, our clerk, our director of, oh my gosh, Director Peroshi is here. Thank you. I'm looking, actually, if you could kindly put that map back up, because I, through the kind of line of discussion, there, I'm trying to get an understanding on the, but I can't even get my words out right now. What is being permitted from your perspective, and how does this impact the possible private property of somebody else?
Dr. Broshi.
Thank you, through you. So per the policy, we would never recommend closing a road allowance if it were to block access to somebody else. So I think there was another diagram a little bit further down that shows that there's a piece that we wouldn't be selling off. So normally when we would sell a road allowance, we would sell either the entire road allowance to one property owner, but we always contact the abutting property owner on the other side of the road allowance to see if they want to purchase half. In this case, in order to get them access, they need the whole portion. However, we didn't want to cut off access to the property to the north. So that's why that square has been taken out, so that there would still be access on the road allowance. So that would still be road allowance for the property to the north. So that's why that square is out.
So
Councilor Mezin,
yeah,
supplemental.
quick supplemental, if we could go back up to the drawing, because I think this is where we were getting a little bit stuck with the triangles. Because the property owner, it looks to me across the road, is feeling there's a possible impact on their property. And that's what I'm trying to understand now, where this discussion has gone. So is that something that when we're looking at a property, we take into consideration what's across the way? I think that's what I'm hearing as being the issue.
Director Broshi.
Thank you, through you. And I'll do it. So you're talking about the property owner with that triangle piece there.
Well,
Yes.
it would seem that there's two of them, which is why there is a concern, I think, from this particular property owner, is what I think I'm hearing. So I'm trying to get some closure on.
Right. So from the policy's perspective, looking purely at the policy, both of those pieces of property have frontage onto a road. So they already have frontage onto an existing road, so it wouldn't be denying them access. They have current frontage onto the road, not to the road allowance, to the road on the other side. So they wouldn't have any, they'd still have access. They'd still have access to both of those properties.
Yep.
I think what I'm hearing is that there is concern that if there's a new access point to one and now two possible properties, that the concern is that that somehow is on their, has the ability or the risk of being on their private property on the other side of these triangles. But maybe I'm hearing this incorrectly. Is that?
And I through you, I don't want to speak out of turn
Yes.
Because it is more of a public works matter when it comes to roads. But the access could only be on their own property or on a road allowance. They can't put an access point over somebody else's property without that person's permission.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from committee? Thank you, Mr. McDonough. I think we got most of the discussion out here. Councillor Roberts. Sorry, Gord. Edwards. Councillor.
They look so much alike.
Yeah. Well, if you'd have last names that weren't first
On
names.
page 58 there.
Page 58, you're saying?
Page 58. Okay, that one there. You have to shrink it down a little bit. I'm looking at where the triangle comes down. There's a measurement there. It's 14.34, I guess, meters up in there. Does that triangle come down farther than that? Right where you got the pointer.
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Councillor Edwards. 14.34 meters goes from this point here
That's right.
all the way down to this point.
Right. So we've left that so that the next owner can buy that, get access to that lot. Is that right?
Through you, to Councillor Edwards, I think what I've heard from Director Proshi is that the clerk's department would not be interested in selling this portion because it would essentially negate the northern owner from pursuing purchase of this and potential access.
That's what I said. That's why you've got the little L shape there.
Right.
Right. Now, second question.
Yes, sir.
The original Corduroy Road, was that built on the road allowance or was it adjusted?
Ms. Crowder.
I think that I would look to the Public Works Department to confirm the exact location of the road in relation to the road allowance.
Director Pink, do you have a comment here?
I'm not sure if Public Works will be available, but I think to answer your question, I would suspect that likely what's happened is Corduroy Road, whenever it was built many, many years ago, was just not placed on the road allowance, and it's
That's
created
what I
the
thought. Yeah,
situation
so that's why.
that we're in, where you have a traveled road and a new road allowance, and you have the original road allowance that it was intended to be
Right.
built on. I think the application in front of you, I think we need to not lose sight of what we have in front of us is not potential future applications of other property owners. As we've heard from the clerk's department, that land was left so that we would not cut off access. It's certainly not meant that it's going to be future sold. It's that we didn't cut off access. What a future owner may do or apply for, we will deal with it in due course. But what's in front of you, the road allowance has already been approved subject to conditions. That's not in front of committee today. What it does though is create frontage on this property, just not 100 feet. So what's before committee is whether we approve the building on this lot with less than 100 feet. That's really all that's in front of you today, and I think we should focus back on.
Thank you very much. That's what I understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, I'm going to read the resolution. It doesn't preclude another question or two, but let's move by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 13/24 be approved, subject to third reading being withheld until such time as the land in original road allowance application OR 0623 amended is conveyed to the satisfaction of the township.
There's someone else to speak on. Sure. Let them, but someone has their hand up.
Is that the applicant's agents? Is the applicant's agent wishing to speak? No. Oh, no, sorry, we're not going to entertain neighbors at this point. Was he in when I was asking for? Oh, he was? I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. No, that's fine. Thank you for that. I should have asked. All right, can you bring them in? We can have that comment.
Yeah, he's been in the home.
Yeah, okay. My apologies for not bringing you in earlier into this discussion, but please go ahead with your name and address.
Good morning, members of council and guests. My name is Kevin Disman. Permanent address 12 Coriel Street, Seagrave, Ontario, L0C1G0. I am the owner of 1021 Corduroy Road, which is essentially a triangle in between Dave's triangles, I believe. So together, our three triangles make up a rectangle that run parallel with the existing or the old road allowance. I have a couple of concerns. The first concern is I don't believe the drawings you have at hand accurately reflect or give you enough clarification on the boundaries, the lot lines. My property actually crosses Corduroy Road. At the furthest easternmost point, my marker is another 16 feet east of that. And then I triangulate down to the stop sign, essentially at the bottom of Corduroy Road and Walker's Point. And then it triangulates up to the border of Dave's property, who was speaking earlier. So I'm kind of, our properties really aren't defined very well, I don't believe, on the submitted survey or drawings. Every drawing that I've seen, whether it's on GeoHub, and I know that's not legal, but other survey documents that I was looking at when I purchased the property a few years ago, it's very convoluted in that area. Corduroy Road is not shown, not measured. It fully trespasses on my property for a good portion of it, right around the same area that the applicant is trying to use to access. So that's why I think it's critical that the drawing that's submitted indicates all of our properties in there. I think it's time that someone take the time to actually create a drawing that's accurate of that area, because it is, as I said, very convoluted with the trespass road that's in effect, our property lines going across the road. That's my one point that I'd like to make today. Second point I'd like to make is that I understand the idea of bending rules. It happens all the time. My issue is that you have a minimum road allowance for a driveway. If someone said, okay, we're 5, 10, 15 feet short of that, what can we do about that? I probably wouldn't have an issue with that, but we're talking about halving the distance that you require. So I'm not really sure what the point of having a rule is if you're not going to apply it at least the majority of the rule, right? I mean, 47 feet or whatever it is quite a big difference than 100 feet. Those are the 2 points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. And again, apologize for not bringing you in earlier. Director Ping, have you got some comments about how we could deal with this?
Thank you.
situation?
Dare I ask if Ms. Crowder could put the maps back up and scroll between the two, but I believe what the neighbor, the speaker indicated, if you go to the key map on page 48, is certainly is not survey accurate. We're not basing decisions off of a key map. The key map's intention is purely to allow council and the community to be aware of the general location of the situation we're dealing with. I would certainly not vouch for the accuracy of the key map. It's not based off survey information, but assessment information. What we are basing the decision and our review of the application on, however, is a survey. I think that's on page 50, or it's in several locations in your agenda package. And it is very clear, highlighted in blue is the subject property, highlighted in yellow is a road allowance that they have approval to purchase. And Corduroy Road is identified, and there's a clear frontage and access on Corduroy Road. We do recognize that it is considerably less than the numerical amount. However, again, this is not a new lot creation application. We're not looking to subdivide properties. This lot exists. It is zoned to allow development. It is deficient. Again, the question before you is whether it's appropriate to build on it. Staff's review of the policies. We can support the application. I hope that helps.
All right, any more questions or comments from committee? I have read the resolution. I'm going to call it. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
The next item is Plan 2024-073 zoning bylaw amendment 1424, and that is Ms. Crowder. See.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 1424 in the name of Cornea. The subject lands are known municipally as 1110 Campbell's Road, unit number 4. The submitted zoning sketch can be found on page 83 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1424 is to demolish an existing boat port and to construct a new dock and 2-story boathouse. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Manager of Operational Services, and planning staff from the District Municipality of Muskoka, all stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, stating that the calculated fire response time is 15 minutes and 33 seconds based on the average shoot time of the fire department in the last 36 months and a travel distance of 6.6 kilometers from the fire station. When response time is outside of the rural response time objective, it is prudent to subject developments to additional design requirements beyond the minimum in the building code, potentially including fire sprinklers, increased spatial separations, and building materials of higher fire resistance ratings. As construction will be occurring on the property, we encourage pre-planning with the fire department concerning fire risks during this vulnerable phase of development. The Fire Smart Homeowners Manual should be consulted to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. A letter of support was received from Heather and Tom Cornea, area property owners, expressing their support for the proposal. To proceed with the proposed development, a number of exemptions are required to permit a cumulative dock width of 86.5 feet, where 75 feet is the maximum, and to permit a cumulative single-story boathouse width to be 59 feet, where 51.8 feet is the maximum. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that the application be deferred until such time as an accurate site plan is submitted to the satisfaction of the township. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have the applicant's agent there? Ms. Ledger, morning.
Yes, good morning, Chair Bosworth and committee members. Yeah, there was some things, a couple of, one thing missing from the site plan, which is a portion of the dock to be removed. I think the photo shows it really well. It's a little added on piece. So that portion will be removed. And the other issue, it's the reason why we're here is because you'll see by the site plan that the existing boathouse and dock is actually built at an angle to the shore. And what this does is it changes sort of the direct head-on width to an angle, which widens it. So that's why these numbers get big. So the measurement, the 44 feet you see there for the width of docks is actually the looking straight on width. So the actual angular width, bear with me on these. You just had enough discussion of, measurements, but here we go, is 53.7. So that makes a big difference, and we're happy to recirculate. But I just wanted to explain our application since we're having the public meeting. The other thing that came to light during this process was the frontage, straight line frontage is 328. Shouldn't make a huge difference, but it does make a little difference. That was from the surveyor and confirmed by him. So I have provided a new site plan to Ms. Crowder, but it wasn't in time for circulation. So we're happy to defer this. And I'm here to answer any questions while we're here. Just so you know, the straight on boathouse, once the boat port is removed, would be 18 feet. And the 26.68 is that angular measurement to shore. So if all things being equal and the existing were turned straight, the single story boathouse width would comply. The dock would still be a little bit wider, and the reason for that is it's a crib dock, so that finger on the end is full crib size. So instead of ripping them apart, we're here asking because we had to come anyway for that extra few feet, which makes it effectively 96 feet in width. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else to speak for or against? No? Good. Yeah, well, good that I managed to ask this time is what I meant. No, people of course are welcome. Any questions from committee? Let me read the resolution then. Be it moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1412 be deferred until such time as an accurate site plan is submitted to the satisfaction of the township. Any questions or discussions? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? That carries. All right. Next on our agenda is a plan report from the Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability on some more action from Mr. Ford, I think.
Committee. That is correct. There's a staff report prepared for you, being on page 87 in your agenda packages. It is the latest round of provincial legislative changes as part of Ontario's Housing Supply Action Plan. It's Bill 185 draft, as well as the latest revisions to the Provincial Policy Statement 2024. There were previous revisions that the township did comment on in 2023. They're continuing to review that. As noted in the report, I think since 2021, there's been no less than 10 bills proposed by the province to amend the Planning Act and other pieces of legislation. And sometimes I truly think that in order to eliminate red tape, if they would slow down on the changes, there would probably be more of an efficient process and more housing built in the province. But those are my personal thoughts. These postings have already expired. Unfortunately, they were posted, I think, at our previous council meeting, the day of or the day before. They've since expired, so the report before you is for informational purposes only. But quickly going through the staff report with respect to the provincial policy statement, there are, I guess, a couple, one area of concern that we commented on previously that remains in the draft. The province still proposes to allow settlement area boundary expansions without a comprehensive review. And what that means is the boundary of Port Carling, Bala, and Manette could be enlarged without a municipal comprehensive review. It could be initiated by private landowner, and there's some concern with that potential. On the positive side, directly in response, I don't know if it was as a result of our comments, but we raised some concerns about the potential for proliferation of rural lot creation and accessory dwelling units and a constant subdivision of them. And the province has addressed that in the latest draft of the PPS. And also in the 2023 version, they omitted natural heritage policies completely and said those would be forthcoming. There was quite a concern about what that could look like given the other changes that they were proposing. Thankfully, those have been released now and there's no changes from the 2020 PPS. So relatively benign there. With respect to Bill 185, on the, I would note perhaps on the more concerning end, the proposal is to eliminate third-party appeals to zoning bylaw amendments and official plan amendments. So that's currently the case. That was a recent change by the province for minor variances. They're looking to extend this now and consents. They're now looking to extend it to official plans and zoning amendments. What that would mean is property owner could still appeal an applicant, but neighboring property owners would no longer be able to appeal. One fortunate aspect of that is my read of the current draft. The 4 appeals to the township official plan would go away because a hearing on the merits has not been scheduled as of April 10th, and that has come and gone. So as per the current language, those 4 appeals, my read of it would be disposed of. I should note on that though, this is a draft in the PPS and Bill 185. It is subject to change. I'm referring to what the draft. And on a positive note in Bill 185, I'm quite thankful of this. They are looking to backtrack on their earlier change to refund planning application fees when council does not make a decision in accordance with legislative timelines. They're looking to scrap that. So that is positive. Again, unfortunately, we didn't have time to submit comments, but we have submitted comments on very similar changes in the past already. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pink. I think what you've Summarized there is that this Ford government has two gears, both forward and reverse. Any questions from committee? Councillor Mazin, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, and through you. Director Pink, you might have mentioned this and I apologize, I was listening, but I had noted that the pre-consultation, is that something that, that's something we put a huge value on now? Is that something that is at risk?
Director Pink.
Thank you. Excellent question. Thank you for identifying that. It is in the report. I should have mentioned that in my presentation. That is certainly another concern with Bill 185. They're eliminating mandatory pre-consultation, which we do put a lot of weight on. I think that's a crucial step for applicants to be aware of what the municipality requires and make sure applications are complete. It would be voluntary under the proposed bill, which is concerning.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. My question was similar topic through you to David. I guess how I read it in things was I did question of whether our municipality could continue to request this. Like I'm just looking for another way to approach it, that it would be part of our application process. And yeah, I just don't know how we can find in often you can tweak it in a different manner that it's appropriate, or but that's what I was sort of trying to figure out. And also one other thing just about the land tribunal, because it hasn't been clear to me. Like at one point last week, maybe there was a discussion about doing away with it completely, and I didn't know how that whole conversation was still ongoing.
Director Pink.
I'm all for creative solutions and ways around to meet our objectives, but I think unfortunately in this case, if the province passes a bill that says you cannot make pre-consultation mandatory, then we simply cannot. I hope, or the good news is, most applicants do reach out to the municipality. Most people, when they're developing and know they have to go through an unfamiliar planning process, will reach out to staff and work through that. Unfortunately, though, there may be some that choose not to. And I think, unfortunately, what it does is just largely cause either delay and a lot of back and forth and inefficiencies with staff, and potentially disruption in the community when you don't reach out to staff and we give them good advice to reach out to neighbors and try to resolve issues beforehand. But at the end of the day, if the bill is passed in its current form, I don't see any way we could force it, but we will definitely continue to highly encourage it and make that aware. I personally haven't heard of any rumors of abolishing the OLT. I know that's discussed off and on over the years, and different levels of government have analyzed it. I haven't heard anything recently, so I'm not aware of that.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, just to put a period and a punctuation at the end of the pre-consultation question, there's real value to the applicant. We need to get with our ECDev officer and our communications person and make it well known that you save time, you ease headache, whatever the benefits are. I mean, people will respond and react to the right thing if it works for them. We just got to make it known to everybody that there's real value in sitting down with us first.
Any other questions? Director Pink, I have a question on the question of our OP being contested at the OLT. In your experience, how quickly will it take for this legislation to, if they're going to pass it, to get passed? Because that's a big implication for us. Do you have some comments about probabilities and timings?
I unfortunately don't have a crystal ball as to timing, but what I do know is the current language has already set the date. It's already passed. So that test in its current form has already been met. It basically states if the matter that's been appealed has not been scheduled for a hearing on the merits by, I think it's April 10th or 12th, then the matter is dismissed. So that date has come and gone, and we don't have a hearing on the merits scheduled. All we had was a case management conference. With respect to timing, again, I don't have a crystal ball, but judging by the other pieces of legislation that the province has passed, they certainly don't seem to be taking their time and reviewing it closely, and hence we send a 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and changes to changes. So they've been quick in the past. I don't expect them to take too long with Bill 185 either, but I really don't know.
All right, thank you. No further questions? Please don't sit down, Director Pink. You're on to the next topic, which is our heritage and attainable housing. Oh, sorry, it's environment, the heritage register.
Correct. Thank you. This next report begins on page 92 of your agenda packages. Both the township strategic plan and official plan speak to protecting properties and matters of cultural and heritage value in the township. And really that's mainly done through the Ontario Heritage Act, which, again, speaking of the last report, underwent fairly significant changes through Bill 23. I think that was in 2022. And really one of the concerns in that bill was taking all of the properties on the township heritage register. And if they're not designated by January 1st, 2025, which is 2 years, I think, from Bill 23, they will be removed from the register. So the staff report goes into more detail, but essentially what the register is, they're not designated properties. They're just believed to be potentially of heritage value or interest. And what that does is if a property owner were to approach the municipality and request a demolition permit, we're not obligated, as the chief building official typically is, to issue that within 10 business days. We pause for 60 days and council can consider designation and form of protection of those properties. So unfortunately, this change is a significant watering down of the heritage protections in the township. We did report or discuss amongst council and committee those changes, I think, on 2 previous occasions. Unfortunately, no actions were taken. To put it into more context, there are 77 properties on the Township Heritage Register, which is a significant amount. However, fortunately, there are 28 of those are government owned, so certainly protected in large extent, and 24 churches, which I think afford some level of protection. So it does leave 25 private properties, which come January 1st, 2025, could be demolished without any oversight or ability for the municipality to review. Staff's recommendation, the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario has circulated a call to action, pleading the province to extend the date. I think many, virtually all municipalities are struggling with the situation, and 2 years certainly is not enough time to really put the resources and plans in place to protect the properties that warrant protection. So staff would recommend supporting that call to action to extend the date to 2030 at a minimum. And I did highlight as well 2 other initiatives, which I think are beneficial. The local branch of the ACO has started a Muskoka built database, which provides some information of the properties they've identified. I haven't had the time to thoroughly review it and to the extent of how many properties and how much information per property. But what I suggested in the report as well is what we could do is be a little proactive and resources time permitting, have staff photograph in depth with the owner's permission those 25 properties and potentially 24 churches as well. Document those and catalog what we feel are the heritage attributes. So at least there's a record of it. It's in essence duplicating the Heritage Built database, or at least partnering with the ACO and perhaps filling in any gaps in essence. And with that, stand for questions.
Thank you. Before we have questions, I know Ms. Ledger was on the supplementary agenda to comment on this. Is she in the waiting room? Ms. Ledger, can you hear us? And if you could turn on your camera.
Oh, she's got her hand. She's coming.
All right, she's arriving.
Yeah, there she is.
There we are. Hello
There we are.
again.
Thank you. And thanks for hearing me today. I just wanted to add a couple of comments, a little more information. and about this, because I believe it's to be very important, but one comment is as of July 1st, 2023, so almost a year ago, it is part of the act, one of the changes, section 27, sentence 1.1. The clerk must have the heritage register on the township website. That includes listed properties, and that is missing. So I'm not sure legally where that puts you. You know, the designated properties are there, but the listed ones are not. They are identified on a district website, but it's pretty clear that it's to be on the municipal website. So it might be something to look into. The question, I guess, for me is whether those properties are automatically not listed anymore because they weren't posted according to the act, or is the township in contravention of the act, and has been for some time. So that's one point and one question. I know that you know, I'm glad that you're signing this. I would be thrilled if they extended it by 5 years, but I find that it's going to be highly unlikely, and to assume that that's going to happen and not sort of get on to things. The city of Toronto, obviously, 11,000 listed properties have been on this right from the get-go. You know, more resources there, I appreciate that, but for 25 essentially properties that we need to look at, I can tell you that I have extensive documentation on some larger properties in Bala, just so you know, that's been done. And I guess just one other comment, as things have been sort of going through it with regards to heritage. I know you don't have a committee anymore, but a couple committees ago, we suggested that cemeteries be taken off the list anyway, because they have very strict guidelines through their own acts. So it's kind of like it's unnecessary. So that was one thing I see never really happened. And then the other point I have is just watching things like the community improvement plan, and you see you know, a suggestion of pop-up stores in front of the Precambrian Shield, which is part of the Heritage District. I sort of question these things sort of just getting fluffed through, but and you know, plans for a new arena, which include demolishing the township building, which is a designated heritage building. So you know, it would be nice to see a little more attention paid, and so I just wanted to mention those few things, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ledger, and some of your comments noted. Questions or comments from staff? Committee, sorry. Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, Ms. Ledger brought up a lot of the concerns and things that I've had, and for a number of years. And in fact, our township hasn't really done anything in heritage for many terms. And I would say, though, as someone that has been on the past heritage committees with a lot of great volunteers in the community, we accomplished a lot, but it feels like all of the time that we expended and all those efforts are disappearing, and mostly because the lack of action at our table. And I want to suggest, and in fact, I sort of feel like some of our council isn't aware of what happens. And if I'm not sure if I would be able to give you an example of what happens, or David could explain more. I'll just suggest, we had a property that came forward, an island property that they brought forward all of the history books and all of the other writings that have happened on this particular property. And, we then said, okay, you can expand this property considerably during the planning process because we're going to put a heritage designation on it. I've actually seen when we've done that in the past, and I've seen a property come forward, which in fact we didn't highlight, that we mentioned the, where they wanted to tear down and rebuild a boathouse. But in fact, we actually had a heritage note on that. So that was very disturbing, and I'm not quite sure if we don't get on this. I don't know. Heritage is a huge thing in our township, and in fact, it's very, very discouraging for me that our landmark, and it was a historic landmark in Bala at the Pecuniary Shield, is no longer there. And the decisions that our council has made and other that we're not recognizing something that was such an important part of a community. I would request if the mayor could establish another committee. I think it's very, very important to pay attention to the heritage of Muskoka Lakes. We see all kinds of books being published and sold and all of, no offense, but
You're gonna get me in conflict.
but no, but in reality, it is that, right? And so people do that. They come to our community. They love our doors opens used to be so popular, I have to say. And in fact, the last time I brought it forward, committee didn't see the value of us actually moving forward with this, but it was a great initiative. It got people out to see these properties all over the township. And I would just suggest that if we actually do pursue a heritage committee with a volunteer base. Thank you.
Director Pink, and then Councillor Burry, and Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. I just, in response to that and the Ms. Ledgers, thank you for both those excellent comments. I just wanted to clarify. I apologize. I thought I did ask for the website to be updated. We certainly will do that as soon as possible and put the heritage list on that. I don't think we may be in contravention, but I don't think that jeopardizes the list between now and 2025. With respect to the cemeteries, I do recall that was a recommendation from a heritage committee. I recall extensive back and forth amongst, I think, the Heritage Committee and our Planning Committee at the time. And ultimately, I believe council opted to leave the cemeteries on the list. With respect to Councillor Nishikawa's question, certainly we have not designated a property heritage for the past few years. There hasn't been a Heritage Committee this term of council. However, I wouldn't say that we've gone backwards or that there are not protections. I think council should be aware of committee. We have very strong official plan policies to protect heritage. We have the only heritage district in all the district of Muskoka. I think short of Lake of Bays, we have the second most designated properties in the district of Muskoka, and we have a heritage tax relief program. And certainly, through the review of planning applications, we consider the heritage aspects, and each is dealt with on their own merits on a case-by-case basis. But because of those official plan policies, their preservation is always top of mind. But it does become, in my experience, we've been dealing with it for many years, it became, a sensitive situation when owners are not, receptive or open to designating a property and putting those, what is viewed as an encumbrance on title. It can be some challenging discussions, but we have been quite proactive in the past. Those properties are protected, and we hope to do more in the future. But as with most things, it's a resource and time challenge. So.
Councillor Burry.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Bowles-North. I would like to support. There's a terrific volunteer opportunity within the township to bring on a heritage committee again. We've got lots and lots of fantastic people. It's one of those untapped resources that I think we're foolish to not go after. It may create a little more work, and for that I apologize, Mr. Pink. But I do think that there's some pretty great talent, and it's just, quite frankly, a lost opportunity for us.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Certainly support those good comments about a committee. I think too, we need to be cognizant that a lot of our old buildings, anyone who's done any updating to a 70-year-old cottage, knows that with the wooden structures, there's increased degradation. Those old buildings are are you gonna fall down? And I think we need to deal with this with a certain amount of dispatch. Thank you.
Councilor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, now a few comments. Actually, I'm glad I was further in the chain. First of all, I think we do need to find a way as we contemplate even our level of service, how do we capture the sense of place, the sense of culture and history, while we have to evolve? Exactly to Councillor Zabit's point, we know we have aging infrastructure, we know we have changing needs, conditions, things upon us, but there needs to be a thoughtful approach to how to keep and sustain the things that actually do make place. Like I have the luxury of traveling. These are the types of things people do, like to come and see a museum. They like to go and go on the steamships, and there's a reason for it, right? There's that sense of history. And I think without coming up with the exact answer, I think we need to figure out how to get organized and ensure that that is captured. When we went through the recreation master plan, there was a beginning discussion of saying, is it culture and recreation? We know that that's part of an important part of a complete community. And we need to figure out how do we encompass all of these things as we move forward. So that's kind of a statement, I would say. As to your recommendation, I fully support it. I've had the luxury and the privilege, I should say, not the luxury, the privilege of going through the Muskoka built with the ACO. I felt it was it's a great initiative, and I would certainly encourage anybody who hasn't had a chance to go onto it, but also to try and help by expanding their reach. As noted, I think it's been very, it started almost like a grassroots, is my understanding, in the Windermere area. And there's huge gaps even within our own municipality, never mind the broader district of Muskoka. So anybody who has a chance to have go on and maybe have people in their own community that would be interested in uploading data onto this is actually something that could be a real help. So there are actions that could support the group. So just those are two broad comments. Generally speaking, though, I would support the recommendation. I don't know if you've read the resolution or not. I can't remember.
Well, we have not read the resolution yet.
Now we're commenting, and I apologize. But I think that maybe it's a good time.
All right, Ms. Ledger, I see you have your hand up, and as you didn't take 5 minutes earlier, I'll give you a minute or two now.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that, just so people aren't too worried, there is also, you can still designate even though something has been removed from the list. So if time runs out and there's a building that you feel needs protecting, you can still designate it. And in fact, when you do apply for a designation, the property does need to be removed from the list. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mayor Kelly, have you taken notes on the idea of potentially having a committee?
I thank you, and through you, yes, I have taken such notes. Give me a month. We'll come back to planning committee next month with some terms of reference or something to discuss at least and get it sorted.
Do we need a resolution for that?
To hold, yeah, I mean, it's fine with me if you want.
Committee, I don't think we need a resolution. Thank you very much. All right, speaking of resolutions, I am going to read this resolution. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that the Township of Muskoka Lakes endorses the support motion from the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario requesting an extension of the timeline in subsection 26(16) of the Ontario Heritage Act from the July 31st, 2025 to July 31st, 2030. Sorry, January. Thank you. It's the sunshine. And that this motion be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario and Minister of Citizenship and Multiculturalism. Any further discussion on this? Councillor.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Looking at this, we've got 28 of our buildings and cemeteries on. We should be looking at them if we're interested in heritage. we should be putting some of our buildings on. If we get a committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. All right, next on the agenda is lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Cheryl,
some technical challenges. The next item up on the agenda is Mr. Kennedy is going to talk to us about and give his report on the updates to the short-term rental bylaw. I think we all know that we are probably in the final approaches on this bylaw. Let's just keep in mind what we're trying to achieve and move ahead. Mr. Kennedy, she's all yours.
Give me 1 second.
Of course.
Now my computer's all screwed up. Uh-oh. Set. Okay. Good afternoon, committee. I'm here today to discuss the summary of the public comments that we've received, both from the public meeting that was held in February 2024, as well as the written comments that we received on the back of that public meeting up until I believe it was February 26th, 2024. I will also be talking about some staff recommendations for possible changes to the draft bylaw, the draft short-term rental licensing bylaw, and I'll go through those in this presentation. Next slide, please. As you guys can see here, we are in the latter stages of the public consultation and the possible passing of a short-term rental licensing bylaw. So as I said, this is for the review of our comments and from the public meeting and our staff recommendations going forward. Next slide. Just to give a small project update, over the past couple months, we had the draft short-term rental licensing bylaw added to our Engage Muskoka Lakes page, which I believe has had some pretty good reviews, and a lot of people have been directed to that. I believe we're close to about 500 subscribers on that page alone. And on February 13th, as I had already said, we had a special planning committee meeting, public meeting that was held, which saw about 200 people, about 100 people in person, and about another 100 people online. During that time, 48 people spoke at the meeting, providing their views on the draft short-term rental licensing bylaw. Further on February 26th, that was the deadline for any written submissions that came in. And at the end of the day, a total of 171 written submissions were received by individuals, corporations, rental groups of the sort, providing their views on the draft bylaw. So out of these comments, we have some main themes, and one was overabundant as a main theme, which is number 2, with the comments in regards to the committee recommendations about the 7 and 3 night minimum stays, as well as the 50% maximum for the number of days you could rent per year. So we had quite a lot of comments on the negative side, saying that that was too onerous. We did get the odd comment, mainly from people that don't operate short-term rentals, that they wish to see that in and keep it in. However, I will get into it a little bit later. There are some administrative and enforcement challenges with those types of regulations. The other comments that we received, or at least the main themes, we believe that there was an overall recognition that short-term rental licensing is needed in the township. We saw even with the operators during the public meeting, while they had comments in regards to what was in the draft bylaw, there was general support that some sort of licensing regime was warranted for the township of Muskoka Lakes. Another comment was there's still a desire for an increased amount of bylaw enforcement across the township. And again, I will get into this a little bit later, but just as a high level summary, we have obviously increased bylaw enforcement over the past couple of years, which created my position that I'm in now. We also have a seasonal officer that's on, and we have our administrative assistant that is now working with us and is an immense help for all of the administrative style items that we were doing before that now we're able to get out onto the road and be able to enforce these existing bylaws better. Number 4, there was a lot of operators that made comments that they haven't had any complaints at their short-term rental. And that more or less was a claim that they don't think that licensing was necessary. And number 5, there's a general ask that the licensing process not be overly onerous, both from a financial and administrative standpoint. Next slide. So number 1, as I said, was the main overarching comment that we received. In the minimum number of nights per stay and the maximum number of days permitted to rent per year. As I said, a lot of people thought that that was relatively, actually not relatively, but extremely onerous on a lot of short-term rental operators. We were not able to do a staff analysis at the time committee had recommended that. So that's why it's coming out a little bit later. Again, there was, an overall overarching disagreement with those. Excuse me. So just in review of the other district bylaws, the short-term rental licensing bylaws that are in effect, every other district municipality has a licensing bylaw in some way or another. There are no other districts of Muskoka bylaws that have any type of regulations about the minimum number of nights per stay or the maximum number of days per year allowed to rent. Lake of Bays does do their licensing program or their licensing fees based on the number of days that you've rented and with the number of bedrooms that are in a short-term rental. And the township of Georgian Bay, they differentiate it between, I believe it's 21 days or less is considered what's called a light rental in their bylaw, and anything over 21 days is considered a standard rental. So similar to what committee had recommended in regards to the 14 days in the past. So they have lesser licensing fees for the light rentals in Georgian Bay, and then they have their obviously standard fee for anything that is a regular rental. But at the end of the day, staff's recommendation to committee is one of two things. Either we remove both of those sections, section 3.4 and 3.5 of the bylaw, and have a licensing bylaw with no restrictions on the number of nights per stay or the maximum number of days permitted to rent a year. And that way, that will essentially be a little bit easier on both sides. That would be easier for staff to regulate because there's not as many things that we need to look at with the limited staff that we have at this point. Even with the potential software, it would be quite difficult with the amounts that we know is in the township. We're probably plus 800 short-term rentals in the township. So trying to track that with the number of nights per stay, if someone stayed, 5 nights instead of 3, or they've stayed, 5 nights instead of their minimum 7, it becomes a little bit onerous on us as bylaw enforcement to have to track 800 different short-term rentals that way. The other option is to remove the provisions during the off season, if you will. So from the Labor Day to the Victoria Day winter style. So remove those provisions and allow people to rent free in that time of year, and bring down the on-season provisions to a minimum of 2 nights per stay and a maximum of 75% of a number of days permitted per year. And that would be for the time frame of the week before Victoria Day to the week after Labor Day. So those are the 2 recommendations that staff are proposing, but we could certainly get into that a little later on. Next slide, please. The second biggest item that we found in the comments was in regards to the licensing fees. And I think if you recall, there were quite a number of people that spoke at the public meeting that indicated that the fee that we had proposed at $1,000 for a 2-year license was too expensive. Upon review of the district bylaws again, we found that our fees are actually on the low side across the entire district. So if we take into account $500 fee compared to Bracebridge being $15, Huntsville's $518 for a primary residence and even more expensive for a secondary. And as I had indicated earlier, the Lake of Bays does it by the number of days rented per year plus the number of bedrooms. So they have a chart in their bylaw that you have to essentially pick and say that's the one we are. And then Gravenhurst is a flat $750 per year. And Georgian Bay, again, as I had mentioned, they have the light versus regular rental fees built into their bylaw. Next slide, please. So the recommendation for from staff for committee's consideration, we can provide the following 4 options. Option 1 and 2 are essentially the same. It's just a difference in the license term. So we would keep option 1 is keep as status quo as what's in the bylaw now at $1,000 every 2 years. Option 2 is to drop it to a yearly license and be $500. Which is essentially the same thing as option 1, just obviously going from 2 years to 1. Option number 3 is to incorporate primary versus secondary residences into the bylaw. And we're proposing that if you are a primary residence, so in a sense, and this would turn into more provisions being added into the bylaw to differentiate this kind of thing. So staff would do that on the back end if this was chosen. But a primary residence, what I'm thinking in that is, of course, we had a couple people that were operators at the public meeting where they indicated that they rent their basement apartments or they live next door to they own 2 properties side by side, so they live next door. So situations like that is where we would consider as a primary residence. And a secondary residence would obviously be people that are, absentee landlords, if you will. Cottages, essentially, if you show us a driver's license and the township of Muskoka Lakes address is not on your driver's license, this address is most likely going to be a secondary residence. And what I would like to propose as well on secondary residences, if a property owner is a corporate ownership, you'd automatically be deemed a secondary residence. Option number 4 is to incorporate the number of days rented per year. So this is kind of in conjunction with the 14-day exemption that committee had proposed. So what we would look at here is a $250 fee each year for anybody that's renting 14 days or less. And anything over 15 days. And we got to consider that if we're going to go forward with no cap on the number of nights per stay, 14 days is 7 weekends. You have a Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday. So that's 7 weekends. That's mainly going to take up your July and August timeframe, which I believe most people do in the township is just rent between July and August. So people would cover that under the 14 days at $250. And that would also cover the, kind of, if you will, the mom and pop type of rentals where they are only renting for, a couple weeks at a time just to cover costs. That's where that would be covered. Anything 15 days or more would go up to a $1,500 fee each year. Slide, please. So the next section was the site map and floor plan, and this was in relation to the application process being too onerous. Again, we've reviewed other bylaws in the area. Everybody has a variation of these 2 items in their bylaws that are required. So this is not something that is unique to the township of Muskoka Lakes or unique in a draft short-term rental licensing bylaw. What we can say is I believe there was a little bit of confusion where people thought that these had to be professionally done, and that's not the case. So if and when, or if this does go forward and gets passed, what we plan to do is on our educational material and our communication, out to the public for people that want to rent, we would provide examples of what these would look like. So I believe, if I recall, Georgian Bay actually has just a stock example on their website of what you would look for. We're relatively going to be similar to what they have. So our recommendations in regards to this, to change a few things within, I believe it's section 5 with the application requirements. We would remove the definition of parking management plan and fire safety plan. The parking management plan actually isn't even in the bylaw in the second draft, so that's just a straight deletion because there's no mention of it. The fire safety plan would be incorporated into the floor plan definition as described in number 2. And the parking management plan would end up being incorporated within the site map. They would still have to show us where the parking is going to be on the property. Number 2 is the addition of add the definition of floor plan and provide the requirements, including the room's use, the fire safety details, the location of entrances, exits, fire hydrants, fire extinguishers, carbon monoxide detectors. We may add like actual wood burning appliances into this as well. And if there is one there, we may ask for a wet certificate to ensure that it's legally allowed to be in that property. So for the application and licensing requirements, more or less to continue on, again, with the concern of the application requirements being too onerous, there were specific comments in regards to the insurance, the floor plan, the fire safety plan. We've obviously talked about the latter two. And the comments appeared to suggest that many thought the floor plan needed to be professionally drawn, as I've already said. So our recommendations to hopefully make this a little bit easier on people. We have the 4 recommendations for the application requirements. The articles of incorporation, we would amend that to now just provide a list of all the directors and shareholders of the corporation rather than actually providing us an annual return. Section 5.1 K and L, the site map and floor plan. Obviously, we'd abbreviate to state just a site plan, a site map and floor plan as they be defined terms rather than what we have in the bylaw now is you need a floor plan that describes X, Y, and Z. We'd essentially just put the definitions in and then just say you need a floor plan, site plan, refer to the definitions. A couple deletions, obviously the fire safety plan, we remove this subsection and incorporate that into the floor plan. And the last one is the deletion of advertising methods. So in the current draft bylaw, what we have right now is that there's a requirement that each applicant has to provide every website that they would be advertising their short-term rental on. And the comments we received back, which we certainly appreciate, is that those change all the time. So if people had to come to us every single time they put it either on a different website or a new website, I think it's not something that is really needed. But we do have on the back end, which we'll see in a second, one of the recommendations is to add a section in that requires the applicant to put their license number on each advertisement that's online. And that would be in conjunction with this deletion. Next slide. So going back to the 14 days and the family and friends, while we're recommending to take out the minimum number of nights per stay, this 14-day or less exemption proves to be a little bit difficult, maybe not a little bit, but would be extremely difficult for staff to track. So what would end up happening, and just to be hypothetical, we could get many people come in and say, I'm only renting for 13 days and they don't have to get a license. Well, then if we get a notification from our software to say that address has now gone over to, they've rented for 20 days, now we are chasing them to come and get a license. And I think it should be the other way around. They should be coming to us. If we incorporate the 14-day license fee, that would cover something like that. But the main comment was that people felt that this was a loophole, but in conjunction with the minimum number of nights per stay. So we've essentially wanting to eliminate both from the bylaw, regardless of how long someone is renting or how many days they rent per year. A short-term rental is a short-term rental. The same problems can exist regardless of how many times you rent per year. So we feel that this should make this, we should make this a level playing field for everybody. So it would be, we recommend an elimination of the highlighted section that would exempt the 14 days or less from the requirements of the bylaw. Next slide. So the last one that we're looking for committee direction on is the penalties for contraventions. And we haven't actually displayed any type of penalties to committee or the public as of yet. We've kind of held off on that for now to hopefully get the meat and potatoes of the bylaw ready to go. But what we're looking for is input from committee on the penalty amounts. And I'll give you a few examples of what other municipalities are doing. So on the heavy side, and I think I've mentioned this in previous meetings before, but Prince Edward County down near Kingston, they amended their short-term rental bylaw. I believe it was early last year in 2023. It might have been late 2022 to increase their administrative monetary penalties for certain offenses under their short-term rental licensing bylaw. They went, I believe it was roughly around about $1,000 per offense. They increased that to similar to what we use with our graduated penalties. And theirs is on a first offense for operating without a license, or if you're suspended, is $10,000. Second offense is $15,000, and third offense is $20,000. Now, if we went that direction and we kept the same outlook on our AMPS bylaw as we do for every other bylaw, what we do is our stock first offense amount, and then the second offense is double what the first offense is, and the third offense is triple what the second offense is. So in a sense, if we went with the Prince Edward County line, it would go 10,000, 20,000, 60,000 on a third offense. Now, I will say we don't necessarily see too many subsequent offenses, if any. So we may not run into that issue, but that's what we would look at if we went that route. Other municipalities range anywhere. I believe Blue Mountain, their administrative penalty for operating without a license is $2,500. And I think they just have a flat rate. They don't do graduated penalties. And we saw anywhere between about $500 to that $2,500 range was the, I guess, if you will, the norm of what you would see in penalty notices. So what we're looking for is some direction from committee on where you guys would like to, where committee would like to see us go with the penalties. And once we bring the third draft bylaw back, we would also provide a draft of what we would see the penalties to be at.
Councilor Nishikawa.
Before we lose this particular topic, I just wondered if we could talk about the monetary specifically. Well,
No, we will come back to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. So the next one is inspections by staff. So there's a little bit of a change that we're looking to do in this. As you will recall, right now we have an inspection fee of $500 if an inspection is warranted. What we would do is ask that this be deleted, and we would work in conjunction with what our fees and charges bylaw charges for each department. So for the fire department, it's per hour, it's $115. And it would be a minimum, regardless if they're there for 15 minutes or 45 minutes or an hour, it would be a minimum $115 fee. As far as the building inspection goes, the only time building is really going to do inspections is when, upon review, there's open building permits on the property that's asking to be licensed as a short-term rental. So if the building permit is less than 4 years old, there wouldn't be any inspection fee because the inspection would be covered under the open permit at that time. Anything over 4 years old, a $250 inspection fee would apply. And that is the same in the municipality if you have a short-term rental or not. So if you have a building permit that's 10 years old and it's still open, the fee for a building inspector to go out at that time would be $250. So there is no change regardless if you would be a short-term rental or not. And lastly, for a bylaw inspection, it would be considered similar to what we have in our fees and charges bylaw for our multiple inspection fees set out in Schedule D of that bylaw. So we would just recommend that we include this fee into the fees and charges bylaw so we can be specific that a short-term rental inspection by bylaw would be $200. Next slide. And lastly, for the recommendations that we have for changes for the bylaw, are a couple different definition deletions. Delete the definition of a third-party inspection report as it's no longer required in the bylaw. If you recall, that was something that we had for our first draft where we were asking for mandatory inspections. Pending any committee decisions today, on license fees or other sections of the bylaw, there could be other changes that we need to make on the back end to be consistent with what you guys have recommended. And under section 6, a couple different additions and deletions. We would add another section 6.2, to only permit one license per premise. So that would eliminate the possibility of someone getting a license for their dwelling, and then getting another license for their second story boathouse. Or if they have another sleeping cabin, it would eliminate them getting 2 separate licenses and having essentially 2 different parties on the same piece of property. The deletion of section 6.3, subsection C, we would change that exemption of children 12 and under from the occupant loads to the exemption would be just children 2 and under. In addition, for section 6.4B, an additional requirement and this is what I discussed a couple slides ago, which coincides with the deletion of the advertising methods. We would ask that this be put in so that each each advertisement online would be required to put their license number in, so that people that are looking at it can ensure that the property they're going to stay at is licensed and is legal within the township of Muskoka Lakes. Next slide. Section 7, in regards to the issuance of licenses for grounds for refusal. This will make the bylaw a little bit shorter. So there was a little bit of duplication in regards to the grounds for refusal. So we're deleting grounds for refusal from that title in section 7. And we're going to delete all of section 7.5 as it's already covered in section 9 of the bylaw. And in the Renters Code of Conduct, we would ask this was more of a common theme. People requested that a clause be included in the Renters Code of Conduct in regards to open air fires. So we would include some information in regards to that, as far as permits go, how big fires can be, and of that sort. And one amendment to the noise section. Instead, I believe at this point it says that you can't make any noise or cause a disturbance at any time during the day. That is different than what our noise bylaw currently states, between the 11 and 7 a.m. So we would ask that be amended to be consistent with what our noise bylaw says now. If in fact our noise bylaw does change in the near future, obviously this would be amended to reflect what the new requirements would be under the noise bylaw. Slide. And just lastly, there were 7 other common themes that you'll see in the appendix, where we aren't necessarily recommending anything or simply saying that there is no change that's needed. Going back to the insurance requirements, that was one of the things that a lot of operators commented on, is that the insurance requirement is I guess going above and beyond what the township's purview is. And again, we've actually already contacted legal counsel in regards to this. They said, if you guys are not doing mandatory inspections, you should have an insurance requirement in the bylaw so that the township is covered for any liability if someone gets injured. Watercraft and boating safety. This was another thing that, and we get it every year, where people will call us asking to enforce, boat speeding, people just not being very courteous on the water. Unfortunately, the township and municipal bylaw cannot regulate on water activities like that. The OPP would be the ones to regulate that. But we still have the section in the Renters Code of Conduct that speaks to watercraft and boating safety. So we would keep that in. The responsible person, we don't recommend any changes to the responsible person. There were a few comments that asked that the hour limitation be increased. However, we feel that the hour limitation is sufficient, and there's no change that we're recommending there. Other comments in regards to full prohibition on open air fires and dogs being at a property. Again, this is not something that we want to see or include in the bylaw. I don't think we want to segregate short-term rentals and, you know, totally prohibit them from having fires or having their own personal pets there. I can appreciate that there are situations that we deal with where dogs are coming onto neighboring properties, but that happens at any property in the township. We don't want to segregate short-term rentals with that type of prohibition. The enforcement of existing bylaws. This was another one that came up quite a bit, where comments were made that why should we even have a licensing bylaw in the first place, and just enforce your existing bylaws? Well, we have been doing that the last couple of years, and the same problems keep coming up each rental season. Another thing is with the licensing bylaw, we would gain a bunch of different items that we otherwise would not be able to do, such as having that responsible person, having the ability to revoke licenses if someone goes offside. Because at this point, and to be quite candid, this morning we received a noise complaint from last night at a short-term rental that we've had issues at before. And at this point, we can issue a monetary penalty, but there is no other consequence to that owner. So if we had a short-term rental licensing bylaw and this complaint came in, we corroborated the evidence and confirmed that it was an actual complaint and there was a problem, we would be issuing an administrative monetary penalty, and also be issuing a five points to their license. So if they have 2 more issues in the span of 3 years, that license would end up getting suspended. So there's, like I said, there's things in a licensing bylaw that we would like to utilize that we otherwise could not if we didn't have this type of bylaw. Another one was some of the rental agencies, such as Jane's Cottages, in Muskoka. There's a number of them out there. They were requesting committee exempt them from the bylaw totally, from the requirements of the bylaw, because their clients are already screened and they already do essentially what this bylaw would propose. At least that was in their words. Staff is not recommending this type of exemption. Again, back to my earlier comment, a short-term rental is a short-term rental, regardless of how often it is rented or who is operating it or managing it. You can have the same problems persist, regardless. I'm not going to comment on whether or not we've received complaints about these types of properties where they're under ownership or management by these companies. But that can happen at any point in time, regardless of who's operating that or managing it. And lastly, the municipal accommodation tax. There were sporadic comments in regards to this, asking that this be implemented, and that short-term rentals be charged for that. The only comment I want to make in regards to this is if we do not have a short-term rental licensing bylaw, the MAT tax would not be able to be applied to short-term rentals in the township of Muskoka Lakes, because otherwise we don't know where they are. And we can't, if we get a complaint for one and we can, corroborate that it's a legit short-term rental, we still wouldn't be able to issue the municipal accommodation tax because there is no license for that short-term rental. So if we want a municipal accommodation tax that covers short-term rentals, we would require a licensing bylaw for short-term rentals. The municipal accommodation tax would also cover all other resorts, such as JW Marriott, Sherwood Inn, any bed and breakfast that's in the township, if the Baldassarro Inn does go back to being a hotel, those businesses would all be covered under the municipal accommodation tax. And with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I'm free for any questions.
Mr. Kennedy, thank you very much. That was very fulsome and at the same time succinct and straight to the point. So thank you for that. We do have one public comment who was on the additional agenda, and that is Jenny Graham. Is Miss Graham in the room? No? Is she online? Oh, sorry. She's not online? Okay. Well, we won't be doing that then. Committee, what I suggest. Oh, she is.
Yeah, that's my bad.
No problem. All right. Ms. Graham, if you could turn your camera on, welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I did submit our thoughts in writing, which I hope all of you have had a chance to read, but I wanted to reiterate our grave concern about the reversal in the recommendation from 7 minimum nights. Oh, sorry, I have to start my video somehow.
No, you're on. We can see you.
Oh, okay. I just want to reiterate our concern about the recommendation to change from 7 minimum nights down to 2 or even 0 for short-term rentals, especially for the May to September period. I just listened to the presentation, and I am concerned with the planning department's position that it would be too onerous on them, or in some instances, too onerous on the property owners. And we fail to see why the township should make the process easier on those who are benefiting financially from short-term rentals. How onerous the process should be or will be should not be a significant reason for not implementing a policy that effectively deals with the disruption that many of us continue to see with short-term rentals. We've had almost 90 years on the Moon River, and it's been our family's experience that the cottage time is about family and friends and being able to enjoy one's property and all it has to offer day and night. And while we recognize the need to continue to attract tourism to our area, we believe it's council's responsibility to protect the sanctity of what attracts people to Muskoka, to protect the beauty and peacefulness of what cottaging is known for and sought after, which is definitely not a party environment. So we are opposed to property owners, we are not opposed to property owners earning an income from their properties to help offset taxes, provided they're licensed and regulated. And that said, our region has hotels and B&Bs who are geared to provide accommodation for 1 and 2 nights.
It's okay.
And if the recommendation is approved, you'll be taking business away from these commercially approved businesses. You might want to consider rental agency properties having to comply with the same regulations as hotels and B&Bs. We strongly urge council to not accept the proposed reduction from minimum of 7 to 2 or even 0 nights, especially during the very busy May to September period. Allowing owners to rent 14 days for a reduced fee or more than 15 days does nothing to address the 1 or 2 night rentals that are causing the problems that we see. Regardless of what other townships do, we need and expect our council to do what is right for our communities, and would suggest that you actually consider a minimum consecutive 5-day rental for short-term rentals be adopted, especially during that period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to be clear, your name on your Zoom picture says Bala Legion. I presume you're speaking on behalf of yourself and your husband.
I am speaking on behalf of myself. It just logged into the Bala Legion because I'm on the executive there.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for that too. All right, committee. What I'm going to suggest is that we, starting on page 100, I think Mr. Kennedy's order, I think, is probably his priority of difficulty. Our discussions we're probably going to have with those in importance. So I would suggest we go through. I think the best way is we will have a relatively brief question period. If we got some questions as normal, then we'll read a resolution. We can go into full discussion, and we will again try to go through those items in the order that they start on page 100 of our package. Does that work for everybody? And any comments on that, Mayor Kelly?
Thank you. And through you, with your indulgence, I would love to have just 5 minutes or more to talk about what we're about to do and why I think it's important, more important than simply looking at it through the filter of compliance and bylaw enforcement. I really think we've lost about 90% of the gain that is available to the township by imposing a licensing system, creating a licensing system, if all we really talk about is bylaw enforcement. There are so many other features that I think we need to bear in mind as we work through this.
Can you read that and then you don't have to wait for discussion questions?
There's a suggestion. Our assistant clerk has suggested that we get the bylaw read so that when we can perhaps go through each segment and I won't be restricting you to questions or comments. Does that sound better? All right. It'll probably be faster too. All right. So we are going straight to everything's open, and we will start with Mayor Kelly. Be it moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Mayor Kelly, be it resolved that staff be directed to update the draft short-term rental accommodations licensing bylaw to incorporate the recommendations contained within Appendix 2 of Report Bylaw 2024-04, and that the amended draft bylaw be brought back to a future planning committee meeting for consideration. That is a resolution. It is read. All right. So Mayor Kelly. Well, we'll all have questions, but the mayor requested to be first, and I was going to give him. Very well. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you.
You have
And
some minutes.
and through you. And I'll make
Starts-
it quick. And the good news is between Mr. Kennedy and Ms. Graham, I think some of my stuff has been taken. I won't have to repeat. As I was getting ready for this, I was going through the list of feedback issues that we got, and all of it seems to center, or not all of it, a disproportionate amount of it seems to focus on the compliance end of it. And I started to think that we've kind of conflated this notion of licensing with a new regime of bylaw enforcement. And I actually think it's a far bigger and better opportunity than that. I think as long as we look at this as a tool, and it's a tool, a licensing system is a tool. It is a tool in every other part of our life that's licensed. It's a tool that we can use to make sure that 2 or 3 sort of cardinal rules are followed. Number one, that the place that's up for rent is safe and secure and not harmful to its potential occupants. Number two, that there's no easily perceived environmental risk by continuing with it, by doing a septic capacity inspection or maintenance inspection. That there is no disruption, or we are minimizing the disruption of undermining the character that, as Ms. Graham said, we all come here to enjoy. And finally, you know, the last thing that we got to acknowledge that this is the new commercial resort hotel for Muskoka. The resort hotels had their heyday, I don't know, maybe 50 years ago. They started in their decline. More and more of the tourist accommodation is in the form of short-term rental. If we aren't willing to step up and take the steps necessary to identify those people who are in that field, who are operating these businesses, who are extending the hospitality to guests to come into their places and take advantage of it, we're letting a huge piece of our economic opportunity carry on in the shadows, behind the scenes, under the covers. And I think that risks the economic opportunity that tourism represents to us by turning a blind eye to it. So while I agree with the comments that it needs to be simple, I mean, we can't make this confoundingly challenging to sign up for or maintain a license. While I believe it needs to be relatively inexpensive, I mean, it has to reflect the actual cost of managing a system of licensing. While I believe absolutely that the consequences of a breach need to be material and consequential, I mean, we are never going to pretend that we can catch all of the individual breaches that might occur. And so to try to chase down the difference between, you know, $5 or whatever, $50 issue, the fact of the matter is it's the compliance is going to come because of the will of the people who are offering these places to do training, to do education, to do monitoring, to understand that there's a real consequence to messing up. I've never in my life heard anybody caught with a trunk full of fish blaming the licensing system, the fishing license system, for the fact that they're over the quantity. Or anybody who ever gets caught speeding on 118 doesn't sit back and say, damn it, if I didn't have a Class A driver's license, I'd never have to surrender my driver's license. And I think it's a false narrative to start following that path into believing that somehow this makes more challenging the ability to carry on these businesses, which, by the way, are being carried on in the midst of, you know, our prime sanctuary properties, primarily. Last couple of issues. If we don't know how many of these are, if we're not managing the stock and the availability and the quality of the offering through education, through licensing, through inspection, we're doing a disservice to the tourists who travel here, the people who spend time here. We're doing a disservice to, as you all know, or many of you know, one of my other part-time gigs is the affordable and attainable housing. And whether we like to believe it or not, a good chunk of the short-term rental availability is not on prime waterfront. It's right here in this town. It's down the road. It's across Harris Street. It's over in Bala. And every house that gets put to every room, every basement apartment that gets put to that is one less accommodation or opportunity for somebody to seek shelter at a reasonable or affordable rate. So there's every reason in my books to look through this and make sure we keep it simple, make sure we keep it straightforward, make sure there's opportunity to educate, to teach, to nurture people along as they offer this, to stay on top of the disruptive behavior. I applaud Jane's Cottages and anyone else who does a terrific job of screening. Maybe someday we can look around and realize that everybody's following that lead and doing a terrific job, and there are no breaches going on, in which case nobody has to worry about how big the fees are, the fines are. So my point simply is this. Yes, we have to address the bylaw enforcement side of it, but there are so many other features that come with a viable and well-managed licensing program that I think we really need to focus on how to get this done to make it as user-friendly as possible and as easily, I won't say easily enforced, but as enforceable as possible. And again, with the enforcement largely coming from the coffers of the people who are lining up to do the business that's causing these issues. And with that, I'll tap out. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Just for clarification, it's excellent what Mr. Kennedy has, I'm sorry. It's excellent what Mr. Kennedy has presented to us, but it's more than that. I know there is at least 5 committee members that have questions and concerns on the bylaw that they would like to table so that they could be in a position to make the best decision if to mitigate that this bylaw is mitigating short-term rental bad behavior. So I just know that, and I think it's more than just the staff report.
Do those, I presume those questions fall into the categories that came up?
Perhaps not.
Can they get raised as we go through the program?
I think I'm getting nodding yes.
Okay. All right. So great that somebody's been thinking about ahead of time with some questions. All right. So the first topic started on page 100, and it is the perhaps one of the more contentious ones, which is the section 3.4 and 3.5 that deals with minimum rental times, the 7-day limit and the 50% rental period during the summer. So let me open it up for discussion and comments from committee on that. Mr. Zed, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. So yeah, I guess on a couple of levels, right? On the high level, and certainly to where the mayor was going, and I don't disagree. We've all sort of seen it. If we're paying attention, we've seen the effects of the short-term rental piece over these last 10 years. I guess if I have a concern is as we are public facing, we are now faced with a decisions here that after the public meeting, that was a pretty starchy document. The document that the public had opinion on, and thus that meeting we had, has now got us looking at a set of recommendations that are so watered down. And I think to Ms. Graham's point, we go from a week to 2 days. That's a weekend, right? And so I'm concerned personally, I'm probably not going to put my hand up a lot in favor of many of these things, because I am concerned still about this process. I'm not sure where I stand on short-term rental yet, but I can tell you that I think we've gone from this, this large, unwieldy thing to this high-performance little Corvette that I don't know if we know how to handle it. And so I'm really worried that we as a committee are gonna sit here and have an opinion on these 8 key points or 10 key points. And then what do we do? Just gonna send it down the road for version 3. So I'm concerned that public is watching here now and, you know, I can't possibly vote on going from 7 days to 2 days. I don't even think that makes sense, to be quite honest. We might as well not have anything. And if I don't know how you're gonna drive this as the chair. So I'm just gonna say to you here now that I don't understand where we've gotten to as a committee here and now. I think you're gonna have a tough time drawing conclusions. Thank you.
All I can say is I will try it, but that's a very good intro. I think what I'd like to do is on each one of these items, have the discussion, and your discussion was clearly that you think 7 to 2 is quite dramatic and maybe going against the intent of what we're trying to do. I would like to hear everybody else's discussion on that and see if we can come to a common conclusion on these 2 points. And then we'll move on to the next one. At the end of it, now we'll have a comprehensive picture of what we want. We've got a few decisions we have to make. One of them is, do we want to offer another public input? Some would say we've had lots of public input and we should now need to decide, but as a committee, we could recommend another public input. We could also have an even broader discussion about, we've always told the public that we have not decided yes or no, but we are clearly, you know, we've put a lot of effort into this. I think we probably need to come to the conclusion, make sure that we are going to do this. So I think those are 2 things we will do at the end of this meeting that will give staff their direction, and we will have the path fairly well defined to how we get to the end. Is that fair enough? Does that help clear up, you know, what we're trying to do in this meeting? All right, council. So we're dealing on the issues of the 7-day and the 3 nights or the 5 nights and the 50%, whatever the numbers are. Let's have some discussion, and I'm going to try to get us to some conclusion that we all can, you know, essentially live with and recommend as a final solution for this portion of the bylaw. Councillor Burry.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chair. I have always felt that a minimum of 6 nights was the right place to go, and 6 as opposed to 7, because the 7th day can be then used for the turnover. And you're not getting people saying, well, my checkout time is here. It gives some flexibility to the people that are renting and those that are you know, the landlord. I think a minimum is important so that you don't get multiple 2-night stays in a week that, you know, it's going till 11 o'clock. If we're not going to be able to change the noise bylaw from 11, which I think is a whole bigger can of worms, then we need to recognize that it could be quite loud till 11. And so a 6-night stay means you're going to get 1 a week, maybe 2. And I've just always thought that 6 is the right number, not 7, to give some flexibility.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. I would agree with that. I think I've always been stuck on 7, but 6 makes sense so that there's a turnover day. And my recollection was it was largely driven by feedback that the shorter stays are more like party stays. And there's a celebration the first night that we're here and the celebration the last night that we're leaving. And it happens too often in a week. So 6 days works for me.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And I'm not going to nail a particular time or date or any. So I've tried to follow Prince Edward County because they were at a Roma conference that we learned a lot from them. I did anyhow, and took lots and lots of notes and tried to share it with this council at the time. But the biggest thing that stuck with me, and this is where I'm not getting it, is they said the program should pay for itself. As in the program should be, it should not be on the back of the taxpayers.
100%.
And I'm not clear that that has been laid out for me yet.
Councillor Nishikawa, that is an excellent question. And I think Mr. Kennedy will have some answers for you on that. Can we hold that question until we get to that section?
I know what we're talking about. I've been following along. I know what we're talking about. But the other thing is, when you start addressing the dates and those types of things, that will make a difference in the cost of the program.
Fair enough. Councillor Burry, please. But no, you weren't recognized to speak. I would like to hold that discussion. It is an important discussion. If you don't mind, I'd like to hold it when we get to the fees discussion. We can loop it back in when we've perhaps included on this.
Again, if we're looking for a vote at this time about how many days and like what that length of time is, if that's where we're at right now, I would not be prepared to make a choice.
Could you help me a little bit on how you think the number of today's rates relates to either the cost or the revenue side of the 7 days? I mean, would you view 2 days being more expensive to run than 7 days? Was that your point? It wasn't clear to me either. What the linkage between the revenue and costs of running the program are to 7 versus 2, or 50% versus 75%.
I don't fully have that information. And that's my obstacle, where I can sort of imagine that we're now reducing the number of applications coming forward. Then
No,
well, we are, like, if we had been like looking at in the past, for instance, we might get 2 applications for 1 week when we were looking at the number of nights and those types of things. And I'm understanding that people will take out 1 fee, but I don't know that we've nailed that the whole package. So I'll just sit back and not vote. I'll do it that way.
Very well. All right, so we've got a discussion that looks like we prefer to stay. The trend seems to be staying with the 6 or 7 days. Councillor Roberts, you have your hands waving over there.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm just reading some of my peers and things they're thinking. I just think they should speak up.
Director Pink.
Thank you. Just maybe to help a bit with the discussion, it sounds like we're nearing on if 6 are remaining. I just wanted to provide some perspective on, staff's recommendation. I appreciate it's a significant change from what was previously sent to go right down to 0. I don't know, again, exactly what the magic number is, but our thinking was it is a pretty significant new regime in general to license short-term rentals and then go immediately to 7 days. We heard a lot of comments and concerns that that's going to be a significant imposition. I think you need to recognize that there are a lot of benefits to short-term rentals as well. And putting a 7-day minimum jeopardizes those to some extent. And I think it was simply the recommendation to go to whether it's 2 days, 2 or 3 nights, or even 0 was sort of a crawl, walk, run mentality. Let's try to get the system in place, rules in place, see how it works. If it's not working, or we think a night limit would help, we can also always make those adjustments relatively easy going forward. So that was sort of the thinking. Not trying to discourage or sway. If the consensus is remaining at 6 nights, 7 days, that's perfectly fine. What I would throw out, and I'm not trying to extend the discussion, but what I think I personally feel a little more strongly about is consider there's 2 aspects as well. There's the summer season and then the off seasons. And I would generally suggest to you that some consideration should be given to relaxing the 7-night minimum in the off season, given our regular push, economic development strategy, et cetera, of a year-round economy. I think some consideration should be given to the dates and the limits in the off-season times. So hope that helps.
Director Pink, could you, or actually Mr. Kennedy, could you just remind us some of the concerns that people had with the 7 days? And I can recall 2, but you could probably do more.
Yeah, through you. From what I can recall on the comments that we received at the public meeting and the written comments, a lot of them surrounded that, like the 7 days was just too much. There's a lot of short-term rentals out there that offer stays, for contractors or families that only want to come up for a weekend. And if we go up to, 7 or 6 days, we've now effectively eliminated that from ever happening in Muskoka Lakes again. So, so those were a couple of the things. I know there are some rentals out there that are only set, like they only permit weekly rentals, and I can appreciate that, but there's a lot of other rentals out there that, frankly, if I look on Airbnb right now, it would probably be tough for me to find a short-term rental advertisement that is allowing nightly rentals. I'm sure there's some out there, but when I go and take a look at those websites, I'm usually seeing it's either 3 days or 2 nights. And sorry to back up, I believe we'd do it by the nights, kind of to be consistent with hotels and motels rather than days. But I see usually 2-night stays, 3-night stays, some are 5-night stays. But I don't usually see anything where it's a free for all and you can rent 1 day here, 1 day there. So, but just to go back on the 7 days, like I said, like you're going to effectively eliminate the contractors that need to stay here. You're going to effectively eliminate, if a family of a husband, wife, and 2 kids that want to come up here for the weekend in the middle of the summer, you've eliminated that if you go to 6 or 7 days. And on the back end for us and administrative and enforcement wise, if we say we even have 50% compliance in the first year, we have 400 short-term rentals that have applied, they're legal, and our software is tracking that. If they go over the amount or they stay, say we have a 7-night minimum or a 6-night minimum, they only stay 3 nights. I don't believe that the software would be able to pick that up, because all they're going to look at is see that, okay, this has been booked for 6 nights. And that's the rental period. Now, I guess if they leave after 3 nights, technically they're not going to be able to rent for the other 3 nights because it's already booked. But it's going to be really difficult for us to track that many short-term rentals. Like I would say we have the most short-term rentals per capita in the province, if not in Canada. So for staff at this point, if we are approved for a licensing officer, we're going to have 3 full-time staff. And if we're approved for the other 2 seasonal officers that we've recommended in the past, we'd have 3 full-time staff and 3 seasonal staff with software. I still don't think that that's going to be enough for us to effectively be able to track, the contraventions of, not following the minimum nights per stay. I just don't think it's going to happen. And my personal opinion in this is recommendation number 1 is to remove them. And I appreciate that some councillors and committee members don't want to see that. But as Mr. Pink has said, if we create a licensing bylaw like this is a big change for the municipality, regardless of how you think of this. If we still continue to have problems after 1 or 2 terms of licensing where there's too much turnover or whatnot, we can come back to committee and we can implement those minimum number of nights per stay if we want to. But at this point, I believe that the easiest way for us to get the ball rolling in this sense is to have a short-term rental licensing bylaw that has no restrictions, get everybody comfortable with the licensing application requirements, let them run through. We do enforcement for a year or 2, see how it works. And if there are continued issues, it's easy for us to change a bylaw like this. It's not like this is a municipal act bylaw, so we don't have to have, public meetings as you do with zoning bylaw changes and appeals and whatnot. We can simply come back to committee. We can recommend those changes and committee would vote on that. And it's amended. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I would just add another comment, maybe your comments in reply. There was also some concerns with 7 days having all the staff that support turnover might all be it causes some disruption in that part of the industry. Do you recall those?
Yeah, through the chair, that was another comment. If you have longer stays, the workload of cleaning companies and whatnot will go down quite drastically. If you have three night stays or 2 night stays, those cleaning companies are in there probably multiple times a week. If we go to 7 days, they're probably going to be there one time a week. And I believe the point's already been made. If we have 7 days, you don't necessarily have that, if you will, a freebie day for those companies to come in and, clean the short-term rental and make it nice and presentable for the next group of renters too.
And I think there was also the point that if you're doing 6 or 7 nights, they're all going to be on the weekends, and the turnover will all be at the same time, and there won't be enough staff to do it.
Most likely, yes.
Director Pink, then Mayor
Thanks.
Kelly.
Thanks for indulging me. Just very quickly, I think on that point, I think the mayor correctly pointed out that essentially short-term rentals are basically the new resort. And what I do hear often is that, the old days of being able to take a week, 2 weeks holidays with your family are fewer and farther between. And if we want to encourage people to still come and visit Muskoka and stay at our new resorts, requiring a minimum 7 days is going to hinder that. So again, hence, I think staff's thinking of a crawl, walk, run. If the concern is, and I think Mr. Kennedy is correct, there are some out there for sure. But I think they're limited on how many really allow the nightly rental. If the concern with those are the huge parties and, bachelor parties or bachelorette parties every night, I think the other provisions in the bylaw around the code of conduct, responsible person, noise complaints, the ability to revoke that license, et cetera, should deal with those problems without the need to make it more onerous on a 6-night or 3-night and the tracking and administration of all that. So again, just wanted to provide the background on staff's thinking to help with the discussion.
We're going to Mayor Kelly, then Councillor Kent, if that's all right, and then Councillor Roberts, and then Councillor McIntyre. And I'm not going to recognize anymore because I can't remember more than 4 at a time. All right.
Thank you. And through you, I certainly respect Mr. Kennedy's point on this, but quite frankly, my humble estimation, the only reason we're here debating this issue is because we've all heard from non-short-term rental operators about the disruptive life that happens when there's a short-term rental next door. I remember people talking and complaining, even in the public meeting, about a revolving door of people next door. You don't know who they are. They've got pets. They don't have pets. They're in, they're out, they're celebrating. And that's under an unrestricted environment that took place. So if we're going to do crawl, walk, run, I'd prefer to do run, walk, crawl. Start with the aggressive, let's solve the problem approach. If we find it's unduly restrictive on tourism and on attracting people to come and stay here, it's just as easy to back down to the midsection as it is to move it up. I understand that it's easy to move it up, but we're not solving the problem that certainly I think I was called upon to get in here and participate on short-term rental discussion, which is the behavior that comes with too often turnover next door at a cottage that's, here for the traditional reason and is interrupted by the stuff going on at the STR next door.
Councillor Kent. Thank you, Mayor Kelly. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I would say that I have to agree with Mayor Kelly, and he has taken a few of the words right out of my mouth. With all due respect to Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Pink, I think their comments are very well taken. But I could be convinced to go to 5 days from 7 days. But when I look at the information provided by Mr. Kennedy in his report, when he said the majority of the people who spoke at the February meeting, which is where we got a lot of the feedback from, were operators. It's the non-operators and the owners that we're trying to satisfy in terms of improving the environment. And I don't mean physical environment, improving the environment of cottaging by not having undue turnover. I believe that we need to keep the restrictions on the number of days, at least at 5. I don't have any problem with removing the restrictions in the off season. Different audience, different problems, different community. And I think that's a separate issue, but I think we should not be removing them at this point, and I think we could go backwards, as Mayor Kelly has suggested. But I think we need to remember where the data came from Mr. Kennedy, because if it's true that a lot of the people, like the woman who spoke earlier, whose name I can't remember, she may not have stood up at that meeting. They're the people who we're trying to address primarily in this licensing bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and I really appreciated the information that staff provided on this. And I think, I thought about, why are we doing this? Why are we saying 7 that? And there was 2 things, and Mayor Kelly came up with the one that is, the continued changeover every so many days and getting someone new and they're starting again. So that's one. And the second one is that we were doing this for I'll call them the weekend warriors. The people are basically coming up to really enjoy themselves and at the expense of their neighbors. And when I got thinking of that and Mr. Kennedy was speaking, well, we have a penalty system. So the penalty system is going to take care of the weekend warriors, because if the same place is getting weekend warriors up there, they're going to lose demerit points real fast and they're going to not be able to rent. So it'll be the owner who will take care of that. So I'm thinking, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kennedy, am I thinking wrong through your chair? Is that our penalty system should take care of the places that are having 2-day rentals and abusing the system? That's my first question.
Mr. Kennedy.
Through you, yeah, in a sense, it should, if we can corroborate the evidence. That's going to be the issue. If we have a bunch of people that are here on the weekends and we get a complaint that, oh, they're gone after the 3rd day and they're supposed to be here for 6, we won't have anybody really to speak to as far as renters go. Or am I not following your question?
No, you're not. It's if I rent a place, let's say I rent it for 6 days, that as per the rule, but I'll pay the 6, a bunch of us are together, and we'll only be here for 2, but we're going to party like nobody's business. Then you would get a complaint, or bylaw would get a complaint, and we'd start the demerit point system on them, thereby forcing the owner of the property to self-police, or they're going to lose their business.
Yeah, and through you, I think what I was answering was along the lines of what I thought your question was. But like, if on an enforcement side, if we have a 6-night rental and those people make an agreement with the owner to say, hey, we're gonna pay for 6, but we're only staying for 3. There's really no way for us to track that in real time.
Yeah. Yep.
In the software, I'm not necessarily sure if we can even track that.
I don't want to track it. Sorry.
Councillor Roberts, it's quiet. Mr. Kennedy, finish your statement and I'm going to go to Mr. King.
So,
Councillor Roberts.
I'm leading up to the answer, but it's going to be difficult for us to be able to enforce that. Like, regardless if we had a 6-night stay or a 0-night stay, if you have a party at your place and it's a short-term rental, and we've collect the necessary evidence, we can issue that monetary penalty regardless of how long they're staying there.
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Roberts, supplemental then.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I'm not talking about the duration. I don't care about that. I care about that weekend warrior that's there for 2 days. And they are just causing havoc in the area. And
Yes.
what I'm saying is, if we can't police that, then what the heck are we even doing putting in short-term rentals? So, then maybe that's a bigger problem. But I'm just saying that if we have the penalty system and the demerit system, that if you have an operator who's continuing to rent to weekend warriors, they'd soon be out of business as far as our short-term license goes, in my opinion.
Director Pink, if you might want to chime in for a sec.
Yes, I think I'm following, thank you, through the chair, Councillor Roberts' line of questioning, and I would agree on the assumption, of course, that people who stay for 2 nights only disrupt the community. But if they are breaking municipal bylaws, noise, trespass, fireworks, etc., then presumably they would lose their demerit points quite quickly. And I think that was to my earlier point, in a way that addresses the need to go 6 nights, 2 nights, 7 nights, whatever you decide. If the issue is trying to control the disruptive behavior, the other provisions should assist with that, I think is what you're suggesting, and I would agree.
Councillor Roberts, just so that I can be clear, does that mean that you are more supportive of a 2-day limit versus a 7-day limit?
I have to take the other side of the equation. Sorry, I'll take the other side of the point where Mayor Kelly was talking about, that you're living next door to one of these places that rent every other night. You're getting no relief of that all summer. So it's really I'm still undecided.
Thank you. Councillor McIntyre.
I'm going to come down and support our bylaw officer because I see two major issues here that he mentioned when he was talking. One was the number of small time, and these were not cottagers for the impression that I got from the people who were talking. They were like the woman with the barn and that kind of stuff. They were more into the township. But what she was saying is that quite often who she houses are workers and construction workers and contractors who have to come in for 1 or 2 days and don't have any place else to stay. And I understand that, and I think that should be an option for people. I agree with Gord and what he's saying about what it comes down to is, can we enforce this bylaw if there are noise issues or whatever issues? And quite frankly, to me, it's a huge evidentiary issue that we're facing, and I believe you mentioned this. How do you determine how long people are there for? And how much bylaw time would be taken to that determination as opposed to them just enforcing the noise bylaws and all the rest of those bylaws? So I'm basically in favor of either of these two options or recommendations that they've given us. And we'll go from there.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you for the follow-up. I would just make the point, which has been one of my issues since the very beginning, which is with all respect to our bylaw department that works their tails off, I do not think we should be leaving the success or failure of the short-term licensing program, if we're going to do it, to catching people on infractions. I think that we really need to put a system in place that is restrictive and then work back from there, because we don't have the staff to properly surveil and respond. Even with new staff, we don't have the staff. And I think that normal summer issues are all encompassing in many respects. Adding this on top of our schedule for the bylaw department is too much. So I think we really need to step back and say, I don't want to use bylaws alone to correct the behavior. I think we have to use a regime that corrects that to the best extent, and then use the bylaw as a way of making sure it happens, rather than depending on bylaw first. And then, if it doesn't work, then we can put more days in place. Because I think the history is that if we do have a couple of bad offenders who, that's been my, theory since the beginning, is a lot of data, but probably a bunch of data points, of which probably all of it is in the same 5 or 6 or 7 rentals. Let's restrict those rentals. And then, because the bylaw hasn't been able to manage that, bylaw manager hasn't been able to tackle that problem with that tool alone. So I would suggest that we go the other way around. Anyway, sorry for the secondary question. Thank you.
No apologies required. Councillor Edwards, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you. I've been listening through the chair. If you're going to have a 6-day rental, say from the 24th of May till Labor Day, because that's when then off season to try and get people up here, you could go to weekends and other nights. So that's one option. And I guess as a licensed contractor for almost 30 years, we weren't restricted on when we could work. It was a plumbing license, and you could work 7 days a week if you want, 24 hours a day. That was what the license was for. It was to bring you into conformity, that you followed the rules, you followed the bylaws, you followed all the plumbing code and that. So I don't know. I can see why people would like 6 days or 7 days, but I can also see why, if they're running a business, and I think if they want to do it on 2 days all year round, that's fine. Then they should go and get a commercial license. And I will tell you, if everybody's crying about $1,000 here and there, I checked it out. If you were assessed as a commercial business, you would be paying $575 per 100,000. So if you had $1 million cottage, you'd be paying $5,750 in taxes to run it as a business for 2 days a week. I don't have a problem with that then. But I think if we're doing it, we must be consistent. But I could go with 6 days a week from, say, the 24th of May to Labor Day. And I know that that's cutting some families out. I think too, if you had contractors up there and they were doing it for 5 nights a week, which I had done when I worked up in North Bay, I would go up Monday and come home Thursday night. So it can be done. I think you could have somebody come on and say, okay, it's a licensed contractor, they're here. They're not going to be partying every night. So just some thoughts on it. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Berry.
Thank you. So part of the math for me on the 6 nights is, again, to allow for the turnover. It stops the revolving door. If people only want to stay for 2 nights, that's fine. But what it does do is it stops the person from being able to rent it again until the 6 nights is changed. And the software will get that. That's not, we can program the software, my understanding, to figure that out so that another rental doesn't come in. I think it's part of what we're trying to do is between the 24th of May and Labor Day is stop the 2 nights, the revolving door. And doing a 6 nights means that the worst you're going to get is kind of one night. And we can hopefully do something about that. That was my only thought. If staff think that they can do it without having it, and they're just going to, clamp down on the bad guys, well then,
Committee, let me presume that this, or let me ask, I think this discussion has been on the May to September timeframe. Let me ask generally, do we think that 2 weeks or 2 days minimum is all right in the off season? I generally get the sense that might be okay. All right. So I think staff got their guidance on that. I think that's fair. Yeah, but I got a lot of nods.
Two night minimum or zero?
2 night, yeah. All right, let me ask, it's do we want a 2 night minimum or do we want no minimum?
Can we separate those out and vote on them separately?
Well, we're talking, do we want to have any minimums in the off season? Because we got seasonal people coming in, and maybe you got, families who want to come up for Oktoberfest or Cranberry or something, but they can't afford 2 nights. They only want 1 night. I mean, we could do 0 too. Just leave it unrestricted. We always have what Mr. Kennedy pointed out. We could crawl, walk, run. If we find that's a problem in the off seasons, we can come back and fix it. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. If we extend the off season till the Monday after or Tuesday after Thanksgiving, I think that would I'd be happy to go to no minimum.
It's an interesting point. Mr. Kennedy, do you have any thoughts on that?
Through the chair, no, not really. That would be a committee decision. If we want to extend the on-peak season to Thanksgiving rather than Labor Day, then that would be something that you guys would have to decide. It's not necessarily the recommendation that we've proposed to you, but we'll take your direction and bring that back later.
All right. So what's the best way to handle this? So let's just. I'm gonna do a number of straw polls today, so forgive me for that, but I think it's the best way to get some solution on this. So we had an idea of going to from September to after Labor Day. Gonna straw polls on thoughts of that. Sorry, not Thanksgiving, not Labor Day, Thanksgiving. Thank you for that. In support of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pardon? Yeah, I think, all right. So then the question is it 0 or 2? 0 days, no restrictions after, between, Councillor Kent, no restrictions after Labor Day? Thanksgiving, sorry. Okay, all right. So you got your directions on that. So let's deal with the more challenging one on 7 versus 6 versus 2 versus 0. Let me just get a general sense. I think Mayor Kelly's suggestion on 6 versus 7 is not neither. It offers some flexibility. It may help a little bit on the challenge of cleaning staff all congregating on the same day, allows for some turnover. Do I get a general sense that we should talk about 6 versus 7? All right. So the question is it 6 or is it 2? And I'm going to do a straw poll here. So all those who would prefer to have the long period, 6, if you could raise your hands, if you could help me with the count.
6 nights.
Well, it's 5 out of 9, so that's in favor.
Nights.
6 nights. All right, so that is 5 out of 9. 5 out of 9. So it carries.
That was 6 nights.
Yeah.
Clarify to me.
Yes. Director Pink would like some, doesn't fit.
You just draw polls for people that are not saying anything where they land. Because I'm quite disturbed. We've got several people in the room that are not participating.
Hold on. Let me get some order back here. I offered lots of opportunity for people to say things. And I have asked some directly whether they had an opinion or not. Councillor Zavis, you had your hand up and
Well, I'm happy to
suggestion?
speak to the question. Again, been a business guy. I still haven't seen a business case. I listened to our bylaw enforcement officer talk about software. I've heard the software many, many times. Is that $100,000? Is that $20,000? What is that? How does that fit into the business case? I've heard him just a few moments ago, reflect on part-time, an additional full-time. I'd love to know what all of this is going to cost. And now I understand that this is intended to be self-fulfilling, so that whatever the fee is that's charged will then go in and it'll pay for all of those expenses. I'm not so sure I believe that. And I'm kind of surprised that we would run, no offense, run before we crawl and understand what the implications of all these costs are. We just handed the taxpayers a 15.3% tax increase. And, I don't know, where does it end? And
Councillor Zavis, may I make a suggestion on that? That I add it as a point to be covered. Remember I said we had a couple of points we needed to decide. One was public input. We want to decide all these issues. We want to decide public input, whether we want further other input. I'm going to add, if Mr. Kennedy could give us an idea of the summary of the business case, but we can only do that after we've made these decisions, so we are fully informed, so that he can make some rough estimate on the business case, because I know that has been an issue with some councillors around the state.
But if I might,
Secondary.
it does speak to a voting pattern. I mean, quite honestly, I'm not embracing this because I'm not convinced that this is the way to go. And so to answer my good friend's opinion, I can vote any which way I want. And I choose to not favor some of the options.
And that's fine. And I think that was Councillor Brewery's point, that we want to make sure we heard from everybody. Councillor Nishikawa.
Well, thank you. And to further that through you to you,
Yep.
Essentially, that's where I'm stuck, and I'm obviously not explaining it clear enough, but I now heard that along with this program, we may be hiring a number of other bylaw officials. And for the biggest part for me, and living through, like many of you, but really being on the ground, being at those cottages at 1 and 2 in the morning with my fellow councillors, quite frankly, and seeing, the things that happened and stuff. it requires a bylaw officer to be there. Regardless of whether we have a program in place or whether we have push this button and they'll get fined. That's not directing the fact that there's 15 naked men outside of a window of a little girl's house, you know, kind of thing. Because that's what we did experience in the past. So just saying, but in reality, that's where I'm really hung up because I'm now, so every time, just, you know, here's my ignorance, every time we add a body to the township, it's $100,000.
Director Pink?
So that's where I'm trying to get at. Like, I just can't figure out the funding of this.
Thank you. Thoughtful comment. Director Pink?
Thank you. I think Councillor Kent has added under new business, there will be a discussion on bylaw hours and staffing, and we can certainly, I think it's better suited for that portion. But what I did want to point out is in the October 23 report on this matter, it is linked in your current report, or we can send again. There was a detailed pro forma or a business model put in outlining all the financial aspects of the licensing regime. We have had an estimate from the software provider. It goes down to, you know, uniforms, fleet vehicle, etc. Granted, there are a number of assumptions in that model. A lot of unknowns. How many applicants will there be? The compliance rate, etc. And it will be a learning process, but it does outline your expected costs. So just very at a high level, $75,000 for the tracking software. If you're looking for a number, Councillor Zavitz. Yes, at a minimum, I think one licensing officer, we're estimating 120,000 for that. What's beneficial, I think, is the nimbleness or the flexibility with respect to the seasonal bylaw officers. Because they're seasonal, we're not adding permanent head count. And at relatively minimal expense, we can bulk up quite significantly and adjust as needed, either add more or reduce in future years, depending on our learning of this process. So again, not to get into that, I think there are fees as one of the discussion items later on the chart, and the general discussion that under new business that Councillor Kent's put on. But I did want to mention that the pro forma was put in the October 23rd report. If we could just circle back, I appreciate, I think there was just a bit of whispering. I just want to be abundantly clear on the consensus. So just repeat it. May long weekend to Thanksgiving, no restrictions on the minimum nightly stays. With the high season,
Thanksgiving.
sorry, that's correct. Off season, no restrictions. During the high season, we'll just keep it to that. It was 6 nights, not 6 days, correct? And I wonder, not to again extend the discussion, but if I think what we heard might be a good suggestion, if there was consensus around instead of a minimum 6-night stay, the bylaw would state that someone could rent for 1 night or 2 nights, but there wouldn't be permitted to have more than 1 renter during a 6-night period. Is that?
No.
Councillor Kent, sorry. Yeah. Thank you, you have had your hand up for a while. You were on my list and then we're going to take a break.
I wasn't muted.
Thank you for reminding me that you were next on my list because
Well,
you were.
if you agree with what Mr. Pink just said, then you can have the party on Saturday night with all the bridesmaids and people coming up and having an event. And I think you get that 1 night thing, I think causes a further problem. That wasn't my comment, by the way, which I'm waiting to make, but I'll wait on the other comment till you're ready for me.
All right, so you'll get a supplementary or a comment there. Mr. Kennedy.
Through the chair, I think regardless of what we pick for number of nights per stay, at the end of the day, it's not actually going to stop the people that want to just come here for the weekend. To Councillor Burry's point, you can rent it for 6 nights and you only have to stay for 3. And then that other 3 nights on a calendar, like if you go to Airbnb, they would book for those 6 nights. So those 6 nights now get blocked and no one else can book those. So if someone wants to stay for 1, 2, 3, 4 nights, we can't really stop them from doing that. It's just the way the bylaw would be worded is that it's a 6-night per stay. So that calendar should be blocked off for 6 nights in a row. until another group of renters can come in. So, I heard, I recall a comment from one of the rental agencies in regards to the number of nights per stay. And it keeps coming back as we're discussing this, is you're going to see some of these companies offer, hey, stay 4 nights and we'll give you 2 nights free. Or stay 3 nights and we'll give you 3 nights free. So I think regardless of how many nights per stay we're going to put in there, it's not necessarily going to eliminate the weekend warriors. However, this licensing bylaw, back to Councillor Roberts' point, the licensing bylaw will still cover those, because we'll be able to use the noise bylaw to issue those demerit points and issue monetary penalties.
Councillor Kent, then Mayor Kelly, and then we're going to take a break.
Thank you. I was just going to go back to the comment about financial plan. Yes, in October, we saw a very brief financial plan. I think many of the items that are on the list that was put forward today by Mr. Kennedy, such as the fees, you have to approach it as, what is the right fee so that we are break even on this as a business in year 1? Like, we don't want to be spending out of pocket. And then the second question becomes, what is the right level of bylaw staffing, and at what salary level and employee level to support the framework that we put in place? I think that we need a recut of that business plan in maybe a slightly more detail than it was presented in October, which was a good start. But we need to see the numbers, and I think the conversation of what the fees are to be will depend on how we want to run the business. And there are iterations, but you need a certain amount of money coming in to cover the expenses that are going out. And number 2, I think if we're going to do that business plan, I think it would be very beneficial that we do it both with and without the MAP tax, because I think we're deceiving ourselves not to be presenting it with that as a additional revenue item.
Thank you.
My request would be that sooner rather than later, the staff come back with a revised and enhanced business plan. Not substantially revised, it's all there, just a few additions. Thank you.
Thank you to Councillor Kent. I will remind committee that the resolution is to bring this back to committee, not to council. So if we have items that we don't get to today, such as the budget, we can certainly bring those back at the next committee. So, we can have more of this budget discussion when we're having the rates discussion. Mayor Kelly, and then we're going to have a break because we're too late already.
Thank you very much. And through you, I just wanted to go back to something Mr. Kennedy said, because I wonder if I understood it correctly, it may still solve the problem. Someone books for 5 days or 6 days, gives away 3 freebies, somebody comes in for 2, but can't rebook for the balance of the term. Is that correct? So at least the neighbor is only being exposed to the cycle of in and out and party once a week. Doesn't matter whether the place is dark or not. They're not celebrating. There isn't somebody coming in on Wednesday after someone else leaves on Tuesday night. That's the real concern, is the constant revolving door. If you block it for 6 days, I frankly don't care if they never show up. If they show up and stay 2 days or 3 days, it's no less or no more disruptive than if they stay the whole 6. That's my point.
Yeah, through the chair. Mr. Kennedy, I think that's essentially what Mr. Pink was saying, if you comment.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. All right. Folks, we're going to have a break and we will be back at 3 o'clock. And I remind you, because I read the resolution, we cannot have discussions about this topic when we're on the break. by the clock on my computer, it is 3 o'clock, so we'll call this meeting back to order. Who are we missing? Nobody? Oh, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Pink was always on the phone. Mr. Pink was looking for clarification on, was it 6 days rental period or Mr. Pink, maybe you can just ask a clarification at the end, because I think this Councillor Kent did not agree, but I wanted to make sure whether we had just, you know, majority.
To confirm consensus, so during the high season, which again would be May long weekend until Thanksgiving, it would be no more than one renter or rental in every 6-night period.
All right. Is that what we all understood when we Mayor Kelly? I'm kind of looking around the table. Okay, thank you. On continuing on page 100, we need to discuss the 50% versus the 75% that is allowed to be rented during the on season, the summer season. So questions or comments on that from committee? Staff is looking for guidance. What do we have a thoughts or preference on? Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I would let them rent it 100% because it's a business now and they have to rent 6 days, so it's not just weekend. They'll probably bring their families up at some point for 1 or 2 weeks anyways. I wouldn't restrict it that way.
Do we have a Councillor Nishikawa or McIntyre? I'll point. I'm not doing well with names today.
Again, I'm gonna go back to use of township officers' time, and this just seems like a waste of time to me. To be calculating how many days, and I don't know how you, if there was a situation for charges to be laid, creating the evidentiary trail is going to be difficult. I don't see that the cost benefit analysis weighs out.
Right.
Amount of time you can rent.
Councillor Burry, yes, go ahead.
So why don't we do a straw poll, Mr. Chair, on no restrictions on the amount?
So on period. We're talking about on period. All right. Director Pink.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna provide clarity. What we're discussing is the maximum number of days you can rent per year. So the thinking here was, again, to preserve character in this case. So these are residentially zoned properties, 100% of the time being a rental. The thought was, again, to ensure some vacancy. So the one rental for every 6-night period certainly assists, but the potential exists that this still will be a constant rental for the whole time, just on 6-night plus periods. So the thinking, I think council's thinking, or how this issue came up, was 50% to ensure that there was some open period. So staff suggesting to scale that back a little bit to 75%. And in response to Councillor McIntyre's question, I think this actually would be an easier one administratively. I think, as Mr. Kennedy pointed out, the number of nights in every individual rental will be a challenge to monitor and enforce, even for the tracking software. But the total number, I think, in my mind, should be easier, because at the end of the year, there's only so many days and you were only able to rent it for so many nights. So you either exceeded it or you didn't. So I think before you, again, it is 50%. We're suggesting 75. It could be down to up to 100. But again, keep in mind it's off season and high season. We're looking for direction on both. Again, to reiterate my earlier comments, I would suggest no limit on the off season. Again, I don't think we need to preclude people from renting for half of the off season or 75%. Thank you.
All right, so we are dividing the discussion into on season and off season. So and so let's do the easy one. Off season, should we have any restrictions at all? Well, yes, nods maybe. Let me open it up for discussion before we have the straw poll. Should we have any restrictions at all in the off season? Councillor Kent. Councillor Kent, you had your hand up?
I said, I agree, we should not have any restrictions in the off season.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Councillors? Councillor Nishikawa.
I just wanted to confirm that the original recommendation was 50%.
Yes, it was.
And so where I'm going and is that hearing the complaints that people don't know their neighbor next door anymore, or the disruption is like all the time. I actually was still okay with the 50% in the off season. I think that's, for many of us, that's the quiet time, like the, and so, you know, getting that quiet time, it's, yeah, I just, I'm still trying to search when that quiet time would be, but in fact, some of us are grateful for 6 months of not having the onslaught, I guess.
Fair enough. Councillor Edwards.
The reason that I would say that we could leave it and that full rental is there could be contractors coming up and renting somewhere when they're working up here. It also would bring some revenue into for the off season for some of the stores and that up here. So that's the only reason I mentioned it, but I can go with whatever everyone else wants. Thank you.
Councillor Nishikawa, have you a question? Yep.
So I'm reminded of our applications earlier and concerned that many of the properties I know that are used are on not maintained roads, not maintained by the municipality. Where does that conversation come into play when people are intending on renting those year round? Or in whatever season, I guess, because could that be part of the application process? Is, you know, is this road maintained? Can the fire get to it? And to say that, well, you know, the waterfront access has the ability to get there by water isn't really real, because it's not the case. Like, you don't want to send firemen out to a frozen, partially frozen, like all of that. So I'm just wondering, I think I need to be aware of what, of these, again, seasonal roads that are not maintained by the municipality. And we're allowing rentals on those roads?
I see. If you could just, can you reply to that briefly, Mr. Kennedy? Sorry.
Sorry, through the chair. The only comment I can make in regards to that is within the bylaw right now, one of the license application requirements is that the owners have to indicate which type of road that their property is located on. So whether it's a municipally not like a non-maintained road or a seasonal road or whatever, I think there's 4 different options or 5 different options. Obviously, water access only is one of them. But that's about the only thing I could say to that question. As far as anything else we could put in for a provision, I'm not entirely sure where we could go with that, to be quite honest.
Thank you. Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you. One of the other requirements, application requirements in the draft bylaw is confirmation of zoning. So if a property was being rented out that was unlawful or not in compliance with zoning, take, for example, this morning's application, if that was rented out as a dwelling and it's not permitted as a dwelling, they would not get a license to do so. Also, again, part of the licensing officer's task with each application will be to circulate to the various departments. So planning, fire, building, bylaw, etc., to ensure that the property is up to code, up to requirements. So that is, I think it will largely be addressed through that way.
All right. Thank you for that. Excellent answer. All right. So back to, we are talking off season. We're talking 100, 75 or 50%. Those are the basically 100% rentable, 75% of the time or 50% of the time. I think I'm getting a sense that we got at least a couple of people thinking it's fine to go of 100%. I'm seeing some more heads shaking here. Would you like to say something, Mr. Roberts? Okay, we're tied at the moment.
I'm
Councillor
talking
Burke.
about zoning. You know, if we're gonna allow them to rent 100% of the time and they're in a waterfront residential.
Off-season. We're talking off-season only at the moment. Because we're gonna split the off-season and the on-season. I was trying to do the off-season
I'm less
because I thought it was
fussed about the
easier.
Off-season, because I think that if someone is gonna rent in the off-season, it's likely to be for a longer period to someone that is looking for housing.
Mhm.
And that I'm okay with. Well, could be wrong, or
Director Pink?
Could be wrong, but I believe, Councillor Burry, where your mind may be going is the zoning compliance if someone's permitted to rent 100% of the time. And this is really one of the core key issues or decisions we made when the very first time we started exploring short-term rentals. Our zoning bylaw right now, we've been advised by legal counsel, I think on a number of occasions, that the zoning doesn't prohibit the rental of cottages. It's still a residential use. There's been many neighbors who have fought that it's a commercial use. We should be able to enforce our zoning bylaw. It's not. If we wanted to pursue changes to our zoning bylaw, and hence why, again, I think we're down the licensing road, is you wouldn't be able to say, well, this one causes problems. This one's on Airbnb, or this one is rented one night. This one's rented 10 nights. If you want to take the position that renting a cottage is commercial, we would have to shut down renting cottages. Hence why I think the licensing regime is a much more nimble, flexible tool to regulate the activity versus a zoning application, when you can imagine how contentious this room would be right now if we were down that road in the appeal rights. So all the roads lead to licensing as opposed to zoning, and that was one of the very key core questions that we solved at the beginning.
All right, so do we have any more comments? Because otherwise I'm just gonna try to get a sense through a straw poll of whether, and I'm saying, it's either we're 7 or do we have enough support for 100% that you can rent in the off season? That's really the question. Are there any more comments on that being the question? Otherwise, I'd just like to get a sense through a straw poll about which way that's going. Straw poll, please. Those who think 100% allowable rentals in the off season is fine.
Sure.
Okay, fine. I think we keep your hand up just for a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right. So we are in the majority with the definition of the off season being October. I think we agreed upon that.
Yeah.
Right? Thanksgiving. Yeah. Very well. Okay. Now the more challenging one is on the on season. And the debate is 50, 75 or let them rent full time. Comments, please. Mr. Arts.
Through you, Chair, I'm thinking out loud. I can think that we're going to get most of the rentals during the summer season. And I'm waffling here, whether it should be 100% or what, because it's there. That's my big struggle. It's because it's just a small window. And I'm thinking about what I define as small mom and pop shops that traditionally have rented for 100% of the time. And how we're impacting these people that are unintended consequences that we're going to be impacting.
Councillor Kent, you have your hand up, please. Looking.
I feel that it has to be 50, 60, maximum 75%, but it cannot be 100% in the summer. Otherwise, you're not succeeded in doing what you want. We do not want commercial hotels in residential, zoning. So I think you have to have a restriction during the high season use to eliminate the problem. It's a two-pronged approach. Anyway.
Councillor Roberts. Sorry, Edwards. Councillor Edwards, you had your hand up. Apologize, guys. I gotta think past a lot of fronts. I just, We need to separate you two because I keep getting you mixed up. You're both great looking. That's the problem.
The reason I'm saying 100% because we're licensing it, we're collecting a license fee. Some of these smaller cottages would, if we have to rent by the week, would be probably full. Whereas some of the larger ones, if somebody had to rent it for a week, they may not go there. So some of them are gonna be sitting empty anyway. So I'd let the market do it. We can always correct it if we find out it's too much. As the mayor said, run, don't walk at the start rather than the other way around. I could live with 100%.
Mayor Kelly, what, do you have some thoughts on this?
I'd go with 50% on this one.
All right. Okay. Councillor Kent, you still have your hand up? Councillor Kent, can you hear me? Your video was very slow.
Yes, I turned down I took off the hand. It was from the before. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, I'm gonna ask, let's do it this way. I want a straw vote on who supports 100%. Can you count, please?
3, 3, 3.
All right.
I see 3.
And who would support 75? 2.
We can vote. Okay.
Sorry, say that again?
No,
No. So sorry, let me go back. 100 did not fly.
No, I understand.
All right, 100 did not fly. So now the question is, we have original recommendation of 50 and a new suggestion of 75. We're going down, all right?
100's
Yeah,
eliminated.
100 is gone. Thank you for that. I wasn't being clear. So now we're at 75, which is moving it up from the original number that we had for the public. We're moving it up to 75. All those in favor?
4.
4. All right. So those who want to keep it at 50, please. And you can get to, okay.
5, I see 5 hands up.
No, all right. So no, sorry. I guess it is 50 versus 75. You know, so you can only vote once this time, right? Because we only have 2 options. Yeah, well, sorry, we're making up the rules as we go along. We're, you know. But to be fair. Yes, sir. Point of order. Chair, committee, please. We're trying to.
If 75's gone down and then went to 50 and you didn't get enough votes, then it would go down. So like I'm agreeing with the other ones. I didn't get 75, but I can still say I will support 50%. And if not, if it happened to go around that you only had 3 or 4 votes for 50%, then that would go down.
The 2 options are 75 or 50. We are going to do 50 at minimum 50. That's what was decided in the last minimum.
And
so the 2 options are 75 or 50. You can only vote for one because we're decide are we going for 75 or are we going for 50? All right. All right. So 75 hands up, please. Straw.
Sally's hard to see, but I don't.
Sally, do you have your hand up?
Just to clear the light. So I see 4. And are you voting for this or because you put your?
Let me think about this for a minute. I guess I have to vote on this at this point, don't I?
Yes.
And I vote for 75. So there we go. Thank you. All right. So that's 75. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I don't know. Was that a call on point of order?
Rob, could you just tell us what the
Very well.
vote was on that, please?
I beg your pardon?
How many voted which way on that? On 75?
There was 5 in support of 75.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. The next favorite topic is we have 9. Yeah. Next is fees. Councillor Burry, please.
So I'd like to see if we can cut to the chase. Fees have to cover the entire cost of this piece, whatever that number is. And if we don't have a good enough model, which I believe Councillor Kent is going to talk about, I think we don't have to decide exactly what the fee is today, but whatever the fee is, it has to cover the entire piece is where I would like to see us land, so that we're not putting the burden on any other taxpayer.
Councillor Burry, thank you for that first point. I will get Mayor Kelly, Mr. Roberts, and then Mr. Kennedy, because I presume these comments are related to what Councillor Burry said, and Sally. And all right.
And sorry,
Before I go to you, let's go to Mr. Kennedy, because he may have the answer that answers everybody's question. All right.
Okay, through you, we have 4 options available to us. Option 1 and 2 are essentially the same, as I said, just aside from the term of license. Option 3 is to incorporate primary versus secondary, and option 4 is to incorporate the number of days rented per year. I think with the decisions that committee has just made, number 4 probably doesn't even make sense anymore. So you're looking at maybe option 1, 2, or 3. Now, if you guys are looking to make this a cost neutral program, what I will say is, in my research, any time that I have seen a municipality need to amend their short-term rental licensing bylaw, it usually revolves around having to increase licensing fees, because what happens is, and we're in the exact same boat. We have so many variables. You don't know how much you're going to, like what your compliance rate's going to be. You don't know how many penalties you're going to issue. That is never really going to be known. And, you know, we don't necessarily know how much actual staff time this is going to take. So I feel that what ends up happening in a lot of municipalities is they come back to their committee and council, you know, 1 or 2 years later, and they say, hey, look, we are spending way too much time here. We vastly underestimated the cost of this. We need to increase that fee because of X, Y, and Z issues. So I just want to put that out there to everybody that, you know, while we have 1,000 for a 2-year license, I think in even our pro forma, I always put it at 50% compliance. So for ballpark, last we knew we had just over 800 short-term rentals in the township. So if we take 800 at 50% compliance, you have 400 with $1,000 for every 2 years. You're making, you're making 400,000 every 2 years. The cost per year for running the program, I believe, if I recall correctly, the pro forma back in January was $255,000 a year. That was including the licensing officer, the seasonal bylaw officers ×2, the monitoring software, and we do have a fleet vehicle up there, but that's a one-time cost, and it increases the initial fee to $305,000. So if we're doing $500 a year or $1,000 every 2 years, we aren't making that money back if we're going to charge that cost. And I will be quite honest with that. So again, it's up to committee on how much we want to charge and where we want to go with this. I just want to put that out there, that a lot of municipalities end up coming back after a year or two, and the sole reason is to increase the fee because they are losing the money. And I don't know if their council is the same as what we are, looking to have this a cost neutral program. But that's usually what I see, is an increase in licensing fees after only 1 or 2 years, because they aren't making the money back as they initially intended to.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Could you also comment about how our township is a little different than the others, in that we have, in your previous comment was that we are probably the most, on a per capita basis, the highest short-term rentals per population, and how that might help us on the revenue side?
Yeah, like sorry, through the chair, like I said, we have 800 or so short-term rentals in the township, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ted, the population is what, 10,500 now? I don't know what was on the last sign that I passed coming in here, but is it 8,000?
700.
Okay, so if we have, and I'm not entirely sure how many actual properties we have in the township, but if we have 800 short-term rentals and say we have roughly about 8,000 pieces of property in the township, that's 1 in 10 is a short-term rental. That's pretty high. I get it all the time at our conferences where it's like, oh yeah, we got 250, we got 300. That's like extremely high. And I go, yeah, we got 800. They go, oh, Jesus. Like,
Actually,
have fun
I was,
doing that. So,
Mr. Kenny, I was more on the point that many of the municipalities only have 200 or 300.
yeah,
Whereas we have 800. And therefore we have a broader base to spread our fees over and therefore do not have to have such as an expensive fees as perhaps in ones where they only have 200 or 300 applicants to spread their cost over. That said, we have greater cost as well because we've got
Yes.
more, but
yeah, the enforcement cost is obviously going to be exponentially higher. The monitoring software is exponentially higher than a lot of other municipalities because of the amount of short-term rentals we have too.
thank you.
The way they charge municipalities for the software is per short-term rental that's in your municipality. So, a municipality that has 300, their cost might only be 25,000, 30,000. Since we have 800, the projected cost that we had at last time was around 75,000 a year.
Thank you very much. All right, now there were some questions. Hopefully some of those got answered, but there were some enthusiastic hands up. Mayor Kelly, then Councillor Kent, then Councillor Robert.
And I just thank you through you. Just wanted to follow up on Councillor Burry's comment. I think we need to build a business plan. I think we need to estimate a number of existing short-term rental houses or whatever we call them, short-term rental places. I know we think there's 800. My bet is when we start plowing around, we're going to find there's at least 50% more than that. But let's pick a baseline of 800. Nobody goes into any kind of enterprise or venture thinking necessarily that it's going to break even or turn a profit in year one. I don't think we should be striving for profitability, but we should be breaking even. And I'm willing to, sort of underwrite this on the theory that with a focused effort to increase compliance from 40, 50% in year one to, incrementally over 2 or 3 years till we get awful close to full compliance. And that's going to be largely driven by an extraordinary fee for non-compliance. I don't necessarily think it has to break even in the first year, but it's got to show a model that's going to be focused on penetration, focused on revenue. If we have to come back and increase fees, we have to increase fees. If literally we're talking 200,000 being a high level guess as to compliance, maybe the $500 a year fee is too little. Maybe it needs to be $750 or $1,000 to cover the actual cost we think we're going to have attributed back to that program.
Councillor Kent. And then
Thank you.
Councillor Robert.
Both the mayor and Councillor Burry and I agree. I realize you have a business plan, but I'd like management to take, not management, yeah, I'd like staff and management to take ownership of a plan that says, well, we're not going to break even in year one, but our goal is to hit this in year two, and then report back to us as we proceed with this on how they've done and what they recommend, what levers they have at that point in time to hit the number, which may mean an increase in fees. So I think they should come back and say, yeah, we think to be realistic based upon this business plan, which is our best guess of what's going to happen, we need to have $1,000 fee. So I'd suggest that we just put the question of what the fee number is on hold until we get a agreed upon business plan that comes from management 100% up with updated figures and thoughts on staffing. So I'm leaning towards a higher number out of the gate. I don't believe as well, though, I think the mayor is right. If we have a $15,000 or $20,000 loss in year one, it's not going to be the end of the world, but we need to know what that's going to be because it'll be in the budget next year.
Councillor Roberts. Your mic, please.
I echo everything that everyone has said to this point. I've said from day one, this cannot be on the taxpayers that don't rent the cost. And part of that cost in a business would be startup costs. The time for Mr. Kennedy that he's taken away from the job that we hired him to do, to develop this, the research, that should all be there in startup. So we should have a startup cost in the fee. The other thing is when I looked at the the high level costs that we had. We got to get it down to an itemized, because I think we're going to need more summer bylaw officers, and Mr. Kennedy sort of indicated that we're going to, is costing higher. But just on the software itself, which I had, there's something called data normalization. That we're going to have a staff, in my opinion, that's going to have to take that data and then marry it to our database, which is MPAC. And it's going to be a challenge to do that, and it'll be a daily job. I did this during the campaign to keep that up to date. So that's my thoughts, that I think it's understated on that cost. And so we need a business case and a detailed business case. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy.
Sorry, through you, just to comment on the software, from what I gather, speaking to the representative for one of the software companies we've been talking to, they require about an 8 to 12 week startup period before the whole system would go live. So we do have to take that time frame into account too, and that kind of cost that would be associated with that startup.
Councillor Roberts,
Sorry, to you, Chair, light just came on. Is the software company going to do the marrying of their database to our database? Or are we going to do it?
Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, through you, I believe they would be doing all that legwork to marry everything up so that we're aware.
Councillor Edwards, thank you. Councillor Edwards, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, I did. Thank you, through the chair. Looking at the costs in that, Bracebridge charges $1,500. We had something in there, option, just a minute.
2, 3.
Option 3 was $300 of the 1-year license, or $1,500 for secondary residence. We had $1,500 that should cover it. And that for the simple fact that even if we charge $1,000 a year, not $500 a year, but $1,000, if you get 400 units coming in, there's 400,000 that would be covered in the first year. And if there's any other expenses, if you had 1,500 plus, you're not going to have to come back for 2 or 3 years to ask for a raise in the license fees.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Director Pink, I think you have some thoughts on this.
Maybe just move this along. I know it's been a long day. The business model, the way or the financial model, the way we've set it up, it's fairly easy to play with the assumptions with just basic calculator. Typically, we don't have to decide fees at this earliest stage. The other aspect is, most of the times the bylaw is changing as we discuss, and it might get more complex, less complex. We can certainly, perhaps what could be done, again, there will be at least 2 more touch points if this moves as efficiently as possible. Council can review that business model and play with the number of licenses, the fees, and the number of bylaw officers or licensing officers. And it's quite easy to see what the ultimate revenue and your expenses will be. What I would suggest you, a reoccurring theme, is that it's not on the backs of the taxpayer. I would suggest not going under $500 per year for a license, just on a basic math at bare bones staffing based on our numbers and expected compliance rates. I don't think you want to go below 500. But again, if there's a link in your report, staff can resend the October 23 report, but you would have at least 1 month to 2-3 months to play with that model, input the numbers, and see what we feel. Staff will do the same and see what we feel is an appropriate license when we have a more firm bylaw in front of us, perhaps in a month or 2 months' time, based on the recommendations coming from this. Because there's still quite a few things to work through, and I know it's 4 o'clock, and fees typically are sort of the last step. So,
Councillor Edwards.
Just a thought. I don't know how we're doing it here. I ran a 24/7 business. We had somebody on call, so they got called, they got paid to go out for it. And that, I don't know if we're looking at that or having somebody on so many hours a day.
Thank you. Committee, how do we feel about Director Ping's suggestion? I think it's an excellent one. Very well. Great. Mr. Kennedy, I don't think we need a recap on site map and floor plan. Those it seem to me to be good ideas. Improvement, certainly one of the issues that was raised by the feedback in the feedback meeting was, you know, making the application a little more onerous. I think this helps in that step. Is that fair to say? Yeah.
Yeah, through you, I would agree. We have the 4 recommendations on the licensing requirements. I think they're quite simple. I don't know if we really need to have a fulsome discussion on those ones. I think that should be more of a
Everybody agree on that? So
administrative
we're
change.
talking on pages, what is that page? Yeah, I think you're right on that. I don't know why. So, yeah, 103 on 104. So site plan and then the licensing requirements was removing advertising, just fixing up floor plan and the site plan. And articles of incorporations get the shareholders' names rather than having to ask for articles of incorporation. Everybody, I think everybody's comfortable with those. Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
In a lot of cases, would our building department not have floor plans if they're fairly recent and in the last 10 years or something like that, that they could come in and get?
Mr. Kennedy?
Yep, through the chair, that's correct. We would actually encourage, and that would be something we put on the webpage for applications is you've recently obtained a building permit, you most likely have a site map, you most likely have your floor plan and whatnot, and people are free to use those if they really want to. And I think we've described that a couple times in the past. So, you know, that's all well and fine. And all they on the floor plan, all they would really need to include would be like the fire extinguishers and the carbon monoxide detectors. But yeah, if they're free to use those if they have them, and if we have them and they don't, we can certainly send it to them so that they can include it in their application.
Thank you for that. The another one I think warrants discussion is friends and families of 14 days or less. The proposal is to eliminate that. I think some of the feedback was that that could be used as a bit of a loophole. We could end up with, you know, 7 weekends of 2 days. In spite of the fact that we have a 6-day limit. So Councillor McIntyre.
This is actually something I feel this is pretty important to me. So in my world, I have received calls from constituents kind of on both sides, so I've received calls from people who do rent their cottages every year for 6 weeks in the summer to pay their taxes. So that's the one side of it. The other side of it, I got a call from a resident of Woodwinds Islands, and he was describing what's happening over there. So what he described to me is there's 20 cottages on Woodwinds, and one of them has been operating as a short-term rental for a while, and so that's there. But he said, recently I met a gentleman who said, you will never meet me again. I have bought this cottage over here. It is nothing but a short-term rental. I am convinced that in the first year I own this property, I will be able to earn back all of the money I paid for this cottage. And after that, it's just going to be sheer profit. So I look at these two models and they're diametrically opposed. I mean, obviously I want to look after the little old people who are on whatever and you know, want to recoup their taxes. And then you get the other people who are just there for the profit. And I sort of agree with the idea of having 2 incomes for those 2 different types of properties.
Committee. Do we have anybody else who shares Councillor McIntyre's view on that? Should we be keeping in this friends and family concept or not? I think bylaw has pointed out this is very difficult to comment or very difficult to control. Mr. Kennedy, if you want to just comment again.
Yeah, through the chair, I think with the now decision to have the 6-night per stay, this should be removed because now we've recreated that loophole with that restriction. So if we keep this restriction in, anybody that tells us that they rent 14 days or less, they don't have to comply with any of these requirements anymore. So they could still perceivably rent out every single weekend in the summertime, in, you know, June, July, or July and August, and there would be nothing that we could do. So I would recommend that if we're doing the 6-night minimum, then this should be removed to eliminate the loophole.
Committee, any more comments on this? I'm not getting a warm fuzzy one way or the other here. Mayor Kelly?
Thank you. And through you, I'm a little flat footed. Do we define the difference between short-term rental and a permanent rental or long-term rental anywhere? I can't find it if we did.
Through the chair, in the definition of
Yep.
short-term rental, it's anything that is a rental 28 days or less.
Oh, right, 28.
So
right.
anything, pretty much anything under a month is considered a short-term rental. Anything over a month would be considered a long-term. Consecutive days too, not.
So, I mean, I think I'm aware of some people in Seguin Township who, or no, not Seguin Township, but an adjoining township of Seguin, north of here, that for the friends and family, it's sort of a practice to rent it to your family for, 30 days or 40 days. I think it's 30 days is the cutoff. And essentially what you're doing is not making a short-term rental. You're charging or not charging so your family and friends can go in and use the place and pay the bills. And it would be blocked off for the entire month if you were on the system, which you're not going to be because it's not a short-term rental. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to skin this for somebody who truly is just trying to find a way to accommodate a few bucks to cover taxes.
That too.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Mr.
through the
Kennedy?
chair, that kind of brings back up Councillor McIntyre's and the one recommendation back to the fees is a possible difference in fees for those types of people. So.
yeah, well, we haven't had the conversation on fees and we will keep it there. So, could I suggest then that as I said, I'm not getting strong feedback one way or the other. So I suggest we take staff recommendations and give some consideration at the discussion of fees for having a slightly different fee schedule for that, albeit we've got a problem of how do you enforce it? But at least we've got the intent into the community that you will not be harmed. Okay? Was that clear, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Pink? Everyone agrees. Does everybody agree with that? It was a good point. Does everybody agree with that? Thank you. All right. So
Sorry,
now
through the chair, we are deleting it then?
we are deleting it and we will give some thought and consideration at the time of the fee discussions, whether we, I think that was option 4 on the fees, or 3 or 4. All right. Penalties for contraventions that we will be, there will be, staff will give some thought. I think they wanted directions about whether we wanted to be, I think I'm going to say it very frankly, heavy-handedly or light-handedly on this. Is that a fair way to say it, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, through the chair, yeah, I would agree. We're just looking for a rough estimate on where committee sits on how they want to see and how expensive they want to see these fees.
And your sample violation was operating without a license.
Yeah, just you're not going to have, we already have the existing bylaws for noise and whatnot that'll have those set fees already. So we're looking for specifically like the operating without a license, or they're not operating in accordance with their application requirements, things like that would be specific to the short-term rental bylaw. Not so much fees related to noise and fire and whatnot, those types of charges. We're just looking for the specific ones for short-term rentals.
And my recollection is that we have our policy or principle is the second violation is twice the first and the third is 3 times the second. All right. Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. My recommendation would be to be max. Because I'm still always going to go back to what this business plan is going to come up with. And in fact, I just think we need to look for more cash. So.
Committee? Any more thoughts on this? There's no more thoughts on this. So does that mean we all agree with Councillor Nishikawa? Well, then get your thoughts out here, Mr.
I like
Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Chair.
Yes,
sir.
of course.
Yeah, I like what Mr. Kennedy has said about setting progressive fines.
Well, that is our principle.
Okay,
So
I just thought
what I
there
meant
was-
by that is we would be applying it. So if you start at 1,000 becomes 2 and 2 becomes 6. If you start at 10 becomes 20 and 20 becomes 60 very quickly. So we're looking, those are the 2 extremes, and Mr. Kennedy is looking for guidance. Where do we start? because we will keep the principle. I'm going to suggest we keep the principle doubling and tripling it. So where do we start? Do we do 1,000? We start at 5, or do we start at 10? Councillor Kent.
Go big or go home. The audience you're dealing with, the audience you're dealing with here, it's no impact until you make it really big. You know, look at Sugarloaf. Okay, then the fees have to be big to make a difference and to matter.
Thank you, Mayor Kelly.
To stop behavior.
Thank you. And through you, just to pick up on Councillor Kent's comment that the fees don't matter or whatever, money is of little consequence. We could also charge time. We could find someone in contravention and say you can't apply for a year, and in the meantime, you're out of business. I'm not trying to make it more difficult, but the reality is that would be a pretty big incentive to get people to comply up front, probably more so than a $10,000 fine.
Through the chair,
Kennedy.
that would essentially be incorporated with the suspension of the licenses if they're continually like in contravention. And we would put some sort of restriction, like if the suspension is not going to be for only a month. If we get that, like the suspension would be for the rest of the term or even longer than that.
And sorry, through you, I was just actually referring to the people who don't have a license to suspend.
So the question is, what if they're operating without a license or with a license under suspension? What's the fee for that?
So your
The
question
renting
is
renting while their license is under suspension.
Mr. Kennedy? That's operating without a license.
Yeah, well, through the chair, we have two separate provisions. One will be you're straight up operating without a license, and then there's another provision in there that you can't operate while your license is suspended. So if I could make a recommendation, say we have a starting penalty of $5,000 for operating without a license, I would consider operating while you're suspended should be double to start on that. So 5,000, but then you're operating while you're suspended can be a 10,000 start, or 10 and 20. It's totally up to you guys or committee that on where we want to start with this.
All right, I think I'm getting a feel that start big. I see some nodding heads here. We're not just nodding off.
No.
Yeah. 5, 10,
15, don't 15.
30.
30.
5, 10, 30.
Yeah.
Everybody like that? 5?
Operating under suspension, start at 10.
Right. Councillor Kent is still voting for 10. Well, we'll get to Kent 10 on the second offense. So there you go. All right, I think you've got your guidance on that, Mr. Kennedy.
Wow.
Inspection by staff. Does anybody have? Councillor Berry, did you have some comments?
I thought, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought that the recommendations by staff for the inspections were excellent.
Very well. I don't hear any disagreement with that comment, so we'll move on to the next one. Other recommendation, third-party inspection report. 1 license per permit. Children under 12 going to 2. Councillor Nishikawa, children under 12 going to 2, counting them. Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm sorry, through you, I don't get this one. Like I don't want to go around counting kids. Oh, so guys got it.
Councillor Berry.
12, I think it's at the time you're no longer in diapers, you're using the septic tank. And that's what we're trying to get at this is the number of people using the septic tank. Head count is head count is head count unless you're in diapers. So under 2 or over 90.
And there's no human rights concern there.
Obviously, you were very successful in training your children.
Councillor Kent, did you have a comment?
I was just
Come on,
saying that
folks,
Mr. Burry was
folks,
very
let's-
successful as a parent.
We're getting a little too much joviality into this meeting. I'm gonna rein it in, all right?
We got it.
Show of hands in support of staff's recommendation for not counting 2 and under rather than 12. Thank you. All right, good. Head count is head count. On page 108, if everybody could look 108, make sure, I don't.
Who left?
I think I've named them all, but I don't, is there anything else on there that anybody wants to talk about? 8, Gord, there's 8. I'm just telling you.
Council, Chair Bolsworth, the
Yes.
word, so addition in section 6.2, only one permit license per premises. It should be property, I think. Because a property could have a dwelling and a sleeping cabin. And I'm not sure that people are going to understand the difference in premise. So it's like one license per property.
Yeah, through the
Mr.
chair,
Kennedy.
premise is essentially just, it's the defined term in the bylaw for a property. That's all it is. So if we want to switch premise to property, I'm okay with that.
I'm
Councillor Burry?
clear language is
Yeah.
for me, like, I could rent my boathouse, I could rent the, the 2 different rentals. I completely only want one family on it. But I think we just need to make sure that our language is clear.
Yeah, so through the chair again, the definition of premise is the entire property. So it should be covered either way.
Thank you very
We
much.
could certainly switch premise to property if we really want to.
Yes,
So.
with consistent.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Burry. Hawkeye. The next page, page 109, I think these are mostly administrative in nature without any potential policy issues being discussed there. Is everybody happy with that? Which is deletion grounds of refusal because it was described in another section, and deletion because it was duplicated. Additions to add open fires, which aligns with the burning bylaw, and noise amendment to be consistent with the noise bylaw. Because the way it was written previously, it was more restrictive than the noise bylaw.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just double check. All right, I think we are finished.
No.
Councillor Roberts.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. And through you, I just had one that we didn't get an opportunity to cover. It's Schedule A. The Renters Code of Conduct specific requirements are listed there for both the owners and the renters. They're combined. And I asked that the bylaw have 2 codes of conduct, one for the renters and one for the owners. You remember yesterday, the communication strategy presented that communication, the daunting material reduces the likelihood of recipients reading a communication. In my opinion, the likelihood of renters reading the code of conduct thoroughly when it includes the owners will be chance of unlikely. So I think we should split the 2. When you're signing at the bottom, you're signing as a renter. When you sign at the bottom, you're signing as an owner. There's a mixture in both when you read them.
Mr. Kennedy,
It's an easy.
can you take that into consideration?
Yeah, through the chair, I can certainly do that. If we want to have 2 separate codes of conduct, we're more than welcome to include that in the bylaw. It'd just be a different schedule altogether. But I think based on the license application requirements, I believe that we should already be covering that because the renters are going to have to sign that every single time that there's a new group coming in. And the owners are liable to have that signed. It's not us making each renter group sign it. It's the owner making each renter group sign it. And then they have to provide that to us.
Sure. The renters are signing the owner's agreement too. So you have it separate. It's very simple. One for the renters, one for the owners. Owners are only going to sign it once when they apply for the license. The renters are going to sign it every time. So have one clear so the renters know this is my responsibility. It's very clear. That's my suggestion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I guess I'm a little perplexed. I keep mentioning the MAT tax and everybody seems to be no comment on it. And I feel that it's one of these things that we are supposed to be evaluating in collusion with this. I don't think we should be completely leaving it up for a separate day. And I was wondering if somebody could educate me on why we're not discussing that and why
Yeah,
it cannot be
you wanna
part
take
of the
this one?
next discussion, the next time we come back with this short-term rental discussion.
Thank you, Director Pink, if you can comment on that.
Thank you through you. While I suppose the mat tax can be a consideration as you work through this process, I think it is a secondary or subsequent process. Really, you wouldn't want to consider a municipal accommodation tax would not be overly successful in this township without first licensing short-term rentals. So it's an entirely, again, separate project, would be subsequent to it. I would suggest if a licensing bylaw is not passed, we would not want to pursue one. If a licensing bylaw is passed and council directs, we would certainly look at a municipal accommodation tax next. Again, so I think you can put your mind similar to an official plan policy. You want to, when you craft that, you do want to consider implementation. So you do want to consider the next step. But short of any questions, I'm not sure what discussion or issues with that we need to, I guess, decide at the current time.
Subsequent question, Councillor Kent? I think you're muted.
Quick follow-up, thank you. I understand what David Pink said, or Director Pink said. What I'd like to see, though, is assuming let's say we license it and 18 months down the road, we authorize mat tax. I think it's one of those things that should be rolled into a slightly more comprehensive business plan. You can put a switch in with it in and a switch in with it off, but they're two very different business plans with and without it. And I think we should certainly all understand the real implications of doing it. So no, the decision does not have to be made now, but it's a consideration for year 2 and year 3.
Councillor McIntyre.
I just want to follow up on Councillor Roberts' comment. To me, there is an advantage with having it on the same piece of paper because then the renters are aware of what the tenants are aware of what the renters' responsibilities to them are.
May I suggest then that seeing as we have a couple of conflicting views on this, may we leave it to staff and legal counsel to figure out whether it's the right avenue? Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards. Hey, you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was waiting for the other councillor.
Yeah, the other Councillor Edwards.
My twin. Regarding the municipal accommodation tax, I believe Huntsville has it right now, it's 4%. We should be looking into something like that. If we pass the licensing, it should go in at the same time, not afterwards. So everything is up front, and that it would help offset some of the cost. I believe they put 2% towards tourism, and the other 2% can go anywhere, so it would offset the cost. So I would support that so that we can cover our costs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So I have an amending resolution that David should. Or the direction.
Excuse me, committee, just for a minute, I will confer with, make some comment. We can, if you stretch your legs for 2 minutes while Director Pink reviews revised resolution that includes our discussions today. All right. Just stretch your legs. Don't go anywhere. Don't go very far because, well, you can go to the wash. But make it quick. All right, committee, if we could come back, please. As promised, it was only 2 minutes plus 5. Well, we have enough.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're good.
Yeah, we've got everybody that was here. Right. All right. Before I read the resolution, there is the revised resolution. There's one more topic that we need to discuss, and I'd like Director Pink to introduce it, please. And it has to do with, do we need another public meeting?
Thank you. So the recommendation in the staff report is to incorporate the recommendations in the staff report in a updated draft bylaw and bring that back for future discussion at planning committee. That's certainly an option, and the decision on whether more public input is needed or not could certainly come at a later date. But I think it's prudent perhaps to have that discussion now. I would say generally speaking, the changes are not insignificant. I think we made a few relatively material changes to the draft bylaw, and committee can certainly consider an additional public meeting or engagement with the community. My thoughts, however, on that, or my suggestion to you, I think we have heard from the community quite extensively on this issue. I think what we have is somewhat of a divisive issue, and we've heard from sort of both sides to that issue, I think, on a number of occasions. And how many times you make changes to either make it more restrictive or more permissive, you're going to continually hear from one or the other side. And I think if committee is comfortable in knowing what those issues are and the position of the community, then perhaps you could consider foregoing further public input. Keep in mind as well, it's not as if the community is completely excluded. We do have an Engage Muskoka page. There are a large number of subscribers to that page, and we do notify them when this comes back. So people were made aware of today's meeting. We can advise them that the matter will be coming back in when it does at a future meeting, depending on the outcome of this resolution. And then, of course, the final stage will be a council meeting. Again, we can notify, and people can delegate at those meetings. So people who are engaged, subscribed, and invested in will be able to continue to comment to council, just not in a public meeting forum. But just to be very clear, I think what the chair and staff feel committee should discuss to some extent is whether you feel another public meeting is warranted as a result of the changes to the bylaw that we've decided on today.
Thank you, Mr. Pink. Councillor Zavitz, comments on?
Thank you, and through you.
Director Pink.
I guess to David's point, how many people are watching today? I'd be very interested in knowing.
Thing is, we get a lot of people watching it, I'm sure.
Okay, no, but just like live,
Yeah.
so,
I'll see.
okay, right.
Director Pink.
I'm not aware. I'm not sure if staff knows at the
Yeah, they
incident
did.
who's
Yeah.
watching. They could.
So there's 15 people watching right now.
15.
It's sort of varied, but I think Cheryl's right. A lot of people watch it after that.
Yeah.
We could have YouTube as well, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I might, I
Yes.
guess my point would be, thank you for that, that, I think we've heard from the public. The public is entrusting us to try to carry the messaging through. I'm not sure what benefit would be derived from yet another public meeting, but that's my thought. Thank you.
Any other thoughts from committee on this? Councillor Edwards?
I agree with Councillor Zavitz that we should just bring it back to the committee. We don't need another public meeting. We've had
Okay.
meetings for the last 10 years, so I'm ready to move
You're ready.
on.
All right. Fair enough. I think that's our general conclusion, unless I'm misreading the room. Very well. Here is the revised resolution. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to add the following after staff report bylaw 2024-4, subject to the revisions as directed at the May 16th, 2024 Planning Committee meeting. So basically, we're saying we are revising the previous resolution by adding subject to the conditions that the revisions that we agreed upon here that staff has taken notes on. So all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Now we ask for the resolution
The
or
main motion to be approved as amended.
main motion now. So we ask, I'm calling the vote on the main motion as a
A vote on the main motion as amended.
vote on the main motion as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
We need the other one.
No, we don't.
All right.
Sign bylaw?
Sign bylaw, this. Mr. Kennedy, I think you're on the floor again. We've just got a few more items to go, folks.
Through the chair, this report surrounds some new issues or recent issues that we've had in regards to what we call billboard signs along 169 and 118 that have been constructed within our scenic corridor zone. So with 169 and 118 being district-owned roads, their district sign bylaw is the one that applies in these situations. So there is a section within that bylaw they call what we call billboard signs, they call field advertising signs. That's the definition they have for them. And in one of the sections for signs that are on either the municipal road allowance or sorry, the district road allowance, or they have a buffer of, I believe, 10 feet away from the district road allowance. They need to get a sign permit, but in that section, it says that the scenic corridor zone shall be considered by district staff. And our recommendation in this report is to have this committee agree or push forward a motion to district council to amend the district sign bylaw to change the consideration of the scenic corridor to simply prohibit any type of sign within the scenic corridor zone within the municipality. And that's the simple ask that we're looking to bring forward to the district council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm glad this came forward because it's been, we had a really good working relationship with district for many years on this, and then it disappeared. And not just recently, I would say, but it has becoming very concerning that in fact we're also saying, if you're a rural property owner, we don't want to see your house, by the way, so we want 100 feet of trees. So this is kind of, to me, the same sort of thing, or
Right.
like that, anyhow. So I do hope that we can take that message back to district.
Allow me to read the resolution and we can have a discussion if required. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of Township of Muskoka Lakes requests the District of Muskoka amend District Bylaw, Sign Bylaw 2021-033 as outlined in staff report Bylaw 2024-05. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is a new business, I think, brought forward by Councillor Kent. Who leads the discussion? Is it Councillor Kent or is it Mr. Kennedy? Councillor Kent.
I can raise the issue and then Mr. Kennedy can supplement me. Mr. Kennedy sent out a nice report to us on April 19th, and he, just for my benefit, reiterated what the summer bylaw enforcement hours were. I have no issue with what's posted there, but I did have a few questions, and that's what I'd like to focus on. My question is there's bylaw every day from 8:15 to 6 p.m. in the summer season, and then on the weekends from 9 to 5 on Saturday and Sunday and holidays. And I guess my concern is I personally am more concerned about Saturday and Sunday evening from 5 o'clock on than I am about Wednesday. I would like some thought given by the bylaw department on whether or not, we should be having a 1-800 evening line, and whether or not we should be keeping the bylaw available for Saturday evening and Friday and Saturday evening primarily, which are party nights, and perhaps foregoing, if you want to look at it as a zero-sum game, a few hours during the week or a Wednesday or one day, whichever is the lowest traffic day. And then I guess my second question was, what kind of boat service did we have in terms of supplementing the bylaw on the lakes over the summer?
Mr. Kennedy. Two questions.
Through the chair, the bylaw hours are set in a way that it about maximizes what we have is in regards to staff level at this point. So we have one seasonal officer that is on shift every single weekend throughout the summertime. We can't necessarily extend those hours on the weekend for a single person like that. If we want to switch it, instead of a 9:15 start, we switch it to an 11:15 start, but then we lose the ability to be able to go to properties. If we get a complaint at like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning, if we're not on shift until 11:15, by the time they get organized and get in a vehicle and they start doing patrols, it's probably, maybe 11:45, 12 o'clock. We may lose that opportunity to speak to people that, had a noise complaint against them and they've already left because they were renters or whatnot. So.
Can I just ask one question? Could we not shift the Wednesdays? Could we not shift maybe Wednesday person to an evening time on the weekends and keep everything else the same?
Through the chair, I'm not necessarily following, are we saying to reduce the hours on a Wednesday and increase the hours on a?
Yes.
Well, then if we do something like that, then we run into a bit of an overtime issue. Because if we're only going to work, say,
Councillor Kent, just let him, Councillor Kent, if you could let him ask the question.
if we reduce hours on a Wednesday and we only work, say, 5 hours that day and work a 10-hour shift, we run into maybe a possibility of an overtime issue. And I'm not too thrilled with having to have someone later in the evening. Like, we do have some safety concerns. I wouldn't expect one single officer to be going to, say, a party at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night when there's 25 guys and girls partying it up, having drinks, could be belligerent. So it turns into a bit of a safety concern for that single officer, regardless if they're male or female. So there are inherent safety risks that we need to consider if we're going to be working later into the evenings and into the nights.
And Mr. Kennedy, just for clarification, I think you've said it before that you do not necessarily need to attend the event to be able to lay a charge. Is that correct?
No, through the chair, no, we don't. We deal with this stuff after the fact all the time, and it seems to work okay. Sure, there are instances where we don't get to talk to a renter because they've left by the time we get there. But for the most part, now that we have that weekend staff over the last, I think we've had weekend staff since 2021. We are certainly catching those people on the weekends. If we get a complaint at 1 o'clock on a Friday night or a Saturday night, we can certainly, then the officer that comes in at 9:15 the next day, they see that in the bylaw email, they go to the property, have a chat with the people there and determine whether or not we need to take any enforcement action at all.
Right. Director Pink, I think you wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Through you, just quickly. I think if we want to consider, significantly changing the hours to entirely weekends or those long hours, I think we're also looking at employment contract situation that we would need to look into and discuss. I think Mr. Kennedy took the words out of my mouth as well. I wanted to clarify that if the goal or the intention is to send staff out at 2 in the morning or 10 at night to break up loud gatherings or parties, I think, there's a serious health and safety concern there. I think you're looking at an extensive staffing increase sitting around on a nightly basis if you want to consider such an action. And I completely appreciate the frustration. Everyone wants the infraction to stop in the instance that it's happening, but that isn't necessarily the function of bylaw enforcement. I mean, crime, there's a number of laws in all aspects of society, and they can't all be stopped what bylaw staff do or achieve compliance, and they can follow up the next day, and they do follow up and they take action, and there are consequences. And as long as, again, the consequences are significant, it achieves compliance, and that's the ultimate goal. But again, sending out typically, I would think would be a junior staff member who would be employed on a weekend night, because that's all typically we would be able to retain. Is likely we are not going to be sending them out on their own in those kind of situations. And I think further, Mr. Kennedy may wish to expand on it. Typically, the call volume on even the later on the weekends when staff are here is quite low. So I think you'd be looking at a quite heavy staff increase for minimal call volume at that time. What does assist even on the longer hours, again, Mr. Kennedy can confirm, even when there's not call volume, we're quite busy during the summer hours with complaints being submitted, and bylaw staff who can work extra hours when the other staff leave, they can get quite a bit of their work done and follow up, and ultimately, ideally, be out on patrol a bit more often as a result.
Thank you, Director
Could I
Pink.
follow up?
Just in just a minute, there was a second question I think that Councillor Kent had that was related to 1-800 number who calls in after hour. Can you talk to that?
Yeah.
Mr. Kennedy. And then a follow-up from Councillor Kent.
Yeah, through the chair, in regards to the 1-800 number, there is an after hours line that people can call. We aren't on call at this point. And again, I think we would going back to Mr. Pink's comments, so we would have a contract situation if we're going to start all of a sudden doing on call staff. I live an hour away from the municipality, so it's not really ideal if I'm on call because it's going to be probably at minimum an hour and a half before I would even get to a property if I was doing that. So, like I said, there is a after hours number that people can call. There is a live person that would answer the phone. And then they would direct that call to the regular or the necessary department for follow-up. And whether it's at that time or it's the next day, it's really depending on the staff level of that department at the time. And just to answer the other question in regards to the boat, we do have a boat. It's not necessarily in the water at all times because there's different staff that have to take the boat out. We share it between planning, building, bylaw. Sometimes other departments have to take it out. So it's one shared boat between the entire municipality. So we aren't necessarily, frankly, we don't have the time to be doing proactive patrols in the middle of the summertime on the water. To give you an insight of how many files we have ongoing right now, we're, I believe, sitting at about 105 or 106. At the same time last year on May 16th, I believe we were only sitting at about 71. So we have an increase in calls already, which I frankly will assume that we're probably going to be increasing even more as we get into the Victoria Day weekend into the summer months.
Councillor Kent, you want some follow on?
Those were my two follow-up questions, which you got to. Thank you. And I was wondering if anybody else had any thoughts on this or it was just me. I appreciate
Councillor McIntyre had her hand up, so thank you.
My question is basically just a factual question. So if somebody finds themselves in a crisis situation on the weekend, what happens when you call the police? Nothing?
Mr. Kennedy, do you have an idea?
Because I'm sure the criminal code is creating a disturbance or something. These charges.
Yeah, through the chair, we've I think even on our website, actually, even after hours, we direct people if there's a serious issue, call the OPP. Perfect. Now that being said, sometimes like noise complaints, to be quite honest with you, are pretty low on their priority list. So if they're dealing with other major crime issues or theft or whatnot, they're going to be dealing with those before they get to them. And I know for a fact, like sometimes they can't get to them overnight. The only wish I maybe would have between us and OPP is if they don't get to it, I would hope that they would let us know. We don't have that communication effort right now, but I'm hoping we can improve that. If they do get a call, they can certainly forward that on to us and deal with it the next day.
Director Pink.
Sorry if this has already been repeated. But I thought it's helpful to that question and Councillor Kent's regarding a 24/7 hotline or more contact. one of the benefits of the short-term rental program and the licensing program, the software provider, it's like an a la carte service, and you can select which features that they provide. And one of them is a 24/7 hotline. And what that will do is then get in touch with the responsible person on the licensing. And that's one of the big benefits. I think not to beat a dead horse here, but I know a lot of the community was concerned, why don't we just enforce our bylaws, ramp up the bylaws? You can't get that type of system in place without the licensing. When you get a responsible person and then this software, it'll provide a 24/7 hotline. So a lot of the concerns that the community has, noise, fireworks, and that, it's not really short-term rental related, but that 24/7 hotline could address, hopefully, alleviate some of those concerns without having to have staff here at 2 a.m.
Councilor Nishikawa. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
I'm not sure, like many of those types of services, there are additional charges for it. And so I would hope while we're making those recommendations and suggestions, that it will be put in the business plan that we're supposed to be looking at.
Thank you for that.
It's
All right. I think that's the end of the discussion. Item number 15A, which was new business. The final item before we retire is a staff delegated approval. No, that's the adjournment. And I think that's you, Mr. Pink. Are you doing this?
Terry Land Tribunal?
Yeah, oh, sorry, OLT. Yeah, I missed one. There's OLT and then there's delegated staff approvals.
Sure. So very quickly on the OLT, again, it's just a link if anyone has any questions on ongoing files, but we did just receive a decision on the official plan. You may recall, I think it was last month I updated that we spent an entire day debating whether certain ratepayer groups can be a party to our OP appeals. We did receive a decision and the tribunal did allow them to be parties, which I think was the right decision, a good outcome. But further to my earlier report today, maybe a moot point anyway, but we did receive that decision.
Thank you. And delegated staff approvals, who's doing it?
Same, that's just again, a placeholder when.
Oh, it's a placeholder, I'm sorry.
When the
Okay.
province required that only staff can approve site plans, we wanted to advise committee what we approved. If you have any questions on approvals, staff are here to answer.
Very good. Any more comments or questions? I wasn't going to allow them anyway. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that the planning committee meeting adjourn at 4:29 p.m. and the next regular planning committee will be held on Thursday, June the 13th, 2024 at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format with the council members from the council chambers municipal office in the downtown beautiful Port Carling. Any questions, any discussions? All those in favor? Thank you very much.